Futures trying to hold back above June lows once again this morning. Still negative territory, unfortunately, coming off a pretty nasty week last week and a pretty nasty day on Friday. If you were with us, we did close off the lows after testing that June low earlier in the session, but still very, very red across the board. We're seeing big moves in the U.S. dollar once again this morning, back to its highest level since 2002. British pound all-time lows this morning, getting beneath that 1985 low for the pound. A lot of people still talking about the possibility of parity coming into play for the pound at some point before the end of the year. The Fed still in focus this morning. We won't get much from the Fed as far as comments or even data points until later in the week. Thursday and Friday we get further reading on inflation, but the hawkish stance that came out of the Fed last week continues to be the main storyline for the overall market. Whether or not we hold above those June lows also in play this morning. Individual names moving around right now. We'll talk about Amazon here. They came out over the weekend and confirmed, yeah, they're going to have a second Prime Day ahead of the holiday shopping season. Some of the Chinese EV makers on the move this morning. XPeng to the upside, Li Auto unfortunately downside. And we'll have a look at chip makers, more downgrades in the sector as well. Going to be an interesting one. It is Monday, September 26, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. We are, as I mentioned, looking at more red numbers here for stocks. The Dow 0.63 leading the way right now. That's a bit of a change. It was actually holding up a little better than the rest early on this morning. 0.53 for the S&P, 0.4 for the NASDAQ, trying to bounce a little bit. Currently, crude oil extending declines as well. 0.85 right now after what happened on Friday. What a move for oil, down 5+%. It bottomed out around 6, if you remember, throughout the session on Friday. Bitcoin and Ethereum have gone positive. Hey, so there is a little bit of positivity for a Monday morning. Good morning, guys. Welcome to a brand new week. First segment of the show is always brought to you by True Trading Group. Shout out to True Trading Group. Check them out on screen right now, QR code. We thank them for coming on once again. All-time lows here today, guys, for the pound. We have bounced a little bit off of that 1985 level, but wow, what a move for the dollar again.
Yeah, that USD super strong. Welcome, everybody. If I'm in a little bit of a sour mood to start the day, it's because, well, the Bills punked themselves. Not too happy about the outcome, but shout out and credit to the Miami Dolphins. I see a couple people in the chat saying fins up. And yeah, I'll eat some crow because I was talking a lot of trash about the Dolphins, how the Bills are going to roll over them, and it didn't obviously happen. So 2-1 is not good, but it could be worse. Getting that out of the way, but there's a lot to the downside here. Late one, AMC is going to be added to the list of things gapping down, or at least trading down earlier. They filed to possibly sell 425 million preferred units. So under pressure again, testing Friday's lows. This is going to be all about, do we actually test the June low in the ES? I think it's like 36.56, whatever it was. Do we get that today? Do we wait till tomorrow? It does feel like we're in a collision course with that June low. So many names getting to those support levels. It's going to be really difficult for us not to almost inevitably get there. I think it's going to be all eyes on that level. If we get there, you know, we're basically within spitting distance. We slightly bounced off it on Friday. And look, if we don't go through that today, I think it's just a matter of time. So at some point this week, I expect to see that low. And if we break through it, you know, that's going to be a moment when you're going to be looking for shorts on that support break.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I'm just, I didn't even notice that about AMC, so I'm going to get some shares right now, buy some of that on the pay for short. But yeah, welcome, guys. It's going to be another big week here again. More Fed talk, more this, more that. A lot of these names at 52-week lows. You got another one here like AMC. We got AMD at 52-week lows. We've got Amazon right where we thought it would be. I've been talking short Amazon for a long time, and now today you're down there to 113, 112, so that's going to be pretty nasty. But yeah, it's going to be fun today again. I think we have some good names written down on the sticky note. The market just went up and then it went down again. So, I mean, I thought maybe we were going to have a little bit of a rally there, which we did for the last 10 minutes. And then the last 5 or 6, all the way back down. Oil breaks below 80. So that should be another exciting moment there if you want to pick up some CVX, things like that. I think it's the right time to do some of that. But yeah, the market continues to fall here today, and we're just going to have another one of those days where the market's going to have to figure itself out. I think it'll be pretty dangerous here off the open, but it looks like it's another down day here, Brendo.
Going to be under pressure, it would appear anyways, to kick things off. Here's the 10-year, guys, to kick things off this morning, back to last week's high, 3.8, after we touched 3.81. The 2-year, I mean, 4.3 at one point, 4.4 on the 2-year. The dollar, as I said, highest level since 2002. So yeah, S&P 500 back to the downside in a big way. So far this morning, here's a blast from the past I saw that was kind of interesting. I mean, there's a ton of different angles we can take here this morning, but PCG, if you were around going back a year and a half, I want to say, maybe even 2 years ago, they filed for bankruptcy protection for quite some time and then came out of it. And now they're going to be added once again to the S&P 500 index. So PCG with a big gap to the upside this morning. You guys mentioned that AMC note, the possibility of filing for 425 million units of AMC preferred shares. There's also, as we said, a number of movers in the EV group once again this morning. We'll touch on Tesla and Elon coming up here as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's being disposed this week. Look, I mean, I think right now, looking at the EVs, you got Li Auto. They got the news of, I guess, their delivery outlook got slashed. XPeng, their CEO, bought some more, increased his stake. So I think that could be pretty interesting. I look at that PCGE and I don't know. I feel like the last few times you've had an addition like that, it's been a little bit of a sell the news event, and it's at resistance. But there's not a ton of pre-market volume in it, so I'm not sure I want to go down that road. There was something interesting on XPeng and Li Auto when I was watching them this morning, and you're probably not going to see them now, but for whatever reason, when the stock had done only a few thousand shares, there was someone actually just posting up 86,000, just sitting on 860,000 shares on the bid, just posting up at 14.22, and then on Rivian there was an offer, and I think there still is an offer, sitting at about 850,000 shares at 34.60. So, and that was into essentially no pre-market volume. So interesting because XPeng was gapping up, Li Auto to the downside. Eventually, it did get through that order. So I'm kind of looking at that 14.20 where it was posted and sort of saying to myself, okay, well, it's an interesting line anyways. And Lee has been known to sort of sell on the news. I love that double top that we had at 13.90 to 14. That was great for a couple of trades. I feel like when it's above there, you're kind of in no man's land between this and then the 14.20. So XPeng is to sit it out for me inside of that range. And I want it either breaking back out, testing 14.60 and testing the gap, or breaking back into the downside. But Rivian, that order I think is still there on the offer. So I'm going to be watching some Rivian. Yeah, they're still there for like 850,000 or 85,000, whatever it works out to. 36.70. I'm looking at that and saying, okay, we're super strong in the afternoon on Rivian. I just want to do that whole pop and fade curl kind of idea on some of the EVs. If they don't break through the top, then I do like that short. And if anything that breaks the top, if you like it short, it's almost like it's a waiting game. It's not even as much about the levels as it is allow it some time to settle down, and then usually it drops at like 10, 10.30, something along those lines. So if we break out from any of these highs, I think you just have to be a little bit patient with them. I don't really like many of them long. If I had to pick one, I mean, I'd go with the news and XPeng if it were to get through that high, but I'm kind of looking at fades first.
Yo, what's up to everyone in Malaysia there, India? What's up to all our traders all around the world? Thank you for joining us one more time here today. The market's trying to go back upside, but I don't know, Brendan, this 10-year, I just wanted to bring this up quickly here. You're at 3.77 and kind of ripping here again today, so this is pretty nasty here on the 10-year. I don't see tech getting really any better until we start to come back down. I tried to make this a little bit bigger. I can't. This is obviously not our charts right here. But you can see here, you're right back to 2010. Actually, you're taking out 2010 levels right now on the 10 years. So you got to watch out for that. This little level that I have right back here in June of 2010 is 3.83. Now, we know what was happening in 2008, so on and so forth. But you basically given back here 12 years of low rates. Looks like, I mean, it's not a new story. It's just you're starting to creep a lot closer to 4 here, and then I don't know, 5 back to where we were, and 7 and 8 is a lot. And then we know what happened, and then you get this move all the way down to basically 0 there. We were at 0.7 about a year and a bit ago, and now you're up 400 basis points almost from, I guess, 300 basis points from that point, and you're just tipping higher. That's 3.82. Just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. That is the high back there in 2010, and I think as rates continue to go up, it gives that alternative, right? There is no alternative. That's that Tina explanation there. There is no alternative, but now apparently you can just throw it into cash, throw it into some yield, throw it into 10-year here, get 4%, until this can start to turn around the other way. And if you look over here, even over the last 3 months, I mean, you want to see what's wrong with the market here. This has been exploding ever since they took down 3. It's just been straight to the upside. Really no relaxation here at all. You're ticking up to the highs now in the last month right now of the 10-year, so let alone the 2-year as well, inching up as well over 4. So it's not good. This is the 10-year Treasury here. Continues to go up. You can look at UUP and other things like that. But until this gets under control, which right now it's going to take 3.8 soon. That level was 3.83. I think I showed you back there in 2010. It's not good, man. The NASDAQ and everything can't really start to go up until this starts to come down. So just be careful watching the 10-year, 2-year. It's going to be bad, man. So we're going to have to wait a couple more minutes for this thing to come down. But didn't take very long for this to explode up to 4. We'll see what it does at that 4% mark. I sure hope we don't see it.
Yeah, worth a mention, guys. And I want to get your take on this because I was reading over the weekend some interesting bits that came out of the Fed last week as far as the statement is concerned, and wasn't really highlighted or wasn't really focused on, and that was the forecast going forward. So with the actual number when it came out at 2 o'clock, we always get the forecast going forward. And a part of that was the amount of increase that they're still forecasting for the remainder of the year. And if you remember, we were saying 150, or it was 100 to 150 basis points of further increases to come, versus the prior meeting, which they were talking about 50 basis points. So that forecast went from 50 to the possibility of 200 basis points, which has done nothing but increase or help to extend this rally in both the 10-year and the 2-year. Here's the US dollar, 114.5. Was the high there after we topped out last week around this 111. But yeah, I think that that forecast, I just saw Fed Fund futures right now, guys, pricing in 200 basis points worth of further increases to come by the end of the year.
What? I thought we were stuck at 125.
200. It's
200.
Like that's.
Is that what it is? What is, so it's one, but what is it supposed to be? There's only 2 more rate hikes.
We're only expecting 1 quarter, right? Like we're thinking about getting to that 4 or 5. But what's interesting about what's going on with the yields is like
1 point.
The yield that the 10-year eventually gets to that point, or the 2-year actually even, 2-year gets to that point where you're hitting toward that target rate, right? So you're getting a little bit of a balance between the two. So all of a sudden, like Sean said, the money market funds get pretty interesting. But look, man, if the market's basically telling you that we're trying to crash these lows, and the path ahead chosen is to destroy demand to a certain extent, or at least hurt demand, hurt unemployment, have the overall economy stand to pull back so that we can get inflation in control. And if you look at where we are, and I have a monthly up on here, and I could have just kept my daily chart up, but I went to the monthly on the SPY, and you can kind of see, I know it feels like we've come back pretty far, but realistically, there's a really strong case that you could very simply see like 10% downside on a break, and that could come relatively rapidly if we were to get a break of that low, those June lows, which are pretty much imminent, right? Like this is what the market's saying, and it doesn't mean that there can't be bounces. Don't get me wrong. The best thing about this opportunity, what everybody should be excited for as a day trader, is we get a flush like that, you get the best rallies out of moves like this, out of the big bear market. So if we start taking out this support level, and then we actually test down 320, 300 on the SPY, things like that, the types of relief rallies are going to start coming back in there, where you get those sustained short covering rallies, and they're just essentially backbreakers, and you just got to be in with the trend as a day trader. But first things first, I just want to see us test that level. I think we're getting there today. it seems almost inevitable. You don't get to a level like that without testing it very usually. You either run away from it or you plow right down toward it. And I think that's kind of where we're headed. That too, I was shocked to hear that as well. Kind of felt like everyone was pretty solidly set at what the Fed would be doing the rest of the year.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go. I don't think it was. I think it was 6% or something to go up to 2% or something like that.
Yeah.
Brendan has it, so whatever. I mean, these rates are changing as we speak, over and over and over again. But yeah, I think you got to watch out for those money markets. We've talked about them. Now you get oil back down below 80. I mean, there's just going to be lots of issues. The banks are going to be interesting to watch. The NASDAQ right now is trying to take down this little pre-market. I mean, we've been higher, but just where we've been the last couple hours here at this 11,350. So it did make a nice move down to 11,250. Obviously, you're breaking lower here. The S&P low is 36,667, and you're at 36,990 right now. So you're really, you're like 30 points away on the S&P, and you're not too far away either from those NASDAQ bottoms here. Oops, that's a 30-minute chart. We don't need that. The NASDAQ low, of course, back in June. Let me find out what that exactly is there for you. We were very, very close to that level as well. We were there almost on Friday. We talked about this actually. 11,080 or so. So 11,080. You're at right now 11,3. So you got another 3 or so hundred points to come off the NASDAQ before we test those lows. That's the Apple bottom, right? Not the songs, but that's the bottom there. Like if Apple goes back to 130, then you will definitely get that 300 points off of the NASDAQ, and then you'll see these lows again. Apple's still at 148 or so, 149. Trying to hold that 150 level. Apple did go down to 138, 137, something like that. So that's going to have to go to get the NASDAQ back down. Many names like Microsoft, Meta, Google, they're all at or below, the chip names, at or below 52-week lows. So just a matter of time before all these levels get tested. And then will there be buyers or will they let it continue to fall? That's really the only question. Earnings season kicks off. We have Micron on Thursday. I know we're going to get to that one. And then we have, was it CCL or something coming up soon as well? There's going to be earnings coming through. So that's probably the next shoe to drop. That's the most scary thing for me here because you're getting a lot of downgrades. So there's a lot of, price targets being slashed, earnings being slashed. So what about when they miss, right? What about when companies come out and actually miss some of these slashed projections? That's where it starts to get really spicy for me. So we'll wait to see, man, but it's not going to be a nice trip here for the months of September and October, I feel. Oh, man, we could be in for a little bit of a bottom here. I don't know how far, but I feel like we at least test those today, and then we'll see where we go from there, especially on the ES.
Bed Bath & Beyond reports this week, though.
Yeah, was it? So what?
I don't think that's
down to zero.
I don't think that's what you meant, but
no, it is CCL on Friday. So CCL was another name there to look at. Bed Bath & Beyond is another story, man. I mean, I don't.
A different ballgame.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. How can they possibly report good earnings?
It doesn't.
I don't see that. But again, share structure, be damned. They'll figure something out there with Bed Bath & Beyond. But AMC today is another problem. Starbucks. I mean, there's lots of great names to trade. Those meme names are going to be in trouble this earnings season, I feel like.
CCL, I was just double checking whether it's Friday morning or after market on it's Friday morning. So it's before the open on Friday. For CCL, I was going to mention the cruise lines, guys. We saw what happened last week with the last storm that just went through. There's already another one in the Caribbean. So some of the cruise lines travel names outside, we'll talk about the casinos here, but outside of the casinos, back under a little bit of pressure here already this morning as well.
And that was a brutal storm, by the way, man. I don't know if thankfully, I mean, most people did okay. I know there was a couple of incidents of loss of life out east in Canada, but still out of power in some parts of Nova Scotia. I know I have fam there. So, look, these names are under pressure. I'm going to talk CCL, but RCL was probably just as good to the short side if you're trading it. That $9 looks like it's about to get retested here. And it was a good breakdown at $9. We ended up closing at $9, and then you're going to retest it. I just want to see on stay on the negative side of these stocks as long as they're holding levels like this. But that's going to get that test right at 9 even. But it was RCL, I think, that put in sort of the cleaner move at the open when it took out 45. Like, it was a very, very clean move. I just got some Li Auto, actually. It broke this 45. I think if it gets to that price and tries to roll over this week, I think that's going to be a good set of resistance for me. We talked about some of the EV names, Li Auto slashing their forecast their delivery forecast. So that's going to be, I want something to the red side on them. 25 quarters is going to be a bit of an out for me, but I like RCL 45 here. It never does a lot of pre-market volume. That's why we trade CCL. I just feel like CCL is right there at that 9 even, and you almost needed to test that level here at the open before anything else. And we'll see what happens, because those even dollar levels, if you get in good up or down on CCL, really, they've been fantastic for you. But that's a very, very, I'd say, structured trade. Sometimes you really have to give it that open to decide which way it wants to go off that level. Thankfully, RCL is about $1 and change, it looks like, away from that key resistance.
So we're doing this again here a little bit. We've just into a position we've already taken out. We got some 70s there, so we've already taken a little bit of a profit here on a short for Amazon. We're short now 85s into this name. We're trying to hold this against 114. Obviously, in the pre-market, we understand that lots could happen here. If this breaks 114, we'll get out and reevaluate this position. But for right now, it's 13 cents in the money. We've started the trading already here. Amazon short 85s. Took a piece out here 70. Let's see if it bounces around. I might just start punching this all out right now as the market's starting to go back to the upside. But so far, so good here on an Amazon short.
Come some interesting analyst moves for you this morning. We'll talk about some of the casinos and strength, and a decent amount of volume, it's worth mentioning, behind a few of these anyways. The entire group, though, higher here. LVS Win on the board, but MGM also catching a bid. There's that MLCO also higher in the pre-market. Planet Fitness, Raymond James with a note pointing to a recession-proof business model for Planet Fitness. Chegg, bottom of the board here. There's Lyft, both Lyft and Uber down on light volume with that downgrade. Micron, Nike, and Western Union.
Yeah, well, the casino names have definitely been strong. You can see some upgrades. I'm surprised it was only one of them got the upgrade. I'm sure there'll be a couple more coming in there. The group tours being allowed back in Macau. Now, I do remember that the last time we came in, I think it was on Tuesday, and all the casinos were gapping to the upside on positive news. That was essentially the top on Win. It tried to get to 70. Well, it actually did break 70 very briefly. But that 69 break failed almost instantly. My trades aren't showing up, but it was a long on the break. It then failed the top, and then any reloads were pretty much no good. And then that was your high. We came all the way back down, double bottom at 58. So I'm a little bit skeptical here. I want to see us hold those pre-market lows. I think, what was true was that the breakout was certainly, there was no problem with the break at the open. It just never really extended for you. So I don't really have an issue with the break here on Win. It's not a bad level, 63.50. I think it takes that out. It's got some room to rally to the upside. I just think you got to be careful with the follow through, given what happened the last time. I was looking at essentially the same setup and what was actually a stronger situation. Like, it was breaking out of a sort of a top end of the range here, and looked like it was a pretty strong looking stock going into it. Here, if it fails to break, I mean, like everything else, you could be retesting lows. But where we're sitting, bouncing off the 50 period as well after finding higher support, this is a name that's nowhere close to its June lows, right? So there's a few kernels out there of relative strength, I want to say. The casinos at least get to be a part of that. But make sure you pay yourself on breakout trades. If you take a break, you've got to be willing to get yourself some profit on the way up right away at 9:30 or whenever it does happen, because we've seen those moves reverse very quickly. And then if you try to hold on to it, you're just throwing away if you try to hold on to it too long, you're just throwing away some profit.
Yeah, look, we got another fill on Amazon at 80, by the way. At 70, by the way. Yeah, right there, Win. So I just have long 61. It's nice to have Macau back on track. Obviously, that's a big piece of their business. So we'll just wait to see. I'm just going to start this bidding at 161. If it doesn't hold 60, we can get out. So that's kind of where I am with Win right now, back down to 61. That's what I like it. I think I'm going to be trading this one. LVS is a very, very similar name, obviously. And the level in LVS, I think, was 35 or so. I hold Win. I like Win, so we'll trade that. Yeah, see, Win, LVS needs to fall down a little bit. That's 6.7% to the north side there. Yeah, there's 35. So if Win gets back into here, I mean, I don't think so. You're at 37 and change, so I don't think Win gets back down there. But again, 175,000 shares, pretty nice. Any kind of dip buys for the casino names, I think, need to be bought. If their big piece of their business is back, then why not? Let's buy some LVS and let's buy some Win. I'm much more on Win today than anything else, but again, the spread right now, little too rich. Let's see if it pulls back into this 60-61 area.
All right, overall market trying to bounce here. So is oil, guys. Worth noting, this is happening right now in oil. We're straight to the upside, 0.4 right now, back to positive. This was down almost 0.8 at one point. Some of the oil-related stocks, however, still under pressure with the overall market down. But looks like we're trying to bounce here as well for energy markets this morning.
Well, they are beaten up quite a bit. And when you think about where they've come from, oh, come on, Oxy chart. When you think about where they've come from and kind of the demand picture that everyone's put on the economy, that's why the pullback. But realistically, you go to the end of the year, you have some of the European bans on Russian oil are going to start to come into play at the end of this year. So there is some fundamental reason why oil probably should be a little bit higher when you think about it from those terms, because at the other end of the coin, you also have the fact that like Nigeria is not producing like they used to. Iran is not coming into the fold. You're likely to see OPEC probably to continue some cuts. So there are reasons why you can get a rebound. On Oxy this week, I hate diddling in the middle. We're not in the middle right now, but it's so close to what has been sort of like the best support levels for the stock, like 53 to 56, that I know I want to be looking for longs in it. It's just a matter of allowing it to bounce off some of these levels. I think sometimes you can get in a little bit too early as a day trader. So we're pretty much on these lows. I don't know that I'd be long right here, but we start getting down to $55 on Oxy in particular. I look at that daily, and I'll be looking for bounce plays in Oxy just because of the support that it's had in the daily chart. I forget about the 15 there, but just where it's had the support on the daily chart. So in that 55 to 56 range, that's where I'd be looking for those initial bounces. As I said, right now we're not really doing a heck of a lot of pre-market volume. I don't think I want to be trading it in the $58 range. It might bounce here, fair enough. I just want to look a little bit closer to where it had, like multi-day consolidations. Like each time it was down here at 55, it would have a few days, give you a few trades off of that, and then did the same thing at 56. I'm kind of looking for that opportunity in Oxy this week.
Yeah, I would float over to Chevron, CVX, of course, not getting any quotes on this one right now, but again, this is the dividend aristocrat here, 4%. Oxy's like under 1% dividend. You're obviously going to play that to try to get some capital gains, some growth on that name, but CVX has broken below. So if you zoom in a little bit here, you can see this sort of shelf that was here at 150, 152. It broke below pretty hardcore there on Friday with a huge move down, man. 154 all the way down to 146 and closing down there at 144. So Chevron is pretty low right now considering where it's been in the past. You do have these July bottoms of 136. I think you could try to work with that and pick some of this name up for sure. Like get the name that has a huge share buyback on, always increasing their dividends, and you have some pretty decent levels here to pick up some of this. So I like it down here. I mean, as everything gets crashed down through the floor, we saw crypto, we've seen the dollar on the rise, we've seen oil to the downside, gold to the downside as well, metals. So just I think it's about time you start to pick something up that's a high quality name that's just operating on full tilt here. I like Chevron, still paying that 4% dividend or slightly, little south of that, but it's still there. So I'm going to watch Chevron at these levels. 135 bottom looks pretty good to me down there. So if you're going to do anything, I'd like that. And also, I've been talking about XLE. I haven't bought any this dip down, but I was thinking about doing some today as well. Come on, chart. Let's load up the XLE chart. There goes Amazon. Amazon broke through 114, so took a small profit, got out of the rest. Now we can cancel some of our bids as the NASDAQ is trying to take out that high and actually did do that. There's XLE, the same kind of pressure as well. Right back into the areas where we were buying before, so I think it's time to buy some more. Down here, $68, $69 on XLE. We'll see about that. There's Amazon. Amazon just takes out 114. So again, in a little bit, out a little bit, out. So in the middle, out at the bottom, out at the top. So that's Amazon for you right now. We're not digging into anything right now. A little too early. It's 9 o'clock. And guess what just turned positive? The NASDAQ just turned positive right now. So we came in, we were down 0.7 or so. Now you're seeing a nice little upside move in the NASDAQ. We have a lot of long names to look at too. There's a lot of names that could, take out some key levels today, including that Apple, AMD, Meta. There's a lot of positive names to trade if we do think this market's going back up.
Nice move higher. CNBC talking tech right now, so just a heads up. They also mentioned this one, DKNG. on a CNBC bump here, up 2% now on a spike higher as well with decent volume, so heads up. Here's a look at Europe, guys. Still red for the most part, right across the entire European landscape there. England leading 0.8 downside, Germany, France basically flat, Italy already positive, Spain downside as well. So very mixed board top to bottom here for European markets to start things off. Quick look at the social sentiment board as well as we stand here in the pre-market. AMC on that note, possible offering coming. AVCT, crazy little penny stock from last week, did 100 million plus volume every single day last week. Huge moves on AVCT. Mullins here, ISPC on its own news today. We'll talk about that. LVTX on its own news this morning, back to the upside. There's that GSUN as well. Went from 27 to 90 and then closed around 56 or something like that on Friday. Just a nut stock. SPY, obviously the biggest one to the downside. Speaking of the overall market, let's bring in Arun and get a check of the futures here as we stand this morning. Trying, Arun, good to see you as always, to get back to positive so far.
Yeah, we're trying. I mean, down 0.5, 0.05 on the NASDAQ, 0.3 on the ES, and we're kind of coming back into the ranges that we were working with Friday. It's a decent. Friday was a very slow session. They just grinded through this 3,700. So when you do something like that, it allows for a lot of volume to build up, and it's pretty clear that around the 37.15 to 20, there's a ton of action there. So as this market does come back up into this 37.10 going all the way up, I want to see how this market handles the volume, the sell side volume that's sitting up there. Now, if it doesn't handle it well, meaning the sell volume comes in, this market starts to dip a little bit, it's a low risk short side move, right? So you take the short, 37.25 on the stop, see if this market actually wants to take a look back down towards the lows. That is a very likely possibility. After the way it's traded, it's possible that we actually, catch some selling and we drift right back down to the bottom end of the range. If that's the easier trade. Now, if we were to just continue on up through this 37.25, you can argue for a move back towards 37.60. The way to get into that, though, is going to be the difficult portion of this, because say you break 37.25, you got to figure out where that stop is, and that stop might be somewhere in the 90s to 80s, depending on how we move up through that 25. So if we get above 25, then you have to kind of figure out your risk reward on taking a long up there, knowing that 37.60 going all the way up to 37.75 is going to be a problem. So just be aware that there's a pocket of resistance up here that we're coming up to fairly soon, that's going to be indicative of what kind of day we're going to have. If we fall off, it's going to be back to a red day. If we get through it, very likely chance that we go back towards the 37.60s and see what we got up there. So those are the levels I'm working with. 37.25 on the top end, nothing on the bottom. We're just going to have to let this one trade out and see how this market handles any sort of volume that comes in around the 37.10 area at the open.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open here this morning. I'm not sure my buttons are working today, guys, for some reason. Grab the watch list, though. We'll throw that QR code up when we can for the watch list. Join the over. 30,000 now getting it every single day. All you need is your email address. There we go. Thanks, guys. You can use that QR code on screen right now. Throw in your email. We'll send it right to your inbox every single day. Doesn't get any easier than that. The first one we'll discuss here is Amazon, as Sean was looking at already. Back to the upside here with the overall market, back to this 114. Not a huge note, but they confirmed over the weekend that they are in fact going to have a second Prime Day this year ahead of the holiday shopping season.
Yo, yeah, look, we got out of that. What's up, Wade Youngblood there? He said that, though, I'm always a bear, but I am always a bear the last little while. But I used to be the bull around here, and I keep debating turning that thing back around.
No.
Maybe it's getting close to that time, but yeah, until we feel otherwise, we will not do that. But yeah, Amazon today, look, the thing about Amazon, I don't care about, I'm trying to maybe buy something. There was like an all-in-one security system, because right now my home obviously has a security system, but was looking to improve on that one and maybe go off the grid. But okay, we'll talk about that after. But anyways, 115 right there. you know, for Amazon, I feel like it's just been beat down a lot lately. I'm not trying to switch up the thesis here on Amazon, but we were just at 140, 145 there, and it's just been a nasty day. And we have been bearish on this name. We talked about as rates increase, we showed you the 10-year. Amazon obviously still not an attractive PE, but you don't buy this name because of its valuation. You just buy it because it's Amazon, right? And so that hasn't worked the last couple weeks there, as you know, value coming out of this name all the way back down. And you do have some bottoms here. I was hoping for a little lower in this name, like this 106, 107 area. It did have a bottom of about 102 after the split, but you're coming back in, made that bottom of 112. And then right here, you're starting to go back up to the upside. So I think you can still wait to see what happens down here at 112. That might be a buy for today. But then if you're looking for like a little bit of an upside move, and again, I don't think the story about another Prime Day really does anything. I don't think they make much money when it comes to Prime Day, but you know, that's not for me. I don't actually know their numbers come Prime Day, but I think the more sales, the more people that have it, the better it is. I still think you don't go long until you break above this 115 area. I wrote down here that I wanted to short the 114, but that's what we did, and it broke, so we got in and out there today already on 114. I still think it comes in. I'd like to test this 115 area for a short, and then if we're wrong on it, it's so easy to get out. That's the best part about trading these names now. You have a lot of liquidity. It's sub this 115. If you can get above there, that takes us to where we were on Friday, and that should be a decent short. So, you know, that's kind of what I'm looking at. There it is right there, 116 we started at, broke it back down, and then there's 115 right here on Friday that we went all the way down to 113, rallied back $2 and stopped. So it's this level of 115 that I'm looking at. And for everybody out there, I will punch long at that 115. There's absolutely no problem with that. I have a couple other longs that I like as well. But if Amazon wants to start to go back to the upside and this market wants to rally a little bit, yeah, for sure. I could see Amazon going today. So it's up 0.2. The market's only up 0.1. Down, sorry, market down 0.1. Remember, we've done this math before, and this is not rocket science, but you're up 2 here, down 1 there. So, you know, that to me shows relative strength in Amazon. I like the name at this level. I just would rather see it a little bit lower to buy it in my own account. Well, I'll buy more of it in my own account, but for a day trade, let's see what happens at that 112, and let's see what happens at 115. If the market does tank off the open, then we'll re-engage this 14 level as the short. But for right now, we're just dancing around it. I say it's a hard pass on this one, and we'll wait to see either 115 or where the players dwell down here in room 112.
Which I've never been to, but I've heard great things about it.
Yeah.
Room 112.
Room.
The other kernel of relative strength in Amazon is it's not at its June lows either. Like, remember after post split, we had a conversation on this show about whether Apple would break, really. Would they break 100? Like, Alphabet broke 100, but Amazon didn't even come close. Well, it got to 102.
Amazon did. That was its low. That's what I was just saying.
Okay,
so I believe.
That's close enough. So as a day trader, I'm like, didn't come close because I couldn't go along at 100, but it did come close to 100. But it's nowhere, it's like 10% away from that right now. So as the market is at those lows, Amazon's not. So if we're going to get an opportunity somewhere to go long, you might have a bit of a wick bottom here into that 112. And if 113, if we get a sideways open, where 113 holds and the market's trying to break higher, well, then you've got a higher low for support on Amazon. And 114 does stand out for a bit of a short. I think there's a few names. If the market's going down, there's a few names I definitely like. Some of the chip names will be out there. Tesla, if we get a weekday in the market. But man, I want this to hold 113 because I'm pretty sure Amazon has put up at least some kind of strength, not being at those, anything that's not at those June lows. Yes, it's got room to get down there, but it's also telling me that there's just a little bit more optimism in that particular name in the market. So, I like Amazon if we can get back into that upside. But as far as short hunting, that 114 was pretty good. I mean, our trades aren't showing up. That 114 on Friday, you just over and over again, you're sort of able to short that lower high. And it's good till it's not when you're doing pattern trading like that.
All right, we've been discussing the weakness or underlying potential weakness in some of the chip makers over the past 3 or 4 sessions in a row now. It's worth mentioning that we've had a negative note from analysts. Here's the one from today on Micron. Yeah, coming up on Thursday, we'll get Q4 results. Susquehanna cutting their price target ahead of those results, pointing to free cash flow problems to come for MU.
Yeah, so Micron, it's not a good look for them. Actually, where they're trading is pretty ugly as well because we're still beneath that $50 level. They're a very cyclical company, and certainly when we have demand issues, they're going to get hit a little bit harder than the rest. And I look at this in one way. And I broke a rule on Micron last week when they were gapping to the downside, and that was you gapped below this 50-60 level. I popped the daily chart up, and you can sort of see how ugly it looks beneath that price level. That goes back and was breaking its June lows. And the rule I broke was after it broke that level, trying other shorts without allowing it to show you a top. And that just didn't make any sense. And we're essentially respecting that same gap on the daily chart. It's beneath 50, 50, 50, 60 on Micron. I think that's still a shorted name. Above that price, and you're putting in a bit of a relief rally. The name I prefer when it comes to the chips to be trading is going to be NVIDIA. It's not dissimilar. You go back, it's like 126. You can see that was a pretty good level back on Thursday and Friday. It's just sort of resisting that time and time again. We break through there. There's definite upside, right? You could have a bit of a false bottom and break in that 126 level. But if I think we're testing those June lows in the futures, that could mean sort of seeing NVIDIA down at that 122 level and then putting that to the test from Friday. But you've got multiple names where you've got the bottom end of these gaps. You've essentially broken the gap down, and we held a little bit of a consolidation. If they break upside, you know what can happen, right? Like there's so much room into that upside that you don't want to be sort of caught just shorting. That's why I get that Micron. If it's above 50, 60, got to be able to give it up. If we're breaking 26, 27 on NVIDIA, then I'm waiting for the next shoe to drop, or I should be reversing into long positions.
Yeah, I put on here, I have AMD written on the sticky note for two opportunities here. Either a 69 long, we trade AMD a lot. Here's the short right there. This is the 69 short right there that we had on Friday, which was incredible short, and it went all the way down to 67. It closed at 66.80 there. Well, it ripped up into the end of the day, but that was that bottom there right at 3 o'clock, and then a nice little bump up. I should say it didn't close anywhere near 66. It closed up here at 68.50. So again, you're in the middle right now. I think there's only 2 trades here. You don't trade it until you get that idea. I'm debating the short here through 69. If it rips up there, that's $1 from here. So AMD into that. There's 69 there. Here's 69 here. So there are some levels there. This is the one that I wrote down again. Follow me, and we have these, the notes written on the watch list. Over 30,000 people get the watch list. We're over 35,000 people following on Twitter as well. You can see right here, AMD. It still can't see the light, but we are waiting for the market direction. If we should test the low, it's a 52-week low. That's 66.80. So we wrote that down. It's actually 66.82 right there is the 52-week low. But I also want to watch 69er right now, because if we take down 69, you could break that long, and I want that long if we go. So breaking that long through here is a trade that I want to have. That 69 long on AMD. We'll see if that comes through. Otherwise, we'll wait around for this sort of middle trade here. Yeah, you're smelling the chai tea.
You drinking tea?
Someone in the chat said Sean needs a chai tea. That was a long time ago, so I was like, you know what, I'll have it. I have my coffee from the wife here, which is some sort of flavored coffee. I've already had a coffee here today, which was really not that good. So I switched over to a chai tea here. So shout out to Sharif. He's been bringing me one every day, but he did bring one with sweetener, and I said no. So we're going to try this one just clean. Chai tea and water, but does chai tea have caffeine? I think black tea must.
Most black teas do. I have no idea though, but
people are going to message us now if chai tea does have it.
You should use like
I want to get the voice going.
Maple syrup is such a good sweetener.
Yeah, and chai tea is a little spicy, but it's not too spicy. So we'll wait to see. I didn't even know what color the tea bag was, and it was like a brownish reddish in there. We have every tea here, man. We have chamomile, we have Earl Grey, we have green tea. Peppermint, some sort of a cinnamon. Yeah, we have everything, man. We have the pico, we have everything going there. But
no English breakfast though.
We don't. Well, that's kind of like Earl Grey, isn't it?
Oh no. Well, okay, no.
The orange pico.
They're both classics, but
yeah. Anyways, that's what we've got. So green tea is the way, says Darwin. Yeah. Chai is 1/3 caffeine of coffee. Okay, that's fine. I just didn't know if it had, because I know there's some green teas. Green tea has caffeine too, but we have one that is caffeine and sans caffeine in the kitchen. So here we go. We'll start with some chai tea, but I don't know how long that will last. We might be switching back to coffee pretty stat here.
Good plan. It smells great, though. Here we go. Here's the casinos note this morning, if you haven't seen it yet. After 3 years of no mainland tours, they're set to resume. So the casinos that operate in Macau obviously able to get some of the mainland visitors to get going once again, which is going to be a huge bump for them. So all of these positive so far today. Wynn, LVS, that MLCO we don't talk about a lot, but MGM down there as well. All up nicely on that today.
I love the little roulette picture. Like I love that new desk, man.
Taking out
it's just so much fun to watch. That smells really good. Like
I don't want it to be too strong, so I took out the bag. I'm going to throw it out, and I'll be right back.
You got to steep longer than that, man. I feel like you're supposed to steep your tea a little bit longer. But to each their own. You got to do your own thing. Look, I talked about this a little bit earlier when we first opened up, and I was sort of saying how that breakout, the last big gap up, an attempted break that Wynn pulled, which would have been on Tuesday of last week. It got a buck and a half, and then we got that big reversal. Kind of looking at the same thing here today. It's like 63 and a half. We've just touched it and bounced away from that to put in a bit of a double top here. So it is set up pretty well for a break. Maybe it gets you that $1.50, and then I get a little bit skeptical of it is going to do what it did last time. So that's what I'm looking at for Wynn. The downside to this trade right now is 84,000 shares, but more importantly, I'm looking at a 14-cent, like 20-cent spread. Like there's no liquidity. And this is the problem with looking for the break. If the break happens in the next 15 minutes, I'm just not going to have it. Because like if 50 breaks right now, let's just say, and then you get 51 or 60, like who knows what's even available if it breaks that level. You got a 25-cent spread. And if that spread doesn't close up, which it will at the open, then suddenly like, you're punching into down 30 pennies with not a ton of liquidity. It was doing better liquidity and volume, I think, last week when it took the level out at the open. But we still got about 15 minutes to go. So I'm looking to have this hopefully at the open, not in the pre-market, where you're not really seeing a ton of liquidity or volume right now in Wynn.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about it. I mean, on this, you know, it's at Trader TV, Sean. Someone asking there about the Twitter handles there for all of us. It's the same way. Just go over to Twitter. There's a lot of fakes out there, so be careful that you're on the right one. Yeah, look, I mean, I only talked about Wynn because that's a holding that I have. I like it. Down here to 61 bucks. I think that's where you start the bidding. There's really no reason to do that. It's just a matter of, you know, a little bit of a dip down here. This is the 20-minute chart, so you come right into here. 61 was the top there back on the 22nd. That's where we finished the day at. So I feel like there could be a little bit of support back there down to 61. So I have my bids right now. It's only name that I'm doing anything on right here is Wynn at 61 and change there. Someone said the proper steep time is 3 minutes. So I think I was around between 3 to 4 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes there. Yeah, maybe a little bit longer. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because by the time I put it there, I was talking with Mark, I had the tea in, walked back, did my little thing for you guys. I think it's been about 3 to 5 minutes or so. But yeah, Fed speak all week as well. I see that in the chat, so watch out for that. But yeah, I do like Wynn down here. CCL, again, another name if we're going to talk travel. Macau, it's not like Macau is back fully going. This is just tour operators and whatnot can continue to revisit the island there. So as that continues to go, look at CCL. Again, another nasty name. Watch out for that 880 bottom coming through again here on CCL. If Daryl's in the chat, he'll probably give you a little bit more better. You mean you didn't follow me? Chef Joe, I'll follow you, Chef Joe. Send me a note on Twitter, I'll follow you. 880 down there to the bottom, so watch out for a $9 break as well. On there, you do have some upside moves too, 925 coming through. The NASDAQ, I don't know, the ES is still not positive, but the NASDAQ is trying to go there. So I don't know, I'm pretty interested in some of these NASDAQ names today, especially off the open. You might get a pop and then a fade, which is sort of, I don't know, when AMD gets going, it really gets going. But like this 69 level here is very, very interesting to me. I think I'll go short in front of it now that it's 9:18 and we have a little bit of time. You know, time is getting more on our side, meaning that once I'd rather put on a position, obviously, once the market opens. So if it was me, I'd fast forward this thing 10 minutes. There's Ape shares to the downside as well. You don't have any NASDAQ names on here, but I want to bring this to everyone's attention. There ain't one buy on here, and if you know what the hell LOKM is with a plus sign, is that Low-Key? Is he back here? Is this like is Low-Key back? We gotta get Thor up in here. But yeah, so this is the one name that's a buy. So LOKM right now the bid, but everything else is ching to the downside. XOM, BA, Marathon, even Verizon, Pfizer, Ape shares, more bank problems. Bank again, WFC. Ford is a problem down at 12 bucks. So yeah, a lot of these names are all on the sell side here today. Let's see if the NASDAQ can save that in about 6 minutes or so when they release their imbalances. I'm going to try to go short. I don't know. Actually, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to put an AMD order out yet. But wow, this Ford, again, back down here near 12. We saw that on Friday. That's $12 level. Held up pretty darn well. So I think we're going to try that one more time now that I see this. Let's try Ford down here at 12 bucks. See if we get a little bit of a relief rally in the name here today. Obviously beat down on their own doing when they came out and said that they had about $1 billion worth of parts that they're missing, costing them about $1 billion on their next report. So we're going to have to wait out for that. They said over 30 to 40,000 cars sitting on lots around the world that don't even have parts in them yet. So we're going to have to watch out for Ford down here. I'm going to test it down at 12, give it to 11.90 or so on that bottom. So Ford, everything was a sell, but it wasn't that big. Yeah, it's only 200,000. So we'll see if that has any effect here early. But I'm going to test a Ford long down near 12, but put that order out right now.
Quick note on Roblox, guys, just popping up here. It was more than 2%, pulling back a little bit. Walmart, apparently CNBC reporting Walmart set to enter the metaverse with Roblox experiences aimed specifically at young shoppers. So that caused that spike there for RBLX. Here's a couple of things to know about the Chinese EV makers. One higher, one downside. Li downside, obviously, after lowering their Q3 delivery outlook. XPeng, on the other hand, up nicely here. The CEO and chairman upping his stake. I mean, the stock's down 70% this year, so why not?
If you believe in your company, it's getting crushed. You should buy more shares. It makes sense to me. Li Auto, again, talking about those delivery numbers. I got into position here. Going to show you last Friday. If you pop to the chart just quickly, last Friday, Thursday and Friday, I should say, this 25 to 25 and a quarter was rejected twice. Always a chance we break out. Right? Like if we break out past that quarter, I don't want to be holding it the next 50 pennies. I just want to be getting out through that quarter. So that's what I like. Li Auto beneath these levels. I think XPeng's relative strength does set up pretty well here. The problem with XPeng is this 1460. When it had that monstrous move to the downside, you had this 1450, 1460 area almost immediately establish itself. And so it needs to get above that to potentially break out. I love that 1390 double top. I don't know if it's going to be support today for XPeng, but if it does test down there, that's the first place that I would try to look for any kind of a long into that 1390 double top to the 1370 close price. I think that's where I would go for it on any kind of a dip. If it were to break that 70, maybe 65 or so, I would just get out of Dodge. Like I wouldn't be standing in front of this, but this is the one, relatively speaking, I do like into the long. I'm just going to play leave for the short in front of resistance. If we get a dip buy on XPeng, I'll give it about that 30 cents or so, but nothing. I wouldn't get stubborn about holding this all the way back into 1320. If these want to go down, we know what can happen when they do. But XPeng at least is showing signs of trying to get strongly off of its bottoms.
Yeah, on this, we have NEO in between there at 1850 and 19. I like to short in there for NIO, but I'm really interested in Roblox. I feel like that's a collab with Walmart and stuff like that. Like that is exactly the kind of stuff that they need to be doing. I know they're talking with Nike and stuff like that. I mean, if it does work out, I think the sky's the limit for what Roblox is able to do. It just as far as ad deals and things like that, and bringing more people into the metaverse. And again, whatever you think about Roblox, their daily active users were something like 60 million or something, and that was low. Remember, they got hit on that daily active user report. It was like 58 million or something in August, and apparently it's going to be down for September. So I don't even know if that was an official report or anything yet. So they're going to move on those daily active user numbers. But the more that they get these deals coming through with various companies, the better I feel about Roblox. It is a long position in my account. So I do like it here. We did hit the long there on Friday when it broke 35. So that was a good little long there right at the end of the day, 330. Our best out is 35.50. So we take 50 cents clean or so on that. First that was 20, then 50, and then we're bouncing around that level as well. So I like Roblox upside right now on this spot. So yeah, Roblox, very, very exciting space to be in, I feel like. And it could be wrong, and it could just turn all the way around. But we've seen this name get real excited. 36, 37 bucks right there. 37 doesn't look super great for a long because you have a lot of resistance in between 37 and 38, including all the way back here to the 19th. So, you know, I don't think Roblox goes to $38 today, but it wouldn't surprise me if it did. It's only up that 2%. This could be up 7 or 8, 9% by the time the day's over. You don't need the NASDAQ to go. If the NASDAQ goes up 1%, this thing could be up 7%. So just watch out for that. That's a 38 take. I'm debating going long 37, but now I have Roblox on the radar here today, so let's watch out for that one. Yeah, no, look, super busy weekend. I hope a lot of you guys had a busy weekend. We had both hockeys. My daughter as well is into hockey now, so she started and registered, and she played her first little skate along there on the weekend, so that was really fun to see that. But we're really busy now. It's a busy time for sure, and maybe the kids don't have enough energy to play Roblox. My kids do, but a lot, you know, sitting at home now, watching. The weather's going to get worse, more people staying at home. Maybe that is a little bit of a bull case there for Roblox, but I like that deal with Walmart. We're going to see, just kind of delaying right now because here comes the NASDAQ right now. We're going to see what that does. Ooh, okay. So yeah, joining the party, Apple sell right there. So sending the market, look at the market reeling right now. Look at the market starting to come down. Look at Apple. Apple was just, again, one of my charts will load. Apple was just, and this is a 1 minute chart and for some reason looks awful. We were just up here at 150.50. You're just touched down 149.60 on these imbalances. That's Apple up there. We want to sort by size, not by name. What else hit there? Google hit on a sell. That's down to 98 now. That was up to 99 almost. There's the sell for Amazon as well coming through. Hello. That obviously didn't happen. Amazon just ticking down to 113.50 right there off their takeoffs. This is what I mean. You see how everything's changed now? Now you have some of these plays coming back in now. Apple, Amazon, all these shorts looking to come back in. So there goes the market. There it is right there. That's why we wanted to give that to you. They just pulled back all the way. So all the work that we just did there in the last half hour trying to hold these highs, just getting hit right there on the imbalances coming out to the sell side. So a little bit of downside pressure here in the market early, Brendo.
It's a great look, right on time as well. Apple, guys, nothing serious, but just that India production note they confirmed over the weekend. I mean, this was well known already. They're going to shift more and more of their iPhone 14 production to India away from China. So watch 150. ISPC, here's a little one for you as well, up 15% still, but just a march straight to the downside here. There's not much on the high side until 325. I noted maybe 275. 325 is the bigger level though, but with the weakness in the overall market, back downside here for ISPC. Watch the high of day.
Yeah, there's also that LVTX also making some moves in the pre-market. Lots of names that are going to be on watch. We talked about AMC a little bit, but just as far as Apple goes, those June lows in the ES, if we do test those, I think corresponding a test of that 148 on Apple, which look, that's just been a pretty good level for Apple the last couple of weeks here. I think if we get another chance to bounce off of it, you could get at least a little bit of a relief rally potential on Apple. But it's that 148 that stands as a big line in the sand. I kind of like 151 more than 150. Sean just jumped into some Apple there as well. But 151. Where we had that high from Friday, that looks a little bit juicy to me as far as Apple goes. But LVTX, that one just running, actually just failed a break of $6. If you go to the daily chart here, guys, just a quick little pull. I thought it might have a chance to get a little bit further, push up to about 7 before it failed. That would have been that level. The last significant level you can find on a spike in the daily was 7, but it looks like it's turning at about $6. If it gets to 7, I would look for some fades on LVTX, but that's the price it would have to get to for me.
Yeah, we're, okay, so just to talk about that, we only have 2 minutes to go. We did jump into some Apple just right here at 149.80. Actually, our price is 149.95 right now. Look at it. Now he's starting to really come in. The NASDAQ's starting to push down a little bit here. We're going to average in at that 149, but I wrote down on the sticky note 151 for a reason. So this is a very, very light position. We're going to try to get some 149s against that bottom here of Friday was 148.75 or so. 148.59, so 148.50. We're going to watch to see if that bottom can hold. I'm sitting a lot lower, man. This is a very, very small beginning position here on Apple as this market's getting ready to rock and roll. So I think we've done a pretty good job covering a lot of the ideas that we like. I do like this break down 66.80 on AMD, but I actually like a 69 break long better. So we can see if that hits. That's where we were short there on Friday. And then Amazon, it sucks because we'd now be 70 cents in the money. This is the problem with taking shares too early. There's Amazon right there. We got it in. It's not all the way down here. It's right here, 113.50. So hopefully that wick will clean itself up, but guess what? It won't. But down there, 113.50. So a little bit of a hold there on Amazon was definitely duly noted for that trade. So let's watch out for any bottoms. With only a minute left, yeah, Tony's going to be ringing that bell. Now we can retest that 114.50 maybe top for Amazon. But be patient, man. There's lots of time to make some big plays, and we're going to be doing that today. Tesla we didn't look at either. That's a name, well, we looked at it a little bit, but 271, 272 coming into play for Tesla. That's a pretty low mark as well. Watch out for that 270.
And speaking of on lows, AMC's pretty much at its low with 20 seconds to go. 757 was the bottom on Friday. You get to 750, not a heck of a lot that's standing in the way of this breaking down. I don't want to diddle in the middle. It's 750, it's 820, but it is 10 seconds, and Tony is on the bell. We'll get this week started the right way here in 4, 3. Is that a haircut? 2 and
What?
1.
What the hell?
What is going on? What?
I have never seen a more handsome individual than I did right there. Yo, Fahad, what's up, buddy? There we go. We're ready to rock and roll. Right now, everybody's shocked at Tony the Tiger there. Wow. Good job there, Tony. Maybe he's got a girlfriend now. Made him cut that hair. We're going to find out that story as more developments happen with Tony the Tiger. Wow, Tony. Great haircut there, buddy. Wow. Looks like a young strapping man there, Tony. All right, Apple, we'll see what happens right now. We are long that name. It only dips down to 149.40. And here we go, Apple. We are long right now. Let's see how far up Apple wants to go. 150.60. Why not, baby?
If you're going to see me, if you heard me bang the table a little bit there, it's because I just had to chase. Win went all the way up to 64.50 just there. So I tried, like that 63.50 breakout, I wasn't willing to take it until it was the open. Well, we opened up and went all the way to 64.50. It just snapped back, gave me an entry down at 63.85, but that's not the same thing as that trade that we're looking for, which was that 63.50 breakout right here. Looks like it's headed to the upside, but as good as that was, I did get stopped out on Liado. Liado headed to the upside. Looks like those Chinese names are going to go straight up. Liado had the bad news. So we stop out here when it broke that 25 quarters, and then we talked about both NEO and XPeng in particular. CEO picking up some shares there. That's still on the New York NEO. CEO picking up some shares, and that trying to break out. But both those relatively strong.
Yeah, like I said, we'll be as patient as we can be right now. We just take a nice little win there on Apple. Apple goes all the way up to 150.43 there, so we'll take 50 cents on Apple. So we're starting it off right, dropping down some grenades, but again, they're not big, huge trades. We're trying to be patient and wait to see what the next shoe to drop is on some of these names. So that's going to be Apple. More to come on this one. Let's see where we go for Apple. Quick check, AMD still bouncing around 68. Do we or do we not, Sean, want this Amazon short? I don't know. I'm actually waiting for a long now. The market's starting to take out its tops there. I'm either waiting for a while. I'm waiting for a long lower, but 115 has to be that short there for Amazon. So that's what I'm going to wait for on that one now. And then we are waiting for Apple to break through 151. I still think that has a potential to go as well. So Apple 151 is a break spot there. Google's low today. Google is actually down today. AMD right back down to 68 again. That name continues to be pretty weak, guys. AMD tried to test higher. Nice little lower move, though.
And once it's exactly the same thing that happened last time with Win. I'm going to kick myself. It got to 65. It just pulled all the way back in. Did this when it tried to run through 70, where reloading was the wrong call. I'm going to get out if this breaks 63.50. I've seen them rug pull this before, and it's just a frustrating thing. I could have had 65 on the last piece of this trade. Watch out for Tesla. Tesla 270, double bottom with some of the pre-market lows. That could come into play. You're seeing some weakness in that EV name. Just as I was watching Liado bounce to the upside, Tesla looks like it wants to fade. Oh, sorry, just bounced off that 270. Looks like it's finding some strength there. NVIDIA and the chips, if I'm wondering why the market is trying to go higher, I mean, NVIDIA is basically resisting some of these attempts to the downside, now running into that 126 level, which I think is going to be key. I know you're already on Apple, but this is just back and forth diddling. I want a 151, man. Like, where is this, and why is it not breaking that 151? This market's trying to go up right now.
Oh, it's breaking 151. We have a dollar winner right now, so we'll spin this one for you real quick there. A nice little dollar in the money now for Apple, and it's going to take out that 151 really soon, man. And I think Amazon's going to take out that 115 as well. I'm going to go long both these names, Apple and Amazon on a break here. That one, I don't know though. I don't know about the 115 as much as I did before, but here it comes in for. Oh, there's Apple. There we go. We took out that dollar, and here it goes. Now we're long through 151 for Apple. We're going to watch out for AMD as well, up to 69, but that's not there. So right now, a quick little long on Apple. Let's see where this one goes. We got to have an out, right, in case it does fail back. But Amazon also, I keep confusing Apple and Amazon. Amazon also trying to touch that 115 as well. So that could be a good fade mark. I'm not going to fade it, though, because we are long on Apple. Let's see where we go now. We just took that more shares in on Apple, but we already took that dollar winner. So far, so good here for AAPL.
Yeah, and we're now through 65 on win, so that's $1.50 in the money. 14.60 on XPeng, about to break, it looks like. That's a level I like. That's a level I'm looking for the break to the upside. I wanted this long and Li Auto short. Obviously, Li is going to end up being a bit of a hit for us this early on. I forgot to mention Fubo. Fubo still bouncing off that $4 level. I still like this 4. If we can take any long sort of off of this level, we can try to get some, but already on the run, it's up 1.4%. That was that good level from Friday. I want to make sure we're going back toward it. Right now, you are sustaining the breakout. Finally, Win sustaining its breakout. Looks like it's going to be headed toward that 67 level, hopefully. I'm going to slap a trail on this. I don't want this taking back that 65. Make sure we bank at least $1 on it, because last time it did this, there was a hard reversal early on. It's only 5 minutes, but it did a hard reversal after the first 10, 15 last time it was on a break. Brendo?
Well, EV name popping up here, guys. Faraday Future back to the upside. FFIE on this note up here. Potential $100 million in new funding coming for FFIE. Just took out the day high, which happened to be $1 as well.
Man, SoFi's up 3%. You had that DraftKings note as well today. What the hell's up 9%? Win is up. I mean, I'm so glad glad Neil has Win, but I'm glad that that's what it has. Yeah, 10.5 now. Win just continues to move. That's why we put it on the sticky note, man. We love that Win trade. Good on that one as that continues to move to the upside as well. Just trying to find what other names are good, man. But there it is again. We spin it one more time because there goes Apple. We just got a 151.19 out right there. That's 20 more cents to add to the kitty there for Apple. I do want to get longer. If it breaks back down below this 150.50, we can get out of it, no problem. So that is going to be Apple. We just got a nice little bump up for that name. Yeah, Win continues to go. AMD, though, the weak name. So we continue to watch out for this. A lot of these tech names starting to pop through the high side. AMD, look, 0.2 long, 0.5 market, right? So weak against the market. Apple is what against the market right now? Basically with it. So we'll have to watch out what Apple's going to do right now. Walmart low, Nvidia low. Some of these names just not taking off with the market as they should. Looks like Amazon is the strongest name out here. Man, we missed that 115 long. That's what we wanted to get. Amazon just ripping to the upside right now. I think that's there. It is up 1.26% right now.
Yeah, right now, sort of Tesla's not really participating in this trend. I mean, we're getting a break to the upside. I just got Li Auto. It took out that 60. I did scalp the first leg out there, but I'm not seeing participation by Tesla. Got up to 275. And then seems to be failing to break through off of these highs. Now, it looks like it might be trying to do that right now. I'd like to see this. I mean, if Tesla can get going, that's almost like one of those last-ditch names to get us really rallying here. Really only in 2 longs right now. And 126 was a big level for Nvidia. That's about to be tested. Don't want to be diddling in the middle on these. Micron, which is the name we like to the short side, 50-60. Was my level on Micron. And this is about being patient for it. It's about to test that level right here. Beneath that, I think it's still a short with the downgrades it got, but you get above that price, and I want no part of being short on Micron. We know what can happen. Last time I was short this name, it sort of bounced and ran like $2 or $3.
Guys, sometimes it's just easy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this Apple, look where we're long. We're long down here at 149. We're long again at a 151 break, right? Now it's at 152. So there goes Apple straight up to the upside. You don't, like, this is one trade and you're done, right? I'll still continue to trade, obviously, but you don't need to have many positions on board there. There's Apple with a huge banger to start the day. There it is, a nice little up $1 on that name. So it gets pretty easy when you pick the right names and got the right levels going through. So there goes Apple. I mean, right now up to 151. I think we can even get going much more than that. I still have half the position, so it's been a pretty good one. But now that I say that, I think I should get another piece out. So we'll get another piece out at 80. There's 152 Apple. We got the big longs on for us today. If you need only one trade, that would be it right there for me. Apple long early, long again. And again, it's right on the sticky note, man. Apple 151. It's right on there. So let's see if it continues to work now to the upside. There goes Apple. Let's check out Ford quickly here before we go back. Ford does not make any move to the downside. I mean, it went to 12.15 there and basically now some nice upside mover, but still only up flat. So yeah, maybe this is not a great name to look at here. Apple, as it's kind of struggling, or sorry, Ford, as it's kind of struggling at the bottoms, not relatively strong at all. I think we got a great trade there in our Apple. So let's just continue to watch it. I'll figure out some out spots. Microsoft also coming up to 240. That could be a nice long.
Yeah, coming right into ultimate target here is when, look, the 67, that was the line we wanted. It's a bit of a head and shoulders if you look at that 15-minute chart on that 67 level. So I've moved my trail all the way up to 66. If we touch 67, I want to get out, take the profit that we have in this one and run. It's been a good one. It didn't really break and sustain its move when it took out 68 just a couple of weeks ago, but now you are seeing that sustenance. I did grab Micron to the short side. I said I needed to see it test up to that 60-50 area, sorry, 50-60 area. It did put one test in, now starting a little bit of a curl. That's the 15-minute for you. And then it's now coming back into the downside, retesting 50 even. So patience is a virtue, right? Like you wait for your level, and then you allow it to fail at that level and come back in instead of shorting on the way up, standing in front of that possible moving freight train. I did get that Xpeng like we mentioned. That's still trying to sustain the 1460 break. And Tesla, which I thought was about to make that rally, still sustaining it a little bit, but it's starting to slow down here. Like a bid, I don't know, the spread's opening up on Tesla. Actually, no, looking stronger than it was. The spread was kind of falling apart a quick second ago, but now it's looking just as strong. That's one reason I do want to hold on to this Xpeng for the bit of a break. Tesla looking relatively strong in the space, but NVIDIA and the chips, those are what are pulling back in right now.
Yeah, the chip names are definitely weak. I mean, I was very, very close there on AMD. I mean, first of all, we only have now a quarter left of our Apple trade, so we just got a whole bunch out upside here at 151.70, 151.80 into that room. So that's where we're really getting out of all of this Apple trade. I don't really have, I told you about that I'd look for an out for it on the downside, but I just kept getting out on the upside here. And if it takes 152, great. We'd still be in this one, and we'll just hold this one all day, man. You know, like I said, we've been positive here on the month. It's been a good month. Let's see if we can keep that going now to the upside. I mean, I'm only talking about the month because we sort of switched now over to the longs. Let's go. There it is. Come on, Apple. We'll take out another piece right now if we can get those 09s on Apple. But again, this was a very, very well indicated trade for me. We started to go long early. We went long again once we took down that 151. Now let's see about that 152 breaker 19 on that one. There's Neo. We said to fade this between 1850 and 19. Didn't quite get there, so we will wait. We'll try to be patient. Did you just fail up there, Apple? I'm going to get out some at 86 now if I can. There it is. Out some Apple at 86 because maybe it did fail. Now I'm going to pull back. Now it needs to give me a little bit higher than that because I just paid the piper on that. Let's wait for 152.19. Let's see if, okay, Apple. All right, I see you right there. So it does bust up through again, man. Now officially the dollar in the money was $1.20 there. Let's see if we get 152.19 on this ripper here, and that is Apple, and he is Brendan.
Yeah, what a move for Apple. Back to the upside. Here's Twitter back to the upside as well. Just went red to green for Twitter on a note, guys, saying the current CEO, not at Jack, he already has been deposed, but the current CEO set to be deposed starting today as well in this trial.
Ooh, there you go. Micron's continuing to break. It just broke 50 to that downside, so it looks like, you know, this is the one we like to the short side. We also would have liked NVIDIA had it quite gotten a little bit closer into that 126 to 127, but we did grab Micron. I am going to be all out. I'm going to take the profit and run on win. Again, sometimes you get a little bit lucky. It did break out. I didn't want to trade in the pre-market, and it did make the break in pre-market, but it did dip back down to give us that entry in front of 63.50. Up 10%. The market's 0.5% right now. It feels like a lot to me, so taking the profit. If we get a consolidation, maybe we'll work back over into this name, but I just feel like taking the profit and run is going to make a lot of sense. AMC, not to ignore it there, but you know, there's sort of
I'm still
I want to
waiting.
say better fish to fry. It's still in the same range it was. It has not broken the bottom at 750. It has not even tested anywhere close to that 810 level. Looks like the lower high at 785 could be what it's trying to be respected. I'm going to hang on to Micron as long as it's below 5060. I do want this one to the short side. I don't want to say all day, but if there's one name I like red below this level, it's Micron on that daily chart. If you're just sort of tuning in, we go over these all the time, and it's all about sort of finding those key levels. We're beneath that level on the daily, that 50-60 bottom. That's what I want to hold on to here in Micron. And watch out, some of these EV names starting to come back in. The breakout took some out for 10 cents on XPeng, came right back to the downside.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do a little AMD short as, yeah, we're noticing here. I mean, these chip names have just been really disgusting. We had AMD short 69 and it went to 68. 70 there. We didn't get any short, but look at this, man. You want to talk about names just absolutely falling down. Yeah, it seems like AMD is going to be one of those names. Same with Micron, Intel, all of them, man. Just stay out of the way of those names. I can't believe I bought some Intel at 30 bucks, but that's now at 27.50. So we'll see longer term play, obviously, on those names as well. But I'll go short AMD. I mean, we have VWAP right there at 68.18. So short into that. And again, like I'm trying to put on like a little bit bigger positions for myself. So I'm trying to wait for some key levels. Otherwise, yeah, like I think you could go short AMD right here for sure. It's just a matter of, like I said, share size, what you're looking at, and then where we're going to go from here. I mean, whether or not this market continues its move down, I don't know, but you're still up that 0.43. It's been a nice little move. I feel like AMD is getting to, I mean, normally I'd be buying right now. This is the 200 period. These are days low right now. Obviously, we talked about the pre-market, but this is the day low. Since we've been open, we've retesting right back in, right where we open, back down here at 67.75. It's trying to bounce to the upside. So based on that, like I want to get short up here. Like let's bounce back to this level. Forget about that blowout. I mean, that gave us the Apple win. That gave us the trade that we had, right? But right now, if you're going to try to buy bottoms, I do not think a very good idea on AMD. A good idea might be on Amazon. Amazon, again, another name that we indicated was pretty strong. We started to go short, and I said I didn't want to mess with that, especially if we're going to take out 114. We should have flipped into the long at 114 there. So now Amazon trying to keep going, man. But that 115.50 there, that could be a good break spot to go long as well. Oh man, I'm really focused on that AMD, but that just continues to make that move downside right now. Oh, I should have just lightened up the shares, took an initial position, and then we'd be short at 68, but we didn't. We got trigger shy there, gun shy on that pull. Could not pull the trigger for that short on AMD and wish that we had.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to, when I say it, I mean AMC, about to break 750 here. We wanted to see if it could actually get down there, break down, I should say. Otherwise, I wanted to be shorting pops at significant levels. Looks like the test is going to be to that 750. I don't want to ignore this ISPC. Trying to make a secondary rally here. It did get to 270. That's the big level that's a big level on the daily chart, but it's now got a double top here at 255, some support down at 235. I'm looking to play, not this middle, either off that high. If it breaks a high, I would be out of any kind of a short, or maybe take a structured long off of this support there at 235. But that one has to be on the radars as we speak. Micron continues to flush. It's all I got left here is the short in Micron, but I am looking for that opportunity in AMC, which obviously hasn't broken yet.
Yeah.
Brennan?
A little one moving here, guys. Pharmaceutical name SHPH up. They had a manufacturing deal announced late last week for an opioid treatment that was a big deal for them as far as the market cap is concerned. But nice move here, straight higher for SHPH.
All right.
Why remember them?
I mean, I only have that one trade. I'm going to be looking for more, obviously, here because I'm looking at that. Oh, come on. I was just going to say I'm looking at that Amazon break of 50, and then as soon as I say it out of my mouth, it's at 116 right now. Amazon really taking off to the upside here one more time. So good on you, Amazon, man. You're really doing work today for everybody, and that's exactly what we called earlier on in the day when we initially went short. They were like, no, thank you, and we've just been looking long, and we missed that 115 long, and there I am missing it again at 116, but we're not going to miss Apple, so we'll drop down some money for Apple because it just came right back, and we took an 80 out. It went all the way down here into the 50s. We took that 80 out. Reload spot on Apple probably should have been done already, but yeah, I don't know. I'd rather wait, man. I'd rather wait for this 151 to come in. So I'm now at the high side of I'm still at the same price, 152.19, to see if we can get out of one more piece here for Apple, and then we'll hold the rest. Google did make a sort of a hero hold there at the bottom. Again, it went right into these levels of $98 again, held that. Now you're all the way up to 99. So Google's another one of those names that you might want to look at here if you're busy, if you're not too busy with some of these other names. I've still got Apple. I still like that trade, and I still think that there could be something there for Apple to the long side. But right now, I'm not really seeing anything else that I'm too interested in. I am interested in an AMD pullback to the upside. What else you guys want? SHPH, that FFIV.
FFIE,
Yeah.
I was about to go to that one
Brendan
because
brought that to us.
it's a big break at $1 that it just put. Like, I love dollar level breakouts and breakups right down. I really don't care. I love that dollar level. It's just bounced already off that breakout price at $1. I think that's a good place to go for a bit of a long. But if it can't hold $1, you know I don't want to be in it. 130 is the big level on the daily. I think that sets you up for a pretty good target. So anything in that 5 to 6 range, risk 5 to 10 cents, there's room to that upside. So FFIE on good volume, now 30 million plus in volume. Brendan?
New funding apparently almost said and done for Faraday. Here's Bed Bath & Beyond having a nice day, guys. 6% already. Just took out day highs there ahead of earnings this week for that one as well.
Okay, yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC, all these names kind of dancing around a little bit right now. I did want to check, I know Neil just checked out AMC a little bit as well to see where that was. Yeah, that's bouncing off that bottom. I'm going to stay away from that. Well, I mean, I have an order out to go there. I'm going to cancel that. I thought maybe if it went early we would want it, but now I don't really want that name. So we're going to wait to see where it goes. But right now, Bed Bath & Beyond, yeah, nice move back up to 7. They are reporting this week as well, so watch out for these guys as they're going to come through and drop some bombs for sure. There it is. We did get our Apple. We did get Neil's talking about Tesla, but there's Apple. Look at that trade, man. That's just a banger. I'm going to try to hold the rest of this all day. Apple for the win here for me, baby. One trade only, Apple today. So there's Amazon. Sorry, there's AMD into AMD against 68.20. We break 68.20. We're out. It's a pretty structured trade for me. We just got into the short 68.08. We're waiting for it to come upside. Let's see what happens now with AMD. Does this market continue? Yes, it can. Amazon 116.50 right now. Wow, that's risk management, man. I'm so glad we got out of the way of that one.
Yeah, I did just get into FFIE, started up at 11. I was sort of looking at that risk to reward. I'm like, well, if it can go to 130, then I should be fine taking some shares at 110 if I think it has that much upside from that $1 level. But Tesla here breaking out this lower high that we had from Friday. We're breaking out from that. I want 280 to be the top of this channel, and then we can go 285. I think 278.50 can be that entry area if we get this nice consolidation. That $2 range in here can give you a bit of a checkup and then a potential breakout from that 280. Looks like we're going to get potentially a bit of an update. However, I'm not giving up Micron, and one of the reasons why, not just the Micron chart, but here's Nvidia rejecting that breakout at 126 as the market is going, and then Micron still working in the money to the short side. So if there's weakness, it's in the chips right now, and if there's going to be a down day, it is the chips. I want to play 126 short if I can in Nvidia. I'm not even sure we can get that price. That would be doubling down on the chips a little bit here, but I think at this point it seems a little bit warranted. Back over to Tesla. This is the channel. If I can get 278s, then that's where I want to join the party. If I'm buying at the top, I want to structure it long because we've already made that move. That double bottom was absolute gold.
There it is. Okay, so I was just watching myself get stopped out there on AMD. We did take a little bit of a profit there, but now it doesn't really want to go down, so we're going to have to wait for this to get back up here to 68.50 or so for AMD. But, I mean, Apple's now $1.50, and the money should have just held all of that trade. Still a monster one for me. Pretty happy with the way that's going. But there's AMD. We just got stopped out there, so, yeah, 68, 68.50. I mean, we're not really near any levels anymore for the short. I'm going to stay away from that short. I'm really just pissed off about Amazon, really, but we'll get that back. We didn't lose anything on it, but we'll have to make that back one way or the other because that was a big move that we missed out. Another big cap name is Microsoft, and it just took 240 right now. But Microsoft is just one of those funny names where it could get real violent real quick, and you don't really understand that because it looks like, oh man, there's a bad wick again, because it looks like sometimes it's just not moving that much, but it can really get going. Wow, Apple right now, 152.55, giving us, wow, $1.50. That was a for me, this was just
that
such,
HKD is
such
going
a
again,
great trade. What is HKD even at right now?
I think it touched like 70 something. I'll go to it in a quick second, but it looks like Tesla's trying to make a run at that 280 level. But HKD, we know what it can do, so it hasn't halted yet. It's up 15%. It's at about $74. Huge spreads on the stock, man. I don't even know. I might go to try to pay for some shorts here, but I want this thing settling down. The dollar spread is the tightest spread I've seen since I pulled it up. That's obviously You're risking a lot getting into it, paying for the shorts. On top of that, then you have the spread. Then you have the risk of any trade that you might make. But it is worth mentioning, if it gets to about $80, that would seem like an obvious level where it could potentially turn. Spread was just $2 a second ago. That stock's insane, man. You know what? I'm going to stay away from it till it starts settling down here. But if it fails at 80, goes up and fails 80, I might look for a short. There's a 280 break. Come on, Tesla. I was looking for 278 in that channel, never really got 278 before it broke out at that 80 level, so now I'm in a breakout trade, which I always prefer consolidations. It just never gave me the dip buy, unfortunately, here in Tesla. It's going to hang on to Micron, but Tesla looks like it wants to be strong here today. Got 11s on that 80 break. We'll see if it can go.
All right, so new position alert here, Roblox. We're going to take Roblox against that 37. We talked about that. We like this name strong, so we'll punch it through 37 and just see where it goes. Again, a pretty light-looking trade so far. I mean, if it comes back in and tests some of these bottoms, that's where we're really going to be concerned with getting out. So I'm going to put another bid down here, see if we can get filled on Roblox down in like the 60s or 70s now, and then just make this trade a little bit more risk to reward here on that name for Roblox. So we are going to go long on the 37 break. We're going to give it down to 36.50. So I'm just setting up the orders now. I mean, if we get broken out at that level, we get broken out, and that's that. So we're going to wait to see Roblox, but average in. So we have half of our position now at 37. We're going to get another half if it comes back into here somewhere, 30, like I said, 36.70. But we did go back in to one more time, and I think we should probably get out some Apple because, again, it's pretty high right now from where Apple is. We can definitely do that. Let's get a 46 out if that comes through. But, again, starting the short one more time here in AMD. Let's see if it wants to fall down. Small hit, but we'll take it again off that 68.50. Roblox upside, AMD downside, Apple. We just took it out for $1.50, dropping down some more coinage. What's up, Brendo?
Casinos just failed, guys, across the board at day highs. Had LVS, MGM, and Wynn all pop up there at day highs right at the same time. Huge volume, but serious levels coming into play now.
Yeah, I'm thinking we could have an interesting top turning. I just got for the first time into NVIDIA as that failed at 126 again. Tesla can't seem to go off of this top. If it can't hold even like the 79, I want to get out of this and think that we could be failing a top end break here. But you look at the the NASDAQ, we're testing this 11.5. I think that's a pretty obvious level. There we go, if I can make it a little big for you. 11.5, that was a lower high from Friday's trade. I think that could be a big level. The ES as well, testing a major resistance in about 5 handles or so. So I think we're going to settle ourselves out in the next couple of minutes. Tesla I do like in the long for the relative strength. XPeng here, I always hit it. I always hit like New York or NASDAQ before New York. But we tried to break out an XPeng. Now it's falling back into the downside. I think that's got some relative weakness on it, but it's still up that 3% and holding that 14. It was 13.90 that I liked for support, not 14. At this point, I might start looking at that 14 level. Tesla hasn't come out just yet, but I do feel like if we are getting a fail break at these levels, I did want to add to some shorts, so I was able to just grab some NVIDIA. Going to take this curl off of 126, the actual high 126.12. That will be my out on NVIDIA.
Yeah, we're starting to feel a little bit anxious here because we're reloaded into AMD and it's trying to take out those highs. Yeah. So we went into a weak chip spot here, we thought anyways, and it looks like we're going to go 0 for 2 on AMD, trying to watch out. I just thought it was weak, right? I mean, but now you're seeing the levels. You're now up 0.7 on AMD while the futures are right here as well. So I don't think it's going to be relatively weak at all. But, you know, again, I'm here for it. It just keeps ticking down a little bit bit, not low enough, man. Maybe we got to get something out in the low 30. I mean, we're only short at 34. Maybe something in the low 30s if we're lucky enough. But this just keeps on holding these highs, man. Like, it doesn't want to tick lower. Come on. Like, see that? Like, it just gets to 32 and stops. So as the market continues at its highest pace right now, my eyes obviously glued, as you can see, to this AMD chart right here. But all is well everywhere else. Bang it out right there on Roblox. Roblox long 37. We just got a 37.19 out. There it comes. All right, so all we have to do is not look at it. AMD falls back in a little bit. We did take a price at 30, like we said. Now let's see if we can get some 26s back in here on AMD to the downside right now. Short 39, so a much better price here for us on AMD. Let's see if we get something a little bit lower. There it is, 26, 25s. Yes, sir. Bang, comes through on Roblox right there, or sorry, on AMD. Yeah, buddy, we're now close to 2 times our goal. Let's go AMD to the downside right now. We seek revenge. We put that name back onto the green side.
Yeah, not really revenge. It's the first trade for me in NVIDIA, but that's starting to work back down in. However, Tesla holding off of those highs, at least for now, so that relative strength is still there. But I don't want to, we can't be ignoring NEO breaking the high for the second time and looking like it wants to continue straight to that upside. Looking like one of those strong names. This is NEO trying to break from Friday's tops at 18.20. It fails this high, and it's going to get ugly here for NIO. But above this price for the next couple of minutes, 10 o'clock is that golden time. If you can pick a direction there, I think it's going to set up rather nicely. I still have Tesla long, but NEO just as strong. It's at a big inflection level at 18.20. This is the best price we're able to get long on Friday. So I am looking for a potential breakout at that quarter, if we can even get there. Brendan again?
Just saw some strength, guys, surprisingly, in weed today. CGC just took out day highs there, up 6+% as well. Decent volume behind this. Not seeing anything on this yet, but CGC pretty strong so far. I actually saw on the weekend, there's now a store on Queen Street here in Toronto called Shroomies. So on to the next, I guess.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, Brandon, what's wrong with that? Okay, so yeah, we'll just keep going with everything right now. AMD, good out for us, man. We got some out in the 20s there, and we were celebrating that trade. Now it's come back up to the upside, so we're gonna watch out here. I feel like we did the right thing. We're out of half of AMD, so right now an 11-cent hit is what we'll take if it does take out to 68.51. And I did want to say thank you so much to someone out there said, damn, Shaw knows how to make money. Yeah, lately it's been a very, very good run, so I do want to thank everybody for that. Thank you for your nice talks as well as we continue to go. And there's AMD out. So we made money a little bit, then gave it right back. This is the tale of AMD today. We shorted, we got out there. We shorted again, we got out when it bumped higher. But it's all good, baby, because now we're $2 in the money on this Apple trade. We're light on it, so it's not going to matter. But at the end of the day, Roblox, 18 cents in the money, Apple, 18 cents in the money, and we got out of the way on Amazon and on AMD. Look at Amazon, man, 117. Wow, this name really knows how to work it to the upside. Now up almost 3% goes Amazon. I am not touching this thing until 118, 119. Forget about it. If it pulls back down, we're there for you. AMD now up to that 69 level. This is the level that we wrote down, busting long for AMD. So wow, big day upside for AMD. Let's see if it takes down that 69. Why did we like it long? It's just, again, it's just into here. It's just these top wicks that we've seen. It doesn't look great. I mean, that's 69.50 right there. I don't know if it's worth punching long now, but it's been a big move upside for AMD. I'm going to be done shorting that one because we win and then we lose. If I'm going to short it, though, it has to be for a short amount of time, just because, wow, Tilray, like Brendan just said there, up 7% today as well. Some of those weed names starting to pop for sure.
Yeah, once we got to about 1-for-1 on Tesla, not about, it was exactly 1-for-1 on Tesla. It broke that 281. I was giving it to 79, so I take some out there, waited until it got there. If we're going to risk a buck, then the first out that I want to take is going to be that dollar. We talked about the casinos, sort of giving it back up. It did wick back down into 65, but then took off again. So win is back to 11% into the upsides, holding a lot of strength. But 67, that was that big level. Looks like it's turning at that 67, which was my target anyways. But Brendan, already 10 o'clock. Let's get to happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock, let's go. Brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, and even points of reversal. Check them out today, add them to your trading strategy. We thank Chart Prime for coming on for one more week. Here we go. S&P 500 0.15 to the upside now. So nice change from the pre-market. The Dow also trying to get back to the upside. Remember, it was leading to the downside initially. It's all about the NASDAQ, though. 1 full percent here for both the composite and the 100. Leading the way is tech currently. TSX here in Toronto back in positive territory as we're getting a bump in not only energy, but some of the metal names as well. LVS, we talked about the casinos, the Macau note this morning, still hanging out just underneath this 39.50 at day highs, up 11% for LVS right now. This was on the watch list as well. G-Sun, remember, 27 to 90 on Friday. Was trying to break the lows there, back below that 39 area for G-Sun once again, guys.
Look, G-Sun, HKD, those are, there's money to be made in them to the long side if you get them early. I think obviously trying to actively trade them is a little bit of it's a dangerous game, and it's a much more tricky story to be sure. Just going to go over to, because I had NVIDIA took out that top, and now you got a bit of a wick top. So I adhere to the stop, and now it looks like we have a little bit of a wick top going on there. When I see a wick off top, I'm going to jump back into it, see if we can't get the same basic idea. However, it's Micron that if you just, that's the thing, like Micron's relatively weak. I say this sometimes with Intel, like it's just relatively weak. As we're getting to the highs on NVIDIA and breaking them, as a matter of fact, Micron was checking up here at around 50 and continuing to the downside, like not really threatening any of the shorts. So that still looks like it's going to be pretty valid. And the aforementioned Intel, if it'll load up here in a quick second. There we go. Intel, again, not really rejecting or not really breaking its highs either. So there is relative weakness, I would say, definitely in Micron, at least a little bit in Intel. But NVIDIA and AMD trying to break higher. But I see a wick off top. I'm going to jump right back in, stick with that thesis. It's just Tesla that I really like to the long side that isn't a small cap. FFIE, that's a long in front of a buck and only in front of a buck.
Yeah, I know you've been looking at Wynn. There's also Las Vegas Sands today as well. Just an update here for Roblox. I mean, Roblox, again, just I'm only in Roblox. I mean, I'm in Apple, but I'm just letting Apple ride, so that's fine. Roblox does stop here again in this 40-50 area, so I'm going to put it, I mean, it stopped right here. We're back to the highs. This is 26, but I'm going to put an offer at 40. Ooh, we almost got it right there. That's 33s. Let's see if Roblox wants to come up. We're in the 40s somewhere to get that level, so hopefully we can get that here for Roblox on a nice little move back to the upside. So we're going to do that right now, see if we can catch a bid here on Roblox, get it into the 40s, and get out of our last piece. So that should be good to go here for RBLX. Nice little move, 35 cents now in the money, or 30 cents in the money. Maybe that's the top. I mean, why do we really care that much about 40? I mean, we can hold it for one more. I feel like being in the scalping side of things right now might make a little bit of sense. But again, we did give up the ghost on AMD way too early. This could have been a really big trade for us, for me here on AMD. Oh man, that sucks, because if I just held the rest of this to the downside, that could have been pretty sweet. But look at that, 69, that was that, oh man, yuck. Nice move down, man, nice move down. So we're getting out right there on AMD. That might have been a mistake. We'll look to reload it. Maybe we're right on that short. So that's okay, we could be wrong temporary. We'll get it back on that one. We got out of a Roblox. So we actually got out of everything there on Roblox. I must have had 2 offers out there, which I did. So there it is. We actually got out twice there on Roblox, completing everything. I sort of wanted to hold a little bit, but now that's it for Roblox and that banger of a trade. On average, about 30 cents or so to the upside there for Roblox. So good trade there. Now we'll just have to wait to see what's going to fill us next, man. There's a lot of trades happening, and we just got to make sure that we got the right ones on board. So Roblox still continues to move up. Did not mean to get out of both, but we did.
Yeah, we just took out 11.5, or at least tested 11.5 on the NASDAQ. Thankfully, NVIDIA pulled back in, gave me a fill at VWAP. Got to pay myself in that range, right? If it bounces off VWAP here, you got higher lows, and you're retesting that breakout. So we want to make sure that we're not being too stubborn about that short. The Tesla long continues to work to the upside. I think we can see 84, 85 here. Obviously, there's some room if it breaks out at that 84, but that's Friday's pre-market highs. I would look for like an 85 break to continue if Tesla wants to keep going there. Very, very strong move. Rivian's another name. Okay, you look at some of the EV names, like Rivian, another name, just super, super strong on a breakout. So it's not just Tesla. I don't want to get the idea that only Tesla's going up. Rivian pretty strong as well as it gets toward that 35 mark. I got Tesla, taking NVIDIA and Micron. That's what I'm kind of confident in for those short trades as this market is still making a decision. We're at a pretty big decision point. We keep talking about the overall futures. This is the ES. This 37.20, no break yet. So if you like some shorts, like there's still resistance, a lot of it in this market at some of these levels. So you can work off of some of these highs, go into the short. If you have longs in the money, it works as well. But if you get a breakout, you want something to that long side. You just got to have it, even if I think overall the market at some point is testing those June lows. It doesn't have to be right now.
It does not. I want to give a big shout out. So we're going to hit the fireworks right now because I saw over the weekend one of our biggest traders that have been following us for a while there. Shout out to the Playmaker, now officially retired, I guess, soon coming up. So shout out to you, Playmaker. Good job, man. Obviously, the service is well represented by you there. So thank you for all the hard work, although we are obviously here in Canada. But thanks to everybody that's out there on the forefront, no matter what kind of first responder you are. Thank you again for all your help there. And thanks to Playmaker. Enjoy the rest, man. This is the best time now of life. You can sit back, relax, retire. But I don't know. Join us just more often, I guess, trading. So thanks, shout out to you, Playmaker. And again, a big congratulations. Oh yeah, there it is. All going to get out of that. We didn't mean to have this trade. There's my AMD. That's where we were bidding, remember, on those? So that's ridiculous. I'm going to cancel some of these AMD bids right now as that was a level that we wanted to get down lower there on AMD. So, oh, that sucks to see that fill. I mean, whatever, it was fine, but that sucks because that's where we were waiting to get out of this short right there. So just so you guys could see that risk to reward quickly, like there's my short at 39. There's the out at 50. There's my bid filled at 68 flat. So that was 40 cents worth of risk there to take. Sorry, 40 cent gain is where we were trying to get. And then we just got out for 15 or I guess 11 cents hit on that one. Apple still climbing, man. Apple almost at day's high again, up to 153. So let's see if Apple continues to work. What's up, Brandon?
Market not really reacting to this yet, but just be aware, first of a long, long line of Fed speakers underway right now. Boston Fed Chair Collins speaking currently, guys, so just watch the market.
Yeah, watch out. Like that's the thing. All week we're going to have some Fed speakers to be sure. I see that Rumble is to the upside. I was sort of looking at this and saying, hey, if this is going to break 13, that gets pretty juicy. But it's already rejected it once. Now you're getting a bit of a lower high. But 13, I think that's that line. If we break that, I definitely want to be looking for longs this week in Rumble. I had said that it felt like we were going to get the breakdown at 750 on AMC. That obviously didn't happen. We actually bounced off of 750 to the upside. But I see it just rejected the lower high again. 785 here. This is like 3 times it's failed around that price. If you include the pre-market, that looks like the big level for AMC. If I'm going to trade it, it's got to be around that 785. Could be a breakout if it takes out 785. But, first things first, I want to be fading. If I can find anything that's like a fade or a short as the market's finding a bit of these tops and rejecting it, that's where I want to go to. Grabbed NVIDIA. Tesla for now is holding up, but I don't know how long it's going to. NVIDIA seems to want to break VWAP, but it hasn't done so just yet. And to add to this, Coinbase, 6% to the upside, just touched just touched $66. This is obviously a lot of things are making moves to the upside, but 66, this was previous support on Coinbase. I think we have to pay for shorts, but I want to short it here, so I'm going to take my shot in front of the 66 high on Coinbase.
Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a shot. Yeah, I mean, that's surprising on Coinbase. That's why you might have heard us go, what? On that one. But I'm going to take a shot on Amazon. And I said that we didn't like this short today, which has been a good one. We were short early. As soon as it took that 114, we're out of there. We did identify that on the sticky note as well, that would be the idea. So right now we're short back here at 30. So we wait pretty patiently for that trade to come in. And now we'll take a piece out here. If we can get it back down to 116, we'll take that piece out. And then we'll see. I want to get more short, but honestly, not until we rip. So that's going to be the play here. If it wants to rip up to the upside like this 70 again, then we can sit there and try to test Amazon against that 117. That's where we wick to. So, I want to identify these trades, and I think that we have one right now. So Amazon, if it can give it to us, it's a huge day. Honestly, I'd rather go long, but we're not at a long spot. So I can't go long yet. I don't think this is a long rate here. If this market fails at this 50 period right now, which it looks like it's trying trying to do. Well, you know what? Maybe we're a little bit, we're only 20 points away on the NASDAQ. I don't know. I just feel like we want to come down here and test that. So if that happens, then, you'll get an Amazon drop. So we'll take a little piece out here at 116 or so if we can get it. I don't know. It's not looking great to get it. But if it does come in, we'll take that piece right there because it's been here before. And then we'll see if it wants to rip up. And then this is going to be the name because I've already missed my opportunity on AMD. I had that dead to rights, but it did stop me out. So I guess not dead to rights. Alibaba is a nice name. So is NEO. You were on NEO, or you talked about it. Maybe you didn't
NEO
trade
basically, I just got into Coinbase, by the way. It turns out we didn't have to pay for shorts. We have them for free.
On Coinbase?
My first order rejected, and I didn't even check to
surprised.
see what the message told me. But either way, it looks like I didn't have to pay for locates. But NEO pulled back. It just failed that 18.25 break. When I see the futures get to that high, reject 11.5 on the NASDAQ, reject that 37.20 on the S&P 500. That's why I'm looking for. Look, I added Coinbase to the list of shorts there. FFIE, by the way, it's sort of in the channel, which is pretty solid. In front of that dollar level, I've worked into the long in front of $1. I actually have another bid down there. If it holds $1, fantastic. I'm not really offering until it gets above that price. That's where I'm looking to get out on the way to a 130. So I'm still working into that long, but that's a small cap. I think it's a little bit different. And then Tesla has definitely got relative strength. Like Tesla continues to go, ignore this dark pool wick. The bottom here was it bouncing off of 280, and now you're seeing it continue to run higher. So Tesla, definitely the strong name, or at least one of the strong names. So I want to see if that can get to that 284. But that is my target on Tesla, that 284. And as it comes to the upside, Coinbase is likely to challenge that top. If it takes out the high, that's 66.20, so 66.25 will be my out. Do not want to hold it past that. I'm just looking for that to be a false break at 66. And if the market were to fail from here, at least I was patient and waited for a good entry price in Coinbase and risk less than $1.
All right, So I was going to wait. I mean, we might as well. We could take a little bit more right now, I guess, if we really did want to, on this level. I was just looking about Amazon right now. Might as well. Let's just take a 60 there if we can get it, which I think we just got 58s or 59s we punched in there. We got 59s there on the short. I'm waiting. So, again, we're $2 in the right now for Apple. I mean, Apple's been a banger of a trade, as I know a lot of you guys have been watching that one up here. And again, it's on our sticky note, man. We wrote it down there. I hope a lot of you. First of all, I got to change this. We almost have 350,000 subscribers. And on that note, please hit the like button, man. Please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe. We've been hitting it. This is what I tweeted out a while ago, man, on our Apple trade. And then right here on the sticky note, we have written right in here, Apple 151 long, right there on the sticky note. So a couple ideas that have worked out for us here today, including that, and then including Amazon as well. We were short 114 early. We took a piece as soon as it broke. We were like, no, thank you. We should have hit the 114 long, but now we're okay. So here we go. All right, I'm here for you. Let's buckle up. Right now, Amazon, me versus you, baby. Right now, and you're probably going to win. So Jeff Bezos doesn't lose too often, but we're going to short this against that 117. The market's absolutely ripping, and we've got a big trade for Apple, but we'll lose more here on Amazon because this is a brand new one. So 116.80, we're going to see what happens at 118 right now for Amazon. Big time movement to the upside. This one's making me a bit nervous here, guys. Amazon on a mission today.
Yeah, on a mission, and AMC's trying to get back to the upside. I said I'd wait for 785. I just got the 80 short, so if it breaks out of there, I will get out of Dodge on that name as it continues to try to bounce off of that 750 level, big level for AMC to be sure. I know we talked about Bed Bath & Beyond, some of the others. It was AMC on that note of a potential preferred share issue. 425 on the preferred, but it did tank off that. Looks like it could be trying to break out there. Tesla, really the only long we got is going to be Tesla. Micron has come almost all the way back here as the chip names have at least held some of these highs, although it looks like NVIDIA is about to get back toward its high. Micron has not done so. Bit of a double bottom, 49.75. This is certainly the one I need to hold on to if the shorts are going to end up working. But NVIDIA, on the other hand, we just got back into it.
Wow.
It tests back into VWAP. Now it wants to take out the highs again. So again, I'm going to have my stop. I'm going to adhere to it. There's no holding past or anything like that. I'm just going to give it up if we do get past these highs there on NVIDIA, which looks like they're pretty much imminent at this point. And same thing with Coinbase, right? Like Coinbase sort of off of this high, wanted to give it to that top at 66.25, and looks like it wants to take it out.
Geez, man. I mean, this is just getting to be spicier and spicier, man, by the minute. I mean, Amazon just ripped up there. We are long. We did take a 117 break, but we lost. We lost on this trade, man, as it just kept on going up and away there before eventually blasting us off through that 117. And look at it go. It just continues. This Amazon is just like crazy strength there to that upside. So maybe we get something out in the 30s. I don't know. This name just keeps on. Look at that. 25. See you later. Like, they must like this double prime day right there. There's a level there at 25.
I think it's just the market, really.
Yeah, the market's just really blasting off here like crazy. So, all right, we see that level at 25. We'll see if we can get that out at 24. I mean, maybe it takes the 25. Then we can still hold on to a little piece here for the upside move. But we did lose, so we'll flush ourselves down the toilet there. Can't just talk about the winners without the losers. So that was a loser there on Amazon because it just took off, man, and we got hit there at that 117. But again, our average price was 72. So we did wind up taking about a 28 cent or so hit on that one. What's up? Quickly before we go, thank you so much, Farm Trader. Send that $2 through. Thank you, my man, for that, Farm Trader. There's another out. I mean, we did go longer on Amazon, but that's not, that's just some of the outs that we had there. So Amazon right now starting to rip up higher and higher and higher. Apple's $3 in the money now, by the way, as that one just working itself out as well. Big time movements here today. Good thing we were able to buy some on Friday, but obviously not enough. The market's only up 1.3%. Let's see where we go. There's Win, by the way, up 15% right now.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. What's up, Brendan?
Quick update, guys, on small caps so far this morning. Pretty quiet as far as volume is concerned. It's worth noting right across the entire group. Some of the bigger names, the AMCs, the Bed Bath & Beyonds, getting more attention today. But here's a few that were moving in the pre-market anyways. ISPC was up way more than this. 270 was the high. We're getting back into this congestion over here on the daily chart. So tough to go short when it has all of this to kind of grind its way through again before we get clear sailing downside. But ISPC, I tried the long, didn't go anywhere, got it flat. On ISPC, this one, same thing. GSUN, back and forth we go. I mean, it's a $3 range here, so there is a tradable range, but doesn't look like much after what happened on Friday for GSUN. And SPRO back in action as well. Both Thursday and Friday, this level, 220 was support and resistance back and forth. So quick scalp off of 220 for SPRO, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I've tightened my stop up again on Tesla here. Actually, there we go. I just tightened my stop up again on Tesla. It just got to 283.90. 284 was sort of that target area. Looks like it's trying to make a bit of a pullback there on Tesla. So super strong off that 280 break, but kind of running into some signs that might be slowing down. It's also 10:20. That is the time of day that sometimes we see these little bit of reversals. Like I said, you had some breakouts there. Coin took out the top, and NVIDIA took out the top. Micron hasn't done so I'll continue to work with that short. AMC is trying to make a run at that 785 level. It failed it twice. So the first time I jumped in, it got some 80s. It failed it again. I jumped in at 80 again. So just risking that 5 pennies on AMC. If this wants to go as well, then we have to respect that. I talked about HKD. And some of it was HKD and, oh God, what was the other one?
The other runner?
Yeah, was it GSUN?
FIE? Oh,
HKD has now triple topped at $80. So clearly 80 is that big line in the sand. I'm going to go, it might be too late, but I'm going to go and pay for some shorts in HKD. There goes AMC through 785, by the way. So looks like if you can't beat them, join them. I'm now long AMC, but HKD, $80 is clearly the line in the sand that it can't seem to get past. As some of these names are continuing to go, but HKD can't get through that 80. AMC, like I said, just broke that 85. If you can't beat them, join them. That was that key line in the sand. Maybe it wants to test $8 after all. This market is booming now to that upside. Got to be able to find a way into the trend as well.
Yeah, Metro booming to the upside as well. I mean, AMD, yeah. What's up, Brad? I got you. Right there as Brad's getting ready to lock and low. Oh, it's only 10:21 right now. I thought it was a little bit later than that. We will obviously go to the midday show coming up pretty soon. Yeah, this market is taking off to the upside. We have just an odd number of shares left on Amazon, so we're going to hold this. We just got a bunch out. We reversed into the long there. We got some outs, 29s, 30s. It's so amazing how easy it was to get out of the long and how hard it it was to watch this name go to the downside, because it never happened today. Maybe 117 is the top, but I'm not going to short AMD. I've actually gone over and started shorting something else. So we shorted AMD right now. I was trying to get it to that 69 level, that high right there of 75. I'm sitting there in case that comes through. And give it to me, baby. We're at 51 right now. I don't know why. Just got ahead of 50. We're at 51 to take out another 12 cents here, hopefully on a get it. Yeah, there it is. No, that was not that. We did not get that. So we almost got it. There it is right there. Amazon dips to the downside. We did get our AMD. So we did get that fill. So it does fill us there off that short. So let's see now. Will this name continue to fall back down? Honestly, man, 68.30 is going to be my next out. Like, this is where I think it's going to go. 68.30, 68.40. You know what? I'm going to put one at 41 right now. See if that can fall back in here for AMD. Get it back in here into the 40s. Then next stop 20s, and then we'll see from there. The market's just a big market day today, right? So let's see if it does want to hold its highs or not. Up that 1.26%. Debating getting out of Apple. I mean, it's just been a mistake to get out so far, but a good trade, needless to say, up to 154 there. Let's do a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, that's what, ooh, okay. I mean, that high is only 154.50, so we got pretty close to that today, up to 154. That little wick high, 150, yeah, 153.80. Yeah, there's room here. But again, I'm going to just try to hold this Apple just to watch it go. If it does come back down anywhere, like all of these are just brand new, like higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Looks like we're going to do one again right now. So you draw a line up here. The trajectory is somewhere. I'm going to do a Luca line, like all the way past the chart here for Apple if this one wants to continue to extend. But right now, AMD's having a hard time at 50, but we're low side 40s here. We're in the money, 16 cents on AMD. Let's see if we can make it 20, capture that profit, and then try to hold the rest. So we're only out of 20% right now of AMD.
You might see me. I'm now out of Tesla here. It got to that 84 level. We're looking at that higher time frame. This was Friday's high, right? Like if it wants to get through this 84, I think that can be a separate trade area to be sure. But if we're going to get any kind of a turn in the market, I just feel like something like this at that level makes a lot of sense to me. There's always a chance you pull back, dip, support. Like if it's going to be a trend long, there's going to be a dip somewhere. You always see those. This is the first significant one we've had since about 9:45 or so. And if this is going to be it, then I want to see if it can go back into that 80 range, maybe even 79s, and we can pick something up. If it fails double top at 84 on Tesla, then I will be looking for a short Tesla here. But I need to see it test one more time here up at that 84 level before I would get into the shorts. On Tesla, like I said, I reversed into AMC. I'm still in that FFIE. That's in the money, but I want more than 110 on that name. And then over to HKD, which I did just pay 8 cents a share for shorts, believe it or not. Relatively cheap, I want to say. That 80 still being respected. It's done not a lot of volume here, so you don't want to compromise on price. It has to be really close to that 80, and I still see $2 spreads on this stock. It might not be as tradable as I was thinking, even if it does get to that 80 level, unfortunately. Like the spreads didn't tighten up after the open on HKD by any stretch of the imagination. And then FFIE here, guys, still bouncing off that $1 level. It might take all day, but I still like it in front of a buck. I want to see if I can add in front of VWAP because I'm not getting any of these O2s that I've been sitting at all morning long. I might only be able to get 3s, 4s, and 5s on FFIE Faraday.
Ooh, I was just going to be like, oh, I did something there on AMD, but I got 46s. I just didn't want to wait for 43s. And then as soon as I pulled it, I was like, oh, that was a good trade because it went back in and then it just printed 43s. So if I would have waited a little bit longer, we would have had that one. But so far, so good here on the pullback down for AMD. Next out there, I'm just going to put the order in now, and I'm not going to cancel it this time. We're going to go for 33s right now on AMD. So we'll wait for that 68.33 right now, pulling back in here for AMD off that high top there. Yeah, Amazon, you are really teasing right now because I'm debating shorting that again as we're taking 117 to the downside. Good out on Roblox. We went one time on 37 break. Our best outs there, double the out rate there. So some of them in the 20s right there, or high teens, low 20s. And then we got two orders out there at 37.33, one at 33, one at 30. Didn't mean to get out of them all, but we did. Roblox did go up to as high as 37.60, so not much on that one. Let's see if that comes through one more time there for Roblox. stocks. Brendan mentioned Tilray and some of these. I think it was CGC he mentioned, but some of these weed names continue to make the move to the upside here. So, yeah, big movement. Again, up to $3. I don't think you really trade these names. Like I've said, they just kept, I make that joke about just lighting the papers on fire, but honestly, like there's Tilray again, like, wow, nice bump up. I mean, you're still down there about, you were 370 2 weeks ago, right? Now you're down to 290. So I don't, I'm not still positive on these names. I don't want to trade them. And if anything, it would be to the short side, not the long side. So Tilray, I guess if you like the short, it's against $3 right now. I'm trying to find some other names to trade here.
AMC's almost green now.
Which is?
AMC just got
AMC.
to
That's
it just got to 797. So this continues. If you're long here, I was short originally. Obviously, I talked about 780 short. Stopped out at 85. It took out that key 85. Already just got that 10-cent move on the reversal. If it gets through 8, I just watch out for this 820 because I came in and sat down and said, okay, you have significant resistance up here, 815, 820 or so. If it gets to that price, I think it's a bit of a fade. So, well, if I think it's a fade at that price, I definitely want to cover longs in front of it. And then Ape, did you say Ape?
Yeah, I know, Brendan
Ape just went Ape.
Ape went Ape.
To like 380. And this is definitely, so if this fails here, you got to understand AMC, of course, is probably going to follow it. It's not necessarily one-to-one that these end up trading because there's a lot of big names that have hedged, so go long one, short the other, which can make it a bit sticky or a bit tricky, I think, for it to go one-to-one and actually follow as close as you might expect. But generally speaking, these are going to follow each other in a more general sense.
Yeah, I like that 810 level there on AMC, obviously, to come into play there. I think if you take that out, then you're going to want to just push long. We've seen these names just go and continue to go, right? So there's AMC right there, 810, the high from Friday, a level to look at there. Why not? You go short right now, 10 cents worth of risk. You have a lot more downside there. If you like the short, I think it's pairing out there to play. So, all right. I wish I had more shares. I don't. That's AMD, Alibaba, Amazon now, All right, let's look at Amazon quickly. Tried it, guys, up there. We did take some money on the long, but now Amazon's going to be my net negative name here today. It is what it is. We're going to have one negative name. It's going to be Amazon. And we tried to short it. We tried to short it again. And now maybe I'm missing the boat on the short, but I don't want to short it here. Yeah, you tell me what's a short, because I'm looking for some shorts.
Well, okay, well, all I'm saying is I will be trying to short here. I took out Win way too early,
Win, yeah, okay.
But I had the break. I had this break on Win when it took out 68.5 and couldn't get past 70. So it's now all the way into the zone that I felt like was going to, I feel like this should be a top up here. But it's 68.50 all the way to 70. So this might be multiple swings. It's just, to me, it's too far, too fast, up 15% into this market. I just have to be looking for shorts in here. The first level would be a failure at this 68.5 where we are sitting now. So a bit of a rollover and a consolidation. This just makes sense to me. It is what it is. Probably got out of it too early, but I came in saying the last time I took a breakout and tried to hold it for the bigger move, it only went that first couple of levels, which is exactly what I ended up taking here on Win. We are going to go to Brendan now for our crypto update.
Ooh.
Hey guys, yeah, we've seen a nice bounce in some of the crypto-related equities today. Unfortunately, not seeing as much of a bounce in some of the actual crypto markets. Here's a few notable headlines anyways for a Monday here. Binance, I'll show you the board in a second, but looking to return to the Japanese market after a 4-year hiatus for them from Japan. Bitcoin, yeah, all over the place. I've seen this narrative today, this one Bitcoin equals one Bitcoin discussion picking up steam as the Fed continues to tighten. Not good for crypto markets either. Here's a look at a live chart for Bitcoin, grinding right now along this 18,000 or in between 18 and 19,000, 19,200 currently, but back to lows essentially for Bitcoin that we discussed last week coming off of the Fed. Here's the board, as I said, 19,200, 1.7 currently for BTC, Ethereum back above 1,300, good to see up 2%. There or thereabouts. Otherwise, Polkadot having a nice day, 4%, 650. But everything else kind of higher, a little bit higher, a little bit lower, guys, for the crypto markets. Back to you.
Did I just hear Polkadot?
Yep, come on, Matic. Yeah, I got some actually, I don't have Polkadot. I had Matic, Cardano for some of those altcoins. Also some Ripple in the old blotter there for myself as well. So yeah, look, I like the crypto space for sure, but yeah, a little rough ride. I think you just keep. I mean, these NASDAQ, they kind of follow each other a little bit. You know, don't send me some stats that they don't. But you could see that when the NASDAQ does pick up, crypto starts to get a little more interesting for a lot of people. And then when the NASDAQ is getting killed like it is right now, you see Bitcoin trying to test some of those lows one more time. So what's not been an impressive name today, though, and it sucks because I'm long this, not here for you, but you know, in my longer term account, is going to be Meta. So Meta today, again, pretty weak, man. It went all the way up to 142. These guys' PE is like 11 or something. They still making, these guys printing cash, but in this environment, man, they're spending way too much on that stupid metaverse. So we'll have to wait to see if that comes into play. Come on, like as if AMD went to 36 there, I believe, and I was, like I told you, at 33. So that's gonna suck for that trade. But Meta coming in, I don't honestly. I feel like this is going to be the short. 1.17 there on the NASDAQ. Meta's only up 0.25. So I think if there's going to be a name, and I was sort of. I thought we missed something. Neil said, oh, I missed something there. I was thinking that, yeah, that Meta, if we're going to look for some shorts, that could be the short play here on META. So let's look to get some long here on Meta, or sorry, some short on Meta if it busts up to that 142 area. And then here's AMD, what we talked about. It just went down. There it is right there, 33s it went to. Actually, I'm at 33, so I don't know why we missed that right there. But yeah, that did go all the way down. We're still bidding it, man. So we're still bidding the 68.33. I'm actually going to change it because the amount of shares that I have, I might as well just get out anyways. So 35, if I can just get that, there it is. So we'll take that, spin it again. The short right there working. It's too bad we don't have Amazon short. We can't have them all, but we will have this AMD short, which is now working. Look at AMD printing the short right now. Nicely done there to the downside for AMD. Let's look to get out of Apple if it takes this low. 153.20 for Apple. Nice little take on AMD. Now 50 cents in the money, baby.
Yeah, and we just grabbed win. We talked about this one making a potential curl. It went too far in my estimation. Did have the long originally. We took it off of that high. It's about $69. I got in at 68.5, and then we're going to work it back into VWAP. Looks like it's going to fall with the rest of the market. FFIE, however, just broke that dollar. So if I'm taking a long in front of a buck, I'm getting it out when it breaks a buck. So that's it. It just took out the buck. It looks like it wants to head lower. If it does one of these like sideways channels now, beneath $1, then I will look for the short. But I want this to shake itself out and decide whether it wants to trade either, you know, back and above. I don't want to be chasing this to the downside in that breakout. But that $1 level does end up breaking. Sometimes it's so much better when you get the original breakout on FFIE, Faraday. I just wasn't looking at it when it initially took $1 even, but we'll risk it to the buck, and that means I'm going to adhere to my stop every single time. I'm still sitting in Micron, which is the market's still trying to break higher and looking really strong, and Micron just can't seem to get off the schneid. It also can't seem to break 49.75. That's the other thing. Like, how many times are we testing this without actually flushing through that price level? I'm going to try to hold this one all day long. If the market comes in, I feel like this is the one name that's holding up in terms of a short. They did get, I think it was Susquehanna with a downgrade, or at least they got another downgrade. They do report, so this week we should see some fireworks with them. And AMC, which I have to the long side. The only long I got left, it got up to 85, sorry, got up to 795. Now trying to bounce off VWAP, so it's still in an upward channel. I'll look for a reload off of VWAP here on AMC, as that is still currently making some higher lows.
Ooh, AMC, interesting name right there. All right, so I changed my Apple trade here. I'm going to wait. Honestly, let's just let it break this pink. Let's let it break the 50 period right here for Apple. If it wants to continue to do this move, fine, and pull back. I don't think so. I'm actually debating hitting this long through 153.70. I mean, this has been my whole day today has been Apple. So, I mean, Apple, we've sort of screwed around a little bit. I mean, we have the AMD short now, but you know, it's not like this was like a monster trade for us or anything like that. So we're gonna wait here for AMD, just bringing it back to Greensville for us. On that move down, man, we got 16s. Like you saw, I mean, that was live on my screen right there when we hit that. So hopefully you guys were able to get some of that trade too. When it did pull back, I was fighting to get the 30s. So when that move happened, we're like, okay, we actually made me go over there and look at Apple to figure like we were in trouble on Apple, but I don't think we are on that one. Just to go back, Amazon, again, another name that's continuing to go down. Guys, hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. We're pretty We've only asked one, so I'm going to assume we're pretty low. 1.5K. Okay, we'll get that. 7,700 watching. Thanks for watching again. You guys have now found the best trading show on YouTube, so thanks for that. Thanks for the continued support. So let's just keep the stream going here as fast and as hard as we can, because this has been a great trading day. We have coming up with you, I believe it's going to be Sharif and Prad ready to locked and loaded to trade the midday for you. And then Neil and I back at 2 p.m. as well with Brendan. Well, Brendan will be here all day, breaking news for you guys. So that's another huge benefit, again, of watching the show. No matter what happens, Brendan's going to be at that desk. Well, not at the desk all day. We do have some meetings, but he'll be there and breaking some news for you as it comes. And so will Prad, and so will Sharif. That Tesla, 283 right now. Tesla's really strong, man. That's it's up 3%.
I was just about to say, though, that 284 level, it's already got a double top there. If it tests this again and fails, I might look to take a shot shorting Tesla. It's sort of the same idea as Win, right? Like, you're up so strong, the market is looking like it wants to fail some of these highs, or at least if it does, that 3720 on the ES could go, and if you do break down and hold below 11.5 on the NASDAQ, and then I think Tesla is going to put in a bit of a reverse as well. But that 84 has to be respected as an out if it gets through that top. Brendo?
I haven't seen any further buyout rumors on this today, but here's Pinterest, guys, as well, up 4% right now, about to take out that high, potentially again, 23.50 for pins.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, pins has been the subject of a lot of rumors recently, with nothing. There's just been nothing actually like firm or confirmed along those lines. Right. But it does give you a reasonable floor on the stock. Like, if there's always going to be that speculation, then maybe you're going to have those kind of spec buyers that are buying it for a different reason, not necessarily the fundamentals. I tend to think that's a risky game, because at any given day you can have a gap to the downside. If you're shorting it, that makes it very tricky. So a very headline-driven stock, you've seen me stay away from it outside of when you get some kind of a headline. Looks like we are trying to do this a bit of a roll on Tesla. It keeps on going sideways, but I want to get a good price if I'm going to short it up here. Like, I don't want to have 282.50. Like, I want to have 283s if I can, and only be risking about $1 if I can try to do so on that trade. Might not want to give it to me here, but certainly it feels a little bit top heavy in this market, to be sure. That's why I have a win, and I'm looking for that Tesla trade. I don't want to go back to NVIDIA necessarily, but I do want to go back over to one name that I did not trade just yet, and is again making a double top, up 4%. NEO has been super strong. Even the daily chart, like, it's the first green in like a week or so, and it's still attempting to break out of this channel. It has not broken through Thursday's relatively, I want to say, lower high here at 1840, 1850. Like, there's so many names like across the board that are just sitting on these resistance levels, and as the market starts to pull back in, it's hard not to favor the short, because if we get another one of those free fall afternoons, you could have some tremendous tops here. So it's not about going against the trend per se. Did have a couple of these to the long side early on. It's just almost a risk to reward once you get up here. And to me, it just favors finding some shorts if you can up at these tops.
Oh, man, yeah. I mean, that's, so just speaking about that here, it looks like, I mean, the market's going to try to bounce. We're just at the 50 period right now. So, like, I'm still sitting here, you know, trying to figure out these trades, trying to get the good ones in here. But yeah, for right now, I'm not 100% convinced where this market wants to go. Tesla right now, it looks very much like the market that we could dip down here again. So let's just, you know, try to be as careful as we can here. Whoops, with the market right now. So there it is. Ooh, maybe you do fall out a little bit. That AMD trade could come in as well. So that could be something to look out for here for AMD. So yeah, there it is. 50s coming down here for AMD. We do have that. I'm trying to get shorter up here at 60. If this market does pop up, we can do that. But watch out for that high eventually getting taken out here. AMD holding up pretty good as the market's doing this little dance. So the good opportunity to try to get some short here for AMD. Brendan, what's up?
Hey guys, quick look at the overall market here. We'll show you the S&P 500. I want to show you this first. This is the split as far as the sectors are concerned right now. So pretty even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positive. 1, 2, 3, 4 downside as far as the actual moves of these groups go so far. It's all about these guys, though. Yeah, what a move for WIN and LVS as well. MGM not as great, but 4% there, just below it. But LVS WIN stealing the day, 15% for WIN, LVS 13.5 right now. So consumer discretionary is leading simply on the back of that. Amazon up 2.6 as well in the retail group, having a pretty good day. Etsy there. Some of the other retailers up or a little bit down. Tech stocks positive, but only just. Not a bad day overall. It's the software names that are leading as far as gainers are concerned. Semiconductors, hardware, equipment makers also in positive territory, led by, hard to see, but that's Apple there, 2%. Having a huge day as we've seen. Financials downside, real estate stocks, utilities, communication services, and materials all downside. Worth a mention down here in the corner, it's hard to see, but energy stocks are actually negative on the day, even with a pretty good bounce on oil prices so far, but 0.23 right now for the S&P guys.
Yes, sir. That's why you're the GOAT. I'm going to hit one of these, although thinking about football doesn't make me happy because of what happened to the Bills. Will Gronk spike it? The turn on Tesla just came in. Look, it would not break that 283. What? So eventually, another couple of fails at that 83, and I just had to be short on Tesla. Just got some out in front of 81. I think we could be testing not just 80, but maybe even 79 on a pullback. I was also able to get WIN, a little bit more of WIN here. Ooh, I have too many bids on WIN. Let's get rid of that one. Look. WIN has been holding this high, but 68.5, at least some into 68 and back into VWAP is going to play as well. So sort of back into these shorts as the market is rejecting these tops. And that's what I was sort of saying about the market favoring risk to reward as a day trade, shorting at these levels, even when an upward trend, because it's just if you take out the high, your risk to reward is fantastic. If you're buying at these tops, I'm not seeing it, right? Because if you don't break the top, where's your out? And I think that's going to be one of the things that'll maybe not. We always talk about be patient. So it's not always about following the trend. I think following the trend is fantastic in terms of a general strategy, but buying the highs can get very, very tricky in an overall bear market, right? So every time we get these big relief rallies or stock up 14% like this, right into huge resistance, I've got to think about where I want to be shorting it because buying at those highs sometimes is a really tricky thing to do. I can rinse and repeat this over and over again. Micron is stupid weak, and I should have jumped over to Intel earlier. Because Intel just turned red. I never really got the short at the high on Intel. That's going to kick me in the junk. I might try to play this off VWAP if the market continues to roll down.
I just thank Mr. Sharif again. He's in the building. So there's another chai tea here. We'll let this one steep a little longer. Thank you. Sharif, I actually got myself a chai at about 9:30. So thanks for the suggestion there. And since then, we've only made trades that have made us some. Money, there we go. Thanks, Sharif, for that one. So we'll see if we can do it again right now. But we just got out of Apple. So Apple did tick lower here. Again, a good trade for me, but we're out. So there goes Apple. We took a $2.50 win there on that last piece of Apple. So all good on that. Like I said, basically my whole day is going to rest on Apple. I mean, we got AMD, we got Roblox, which was a good trade. Good thing we got out of Roblox. And then AMD, again, we are still trying to bleed on this name. We're not trying to bleed, but the name is right now. That's really too bad because we were waiting at 68.60 there. And we talked about it just before we went to Brendan on the break, that this was a trade that I liked, but we just didn't get it. 68.60. If it comes back up to the upside right now, that's a name that definitely I want here. Would be AMD to the short side. It's been pretty weak all morning as we go. Netflix, another strong name. That name's up to 230. So we definitely have a look at Netflix today. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at that shelf right there. 229.70. So that's another one that comes in there on $1. You want to talk about support, like that's a good little support level there. 229 basically holding out. I mean, 229 is all the way down there. This is more like 229.50 for Netflix. So that could be one to look at if there was something that interests you. That Bed Bath & Beyond, I know you were talking about Ape before as well with AMC, as that started to sort of creep higher there through that $8 or near it. AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, huge move early. Volumes kind of died off down here, so not much happening. But that 715 high, I guess, something to look at right now for Bed Bath & Beyond. But we're only in the one name. It looks like we got out of Apple, and I don't think it was premature or anything like that. It took down the 50 period. It rode it all the way up. So right now, we did get out of Apple. We got you never make profit, and you'll hear Neil, myself, Sharif, Pratt, everybody say this. you don't make the money until you put it in your pocket, right? And so right there, okay, AMD. Maybe Brendan's bringing something here because we are coming to the downside right now in this market as you take down the 50 period. Let's go. There it is, the only short that we have on board, and it's a catapult kind of one right there. As AMD short right now, 68.63 in the money, 58 cents. What's up, Brendo?
The soft-ish landing was mentioned by Collins there, so she was talking about the possibility of a soft-ish landing is the word they're using now. Here's, I saw somebody mention SIGA. Why is SIGA up today? They came out and said they've had a total of 16 million in orders for this TPOXX in both August and September. That's their antiviral drug, so not a huge move, but SIGA worth noting up a little bit, but also coming in.
Follow the SIGA. I don't know. Every time I hear that stock, it's just, the Follow the Leader song, right?
Yeah,
it's follow the SIGA. We talk about it. I'm now in that FFIE Faraday to the short side. I wanted it to hold. I didn't want to just immediately short when it broke $1. I kind of wanted to see what happened after, like not chase it all the way down to the bottom, give me a consolidation. I did get some there at 98. It'll be like a change price, but ours always rounds to the even. I'll try to get some more in that 98 area to that downside. Win continues to turn around here. Tesla also getting down toward that 280. It could try to bounce off 280. I'm tending to think we can get down to VWAP at 279, so that's where I want to be. Win keeps on catching bids at 67.80. So it's the strongest. The casino names are the strongest game in town right now. And I think respecting that at least a little bit, like keeps getting to these highs, but only wants to give you like that 50-cent scalp. So if it does that, fair enough. I'm going to keep reloading that and get to 50 pennies and then work down into VWAP as well. So those shorts starting to come in here. You can only fight these things for so long. Nvidia's always a tricky one to short. And I say this almost every single day that I'm sitting in at least I traded Micron today and not trading Intel. It's just those two names, for whatever reason, are just easier to short on days where the chips go up than NVIDIA, I've been finding. Because I always look back and it's like I had 3 shorts in NVIDIA, only one of them was even good for a little bit, and then we're right back on these bottoms, right? So I guess the way to be able to play this is only stick to Micron and Intel, at least in the short term here, when I want to short the chips, because that is a very big difference in what the charts look like. Like, we're the buyers in Micron. They keep trying to hold it up, and it goes nowhere, and now you can just sit in the trend to the downside. Like, that's what I want it to look like. Yet I'm over there fighting NVIDIA pretty much all morning long. The shorts are definitely in. I'm not saying we go back toward those lows, but I think the weakness is pretty clear off of some of these highs across the board here. So I'm going to hang on to Win, going to hang on to Tesla. I do want to go back and look over at NEO because that was super strong. Still holding VWAP for now. I'm not sure it can do so forever. At some point, this will get dragged down as well. If this gets below $18, I think that reversal could be pretty solid. But has yet to break down just yet, up 3%. It has been the EV names that have been showing some strength in this market.
Yeah, that's for sure. Man, this market, I mean, we sniffed this out a long time ago, man. We sniffed this out literally 80 cents or 60 cents ago on Apple, right there, breaking that 153 there, getting out of that, and now that's falling right back down, so that's a good trade. Yeah, I think Micron and Intel, all that are a lot weaker, but we are just flossing it off here on AMD as that retraces all the way back. I mean, we basically have top tick here today on AMD as it makes its way all the way back down to pre-market bottoms again for AMD. So, wow, another great trade. I mean, 67. I'm thinking about just closing this trade here. I know the NASDAQ could fall the rest of the day, but I'm going to get some out at 77 and just finish, not just get some out, finish the trade. I think this is a big move down. See if we get some 82s. I don't know. We might have just missed the bottom. That would suck if that's true. There it is. All right, spin it. That's it. Done now. So just like we liked it right there, a nice little 80-cent win for us on AMD. Short. I mean, look at that short. 68.65 we were short there, almost the high of the day. We missed that by 10 cents. So yeah, it comes right back in. We'll take that. Short on AMD hurt us early, made that money late right there on AMD. So hopefully that was going to be a good out for us right there. good, good trading for that name today, but that's AMD. All right, so I think now we might have to start to buy up some Apple. Apple right now is trying to bounce off these levels on the low side again. The market just made a nice move in. Let's see what the market's doing right here. The market could still go a little bit lower. We could come back into here, 11,300. Let's see about 11,400. Sorry, that was 11,380. 11,400 would be interesting to maybe start to buy some more. Apple just bouncing off. If you want to go long Apple, you have this 152.20 area that could be supported as well. So there could be something down there. I think a lot lower though, especially if you want to start to really get into some positions. You might want to look at that low Apple bid rate down there. So that's something to do. Amazon, that's bouncing. Actually, Amazon looks really good for a long down here as well. Only 10 more minutes to go, but Amazon looks pretty good. All these names could just get down a little lower. Like, it's just a matter of what you think with this market's going, because if you're going to hold up strong today, that these are great buy levels, but these are also levels that we've tested before and absolutely just fell off a cliff. So,
which feels like we're going to.
Yeah, which looks like we're going to, because now we're below the 50 period. Like I said, these NASDAQ has to come in a little bit. I'm going to start to buy when we get to 11,400. So we're going to watch out for the NASDAQ, figure out some lower lows here, see what we can do. But I think that that's the best sort of area to buy. Not yet, but it's getting close.
So with that, Fahad, I'm not saying that. We're going to go to, it's already 10:50. You know what, time is flying in a moving market. We'll go to Brennan at the big desk for Money Talks, Fahad.
Money does indeed talk. Today, specifically, very, very loudly. Here we go. This is the pound to start things off. The white line is 1985 lows. So big flush through that this morning. We are back above. Here's the DXY. Multi-year highs, once again, 114. It was 2002. 114.5 back through the highs once again, up 0.25%. But you can see pretty good wick being put in right now in the daily chart. Still positive on the day, but we are coming off significantly. We're down to 96.4, meanwhile, versus the US dollar on the euro. So not only below parity still, but well below. Here comes 73 cents even on the Canadian dollar. We were at 73.75 on Friday. The biggest mover, though, and the biggest one making headlines today, the British pound, guys. What a move. We absolutely flush to kick off the new week on the pound, but starting to bounce. A lot of people still today talking parity possible for the pound coming up by the end of the year. Pretty wild so far, guys.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. Like, what's going on in England, it's not good, man. It's not good. What's going on there, and they're trying some pretty crazy things, which that's all I'll say. Tesla just broke 280, got to like 79, 75 or so, and it's trying to maybe bounce back off upside here, but the bid doesn't look incredibly strong. Like when we got back below, so when we got back above 280, like there was just no bid following it, so it looks like we're seeing some resistance as it's breaking down. So I think we can see that VWAP test. On a different note, Win is still holding this 67.75. So at this point, I'm not favoring a reload on Win. If Win wants to come back to the highs, fair enough, man. Then you're just too strong. The shorts have worked off that level. Like, I've never been really challenged on the short, but it also cannot seem to break down more than like 50 to 60 pennies and have to be able to respect that. FFIE is now continuing to work down. So I was not able to actually add to anything here, as I was trying to get more shares in that 98 range. But on the way back into 90, I'm going to have to take some out. I'm going to start bidding here at 93s all the way into 90. Obviously, bit of a reversal. I was much more favoring the long in front of $1, unfortunately, so I'm not going to go green on this because I couldn't get enough shares off that dollar break. But looks like that one could be headed to that downside and staying to the downside. And I said HKD, that $80, it couldn't get past it. Never really gave me the short entry, but yeah, it never got past 80. Now back below $70 as well, as not even 500,000 shares done on this stock. So what goes up must come down. HKD following that same pattern that it does. I mean, it's just if you get long early on these, fair enough. If you get long late, it's usually not going to end out too well for you, although sometimes it does. There was never a long in here for me. As a matter of fact, I did pay for the locates, just didn't use them.
Yeah, that HKD. I mean, obviously a very, very dangerous stock, and I think that analogy is the best. Long early or long never, I think, on a stock like that, because if you miss that initial bump, then you are SOL, I feel like, and then you're just sort of playing with, house money, and then they're always going to win. So just watch out. I'm going to try this one more time. here. I want to try to get a strong name in this pullback. So we've obviously identified Amazon today as a very strong name. This is going to be the only name we're red on today. But, you know, right there, like that's 115.80. Dump it down in a little bit, and then let's just see what happens here at 115.50. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I do have a bid right now in the 60s. So if this does pull back a little bit further, which it's doing right now, look at the NASDAQ. We said this move is possibly not over to the downside. It looks like it's trying to take it out. So we are about a dime away from getting longer in Amazon. And then after that, we're about a dime away from that to getting out. So, you know, if we do get some Amazon long, we'll take that and then we'll move on from it. But right now, Amazon 115 in the 60s is what we're going to try. Here it comes right now. It's coming in. So here we go. Amazon about to get into the long. I mean, this is where I'm going to, you know, my old self would be like, just buy right here because what's the difference? But I am in this, that sucks. I am in the 60s right now. Let's see if it does pull back a little bit more, get that long into the mid 60s, and then we have the proper risk to reward because again, that's why I'm not buying right now. We have the risk to reward spot. I kind of know what I want to do here, and that is get out if we break back down through 50. So maybe we'll take a little bit at 50, at 70s here, but I was really hoping that the bigger order can come through into the mid 60s. So let's see. Here it comes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Almost there again. We are a 1 penny away from getting long there on Amazon. Maybe we'll just take it at 70, guys.
And just a couple of names that are out there. We only have 3.5 minutes to go, so thank you guys for sure. I feel like hanging on to these shorts. There are some strong names, however, in the market. Some people noting them in the chat there. Thank you. Sorta maybe. I like that name, sorta maybe. Yeah, sort of maybe we're going to the downside right now. I think, well, we kind of are. But Netflix has been holding up pretty decently. In addition to, we've noted Tesla, some of the EV names as well, bouncing off its 50 period, sitting right down there at that quarter mark, and still holding those higher lows. Now, Tesla's threatening VWAP. Now you're threatening below on Netflix. But if we do get a substantial bounce and a run in the afternoon, this should be in the good category. Like, it's in that category of names that you want to be trying to buy. Like, obviously, I think you got to put the casinos in there right now. They look pretty strong. But shoot me some Netflix. If this market does rally toward those highs and break out of the tops, Netflix is a name that I want to be considering. I do want to make sure that you can get shouted out all the time. The thing about an active day in the markets, it's difficult for us to always follow the chat. So, you know, sometimes the members will stick out there, but things slowing down, we're getting to the end of the day. I was looking for some strong stocks. In my quote board, I saw someone mention Netflix when I was noting that it was up in my quote board. So I think that's a fantastic look. Nothing has been stronger, however. I shouldn't say that. I should never say nothing. Why do I have to hit this twice? Nothing has been stronger than some of these casino names right now. As I'm still in the short on win up the high of the day, LVS is up 14%. The thing about LVS in particular, why I haven't looked at this, but if LVS gets through 41, look at this level at 40.41 on Las Vegas Sands. Every time it has gotten here on the daily, it has rejected this breakout. So I know some people would look at that and say, you got to be thinking about a short. I don't disagree, but I'm already in win. But if we break out from here, there is so much room to the upside. It's hard to be saying breakouts on days like today, but you don't see levels like that on a daily very often, where if you start to get through 41, it's just only room upside here.
Yeah, not pleased. We should have had a 40-cent winner on Amazon right now, but we just waited for one extra penny, and we didn't get it. So you saw me there. We were at 66s. I saw 68 on the bid, and then we bid 70s, and the rest is history. A nice little upside move for Amazon. So hey, if you weren't as frugal as me and you got that, then good for you. There it is. That's a beautiful long down there at that bottom for Amazon. Just wish I had it, and I don't. So yeah, a little bitter about that, but as long as you guys did, all good on that. I think Google's going to be a good one as well. I mean, maybe it comes back, maybe it doesn't. I don't think so. I don't even know if I want it anymore, but hopefully it comes back. Google was another name. I just chose Amazon, but we could have easily had Google as well. Even for a little more shares, Google's not as jumpy as Amazon today. It doesn't seem like anyways. So Google down there at $99, definitely could have had a little bit of that for some love as it pulled all the way back as well. So darn it, that pulled back a whole $1 right back into that. So bounced off the 100 mark. Again, what a good day for Google today. Off those bottoms, 97 all the way up to 100. So a good day. Oh, that really sucks, man. We just missed. Like, we would have added 20 or 30% to our net there today, but we did miss that bottom on Amazon. That's too bad because we were right there. So at least we identified it. That's the kind of like stuff that we're on right now. Like, we're really, really hitting a lot of these levels. So I really hope that a lot of you have traded this with me today, including the AMD short, the Apple long, then the short, the long in Roblox as well, has all been cash. But it's 11 o'clock. Look at Meta down here at 139.60 as well. So another level down here for Meta that could be watched out for. So, hey, good show. We're back at 2 o'clock.
Hey, you damn right we are. Going to be a fun week to be sure. Like, just because you don't have any major earnings or you don't have the Fed, it ain't like volatility is going anywhere. Neither are we. Trader TV Live on all day long, but we do have to throw you to Trader Prad and Sharif with the chai tea. Go get them.
Yes, sir. It's a brand new week, but sadly, it's going to be the last week of September. It's September 26th today?
Today, yes.
It's a Monday. Lots of opportunities in the market, as always. The markets are actually green today, so wrong color shirt for myself. But, as long as you're in the right side of the directions for the market, let's have some fun. I'm your boy, Trader Prad. This is your boy, Sharif.
What's up, guys? Bizarre morning, man. Wake up like at 6:30, turn on CNBS to watch Squawky, and I see like Dow's down like 350, 375 points. I come back in. All of a sudden, we're at break even. So I guess that's the kind of the market that we're in. But, hey, volatility makes money, so I can't complain about that, Prad.
Indeed. Volatility is what we're looking for, but volatility index actually going down while the market's going up today. So obviously markets are kind of looking to relief rally themselves off of those June lows. ES, I wanted to actually show the June lows that we have over here. 16,339 or 3636 is the low from the Junes that we're looking for. So we didn't even get to that lows yet. We got to 3666 and we kind of just bounced off of that up for the market on Friday. I think there's still a little bit of more moves to the downside of the market. Wanted to go test those proper June lows, but we're not too far away from there. And the S&P 500 market today absolutely flat. The NYSE market up by 0.6% overall, and looking to see if we can reclaim that 15,000 marker on the day today. Here's a position that I'm currently in. It's going to be Dish Network. Dish Network showed up on my scanners that it was getting pushed down to the lower side of the ranges today, sadly, and I punched in on the low at daybreak. Gave it a little bit of wiggle room. It looked like I was going to get stopped out on it, but I didn't get stopped out. Now let's see if this position can head back for us to the downside and pay us some profits. I also want to show you a trade that was not my best trade of the day today. CVX, I tried to, it popped up on the scanners with relative weakness behind it, so I kept trying to short it. I also was looking at the energy ETF. The energy ETF would keep on popping up to the north side. So every time I would notice that, I would punch out. Then I would get back in at a level where I thought it would be a good trade. But then again, the energy ETF would pop up and I would punch out. And eventually CVX and the energy ETF both turned green at one point. And then I just said, you know what? I'm no longer going to be fighting CVX. I'm just going to walk away from this trade. I'll come back in at a different time. And right now, as you guys can see on the board over there, I'm long PCG, I'm long Shopify, and I'm short Dish.
Yeah, interesting when you say Dish. It reminds me back of like the mid-2000s and like hacking the Dish networks and trying to get free channels. That's not a thing anymore. The thing now is IPTV.
Yeah.
That's where all the, circumspect stuff is done online. Guys, not much to report today in terms of small cap gappers world. I had a couple on my radar this morning. Only one now is basically even worth chatting about. That's ADTX. That was a morning mover. I don't have it up on my screen here because I want to talk about APE. That's the more important one. Let me bring in this chart here. That way you guys can see. These are the ones that I'm watching on the morning. I'm watching APE. I'm watching SHPH. You'll recall that's the IPO from not too long ago. That rhymes. ADTX, like I just said, MLCO was interesting to me. It created a bit of a double top here, now pulling back into VWAP. So we'll see how that one acts around the VWAP area, the 675, 680 area. Sava, it's only up a 1.5%, but this can make like $2 and $3 moves in a few minutes time. So it always interests me because of that characteristic that it has. And last but not least, I had a really good profitable trade on Win this morning, up 14%, pulling back a bit from the highs. It was the high of days, that 68.89, currently trading at that 68 and a nickel. Yeah, those are the ones that I'm watching. Win obviously is not really a small capper, neither is Sava, but they trade like them at least for the day today. So those are the ones that I'm watching. Obviously, the market's in play here. Let's have a look at the MES, bouncing quite nicely off VWAP here at that 37.06, 37.05 level. I have a couple of levels on this one that it's respected today. This high of day is kind of came to me quite randomly. I don't know really where that level came from, or if there's any identifiable previous level with that 37.30 that we have at high of day. But some levels here came into play earlier on. They don't reflect on this chart. They reflect more on the chart I have on my desk, but I can just tell you them. The one I'm looking at is the close of Friday, 37.08. It seems to have played through that level several times. The low of the low, I believe the overnight low on the ES is somewhere around that 3671, 3670 area. We're a ways away from it now, but it's always good to demarcate it in case we do get there and you don't have your level set. So not much for me to report today, kind of a bit of a slower day, seeing as I don't trade the market or big caps. I trade these small cappers, and they're not doing a whole bunch today, Brad.
Right on. Yeah, I'm just trying to scroll back to see where Dish is on a longer time chart. And as you guys can see right here, recently we took out that 16.18 low, and now we're looking like to head towards $12 range. As a day trader, that $12 range does seem a little far-fetched out. We're already down 3% on the stock, and the average true range might be kicking in somewhere soon, down 50 cents on the day. ATR on the stock is probably around 50 cents, which we can look up in a second or two. But I want to show you my ape trade today. I took the long past the 50 and the 100 period day breakout. Sorry, on the 5-minute breakout, yeah, man, and it was a pretty clean trade. I saw volume coming in. Before that, volume wasn't really coming in, so I was pretty happy with this position. Sadly, I wish I could have. I've taken way more size than I had on board, but can't complain on the back end now. Hindsight 2020, I could have taken 10x, maybe even 30x the size that I took. In that moment, I was just thinking about just getting into a win instead of thinking about proper risk management and thinking about the proper way to trade the stock. Something to know for in the future. But Dish currently moving to the north side and looking like wanting to head to the south side a little bit more, with the big volume candle popping up for the downwards direction. So I can't wait to see how low can Dish actually go today. And I did say that we wanted to go look at what the average true range is. So let me quickly head over to FinViz over here, type in Dish, and you'll see right here at the bottom ATR 87 cents, and the stock being down 50 cents on the day today. We're not true full 1 ATR yet, so that would give me confidence into holding the stock a little bit more for that 1 ATR move of 87 cents to the downside. If it goes more than 1 ATR, then that's just more rewards being presented to me, and I would love that. But we're not going to expect too much more out of it.
Yeah, another couple of stocks I wanted to mention were Li Auto and XPeng, and this didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Okay, the move on XPeng, I got I think the CEO, whatever, increased his share size, and he averaged down at a super low level. I believe in the 13 and a half or so, buying up. I forget, like 30 million worth of share. I don't want to tell you guys anything wrong, but it was an insider buying catalyst that propped up that stock. What I don't really get, XPEV, yeah, XPeng.
Not Lee, XPeng.
No, sorry, yeah. Lee's the one that's confusing me. In fact, I got a little bit of a tidbit this morning on Lee saying that they were cutting their Q3 deliveries, and then all of a sudden they're up 6.3% on the day. Kind of doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. I wonder if that's a sympathy play with XPeng, because they tend to move together a little bit. And NEO also up 2% on the day. So I had a decent trade on XPEV and a loser on Lee earlier today. Sadly, Lee is the one that's a bit trickier. Let's have a look at the side screen here at Li Auto, which is a NASDAQ stock, I believe. Yes, it is. So NEO and XPeng are New York, and Lee is NASDAQ. So that's how I try to remember it. Look at this, hugging VWAP a little bit, bouncing off it, respecting that level quite nicely. So if you're looking for any dip trades on this one, I mean, obviously VWAP's the first go-to place, but the range on this one since 9:40 in the morning, so about an hour and a half now, it's been super tight in between that $26.80 range down to that VWAP, $26.40 range. So super tight movement on that one. It's not really giving you much after making a very aggressive move up right at the bell here. Look at that. We started off at that 25, and then we topped out here at 27.10, so 27.11. So yeah, those ones kind of looks like they've made their move, and now they're consolidating a little bit. But just wanted to mention that kind of topsy-turvy market that we're working in now. The market's clearly pulling back here off the highs. Let's bring in the market chart. Look at that, 37.30 is what we made high of day. Now we just broke down below 37 at 36.95, so we're moving in a hurry, breaking through that VWAP level. What next? What level do we have next? Maybe that 36.88 level might be interesting here. The bottom wick of this candle, you know, kind of hard to glean. I didn't really iron out my futures levels this morning as much as I'd like to, but I definitely see that 36.71 as the low of day. So I mentioned that already, but keep that in mind. Now let's go back to APE here and see if there's a trade to be had. Looks like it's you know, consolidating a little bit at that $4 area. It popped up to $4.03, but you know, didn't really have the conviction to break through it. Look at the increase in volume here on the bar charts at the bottom, and then look at the easy decline, right? So you're not going to get a break, a clean break through 4 and into that 4.10, 4.25 area without the volume coming back in on this one. Like, look, volume's clearly declining here. So APE, I'm looking for the volume to come back in on APE. Otherwise, I'm looking for a short, maybe back down into that $3.40 area to give back its gains, but not yet. It hasn't clearly made that move yet. We'll need more confirmation. Let's see on my side chart if there's anything else interesting. WIN, yeah, WIN is bouncing a little bit off VWAP. Let's maybe have a look at WIN here. I believe WIN is NASDAQ, right? Yes, I was right. Good. So I had a really good trade on WIN this morning. It was near high of days. I took it late. I actually heard Neil and Sean talking about it, like, you know, just obscurely in the background. Now that I sit in the back, I don't hear all that well, but I took a long trade on it. It worked up. I actually got top wick today at $68.88. What I do like is it came into that VWAP level and bounced off it quite nicely. Let's see if the volume starts coming back in on this one. We can reclaim that 68.60 area. I missed it. Obviously, I would have definitely liked to get in at that 67.20, 67.15 area that it bounced down to. But let me keep an eye on it, see if it can reclaim the 50 period here at around 67.85. And as I say that, the level 2 and the tape starts lighting up with more volume. So this one might have to get my attention. Brad, what are you up to?
Yeah, just trying to do something for a viewer over here, but we can get back to that in a second. Currently, Dish is giving me profits, so it's on the move to the downside, taking some profits. 10 cents already in the money is Dish. I want to show you a trade that I've been battling a little bit today, but currently looks like I'm in a spot where it might be a decent enough spot for me to maybe add a little bit more size onto this trade over here. It's going to be Shopify. Tried to take a breakout closer to the previous high a day or the current high a day around 29.80 to see if we're going to get the breakout of $30 and an extension past 30 into the previous range. But that didn't work out as there is no real volume in this market. So breakouts are not there. They don't really have the oomph behind them like you would expect them to currently. So you have to trade with a lot more care and precision, honestly, in this market. So based off of that, I tried to unload this range, didn't work out, got stopped out, and then I tried near the 100-period EMA, which is not really stopping me out. So it looks like the 100-period EMA holding currently, which is also a trend that I'm noticing more and more often in this market. Stocks whip back to the 100-period EMA, hold that area, and then bounce back into the ranges that they have been trading into the whole day. So here's Shopify. Trying to stay positive on the day. I don't think it has actually gone negative at all ever since it's been open. But the NASDAQ, sorry, not the NASDAQ, but the S&P 500 did turn negative at one point, and it's negative currently, down 0.24% on the day. NASDAQ up 0.37. So here's a couple of the tech stocks that we're involved in. Also want to talk about PCG. PCG apparently going to be replacing Citrix into the S&P 500 index on the night of Friday night, and starting Monday morning, it will be trading in the S&P 500 basket. Hence, it was up about 4% in pre-market today. I started trading. I took the long around 13, added around the closer to 13 again, and I got stopped out on the break of the 50 period EMA. Then I noticed how it whipped right back into the high day range right after I got stopped out. So that upset me a little bit. So I got back in closer to my ranges where I was previously thinking about going long, just took it, and now I'm just scalping the profits every time it pops up north, taking the longs again once it dives back down. So take longs, get back out profits, take longs, get back out profits. Looks like it's going to be stuck in a range all day, so I'm just going to keep on trying to take advantage of this range as the S&P 500 dips below slightly 3,700 and now manages to get back above 3,700, and the NASDAQ slightly dips below the VWAP area, touches 11,400 and now gets back above 11,400. So let's see if this market or the NASDAQ market can help S&P 500 turn positive again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got into a couple of trades here. First and foremost, we're short on APE at that $33.94 level. Our stop is at the break of 405, so I've put it at 406. So I'm giving it 11 pennies of risk on APE. On that one, let's see if it can come back into this support area here, that around that $3.80 area. We're looking for a target on that. We're also in the win here, about a couple of pennies out of the money, nothing major. On win, we got long at $67.92, currently trading at $67.81. I'm unsure of how this one's moving, whether it's just I should have shorted the pop here and this is the beginning of a decline. But what I did like about this is that it held view up. Now, can it reclaim highs? I don't know. We'll have to see. The volume's declining a little bit on this one. Let's see if we can break 68 and hold above 68. I'm going to give it to VWAP. So that's about 92 cents of risk. I did take much smaller share size because of that, because I have to manage my risk, obviously, in the risk perimeter. So there we go. We'll hold on to this one, and if it breaks VWAP, I'm out of that. But APE continuing to move sideways here as the volume continues to go down. That one I think I'm more optimistic about because the volume is declining, and it seems $4 a nice level to take a short off anyway. That's the way I see it. Up 10% on the day. Is it on news? Is there news to justify the move in APE? Okay, let me have a look here on my news thing here. What do we got on APE? Let's see. Where are we? What's going on with AMC stock today? It's a Benzinga article. Okay, so here we go. AMC Entertainment Holding shares are trading lower Monday after the company entered into an equity distribution agreement. Well, there's two AMC stocks, obviously, we know that. What happened? AMC entered into an equity distribution agreement to allow for the sale from time to time of up to a maximum of 425 million AMC preferred equity units, APE, so which is the APE. So they can increase, I guess, a secondary offering into 425 million. The company said the agreement is designed to provide significant flexibility in achieving AMC's goals over time. AMC intends to use the net proceeds, if any, primarily to repay, refinance, redeem, or repurchase the company's existing indebtedness. Okay, well, not the mother of all news catalysts, I'll put it that way, but hey, it's something there. So, we're a couple of pennies in the money on that, but we'll wait. These ones are starting to slow down a little bit in their aggression, both WIN and APE. So not much to report on that. Looks like we're continuing to make lower lows with respect to our levels on the ES in the market in general. It looks like the most recent low here was 36.94, currently at 36.97. Let's see if we can break that to the downside and continue the downtrend. And then maybe we'll have a look at some big caps. If that becomes the case, maybe we'll start testing those low bottoms. Now, I think someone else told me here in the chat that LVTX, one of the small cap crappers from earlier this morning, was making a move. Not so much. I mean, it is kind of a little bit, but it is below VWAP at the moment, which disinterests me from it in general. These small cappers have to reclaim VWAP, and volume has got to come in to support that for me to be interested here. VWAP's around that $5.05 area, currently trading at 475. So if LVTX reclaims VWAP, definitely we'll have more of a thorough look at it, Brad.
Yeah, I just got a new fill on PCG back into the low of the ranges over there, and Dish continuing to head to the south side for us. Dish is on NASDAQ, Pratt. Stop messing around. So Dish is continuing to head to the south side for us. We're loving it. We're enjoying these positions continuously, and we can't wait to see how low can Dish go today. Like I said, though, 80 cents to the downside. I might have to think about taking a bigger chunk of my profits out, especially when we head towards that side near the 1 ATR range for Dish. Always a good thing to check for ATRs. Let's head over to the big desk at Brendo for social sentiment.
Yeah, we'll give you an update here on the social sentiment board. Much more green on this board, rightfully so, as we make a nice rally out of the gate once the market gets going this morning. But it's worth noting we are coming back downside. There's AMC, a volatile day to say the least for both AMC and APE on here as well. I just noticed there it is. Downside for APE, downside for AMC currently as far as sentiment is concerned. This one, it's been on here for a week and change every single day. Fairly large as well, a little penny stock that does all kinds of volume. AVCT being discussed once again, ISPC on this board. Its own news today, HKD here, LVTX. Tesla, I saw a picture of a Tesla semi truck being delivered already ahead of schedule. So there was a little bit of positivity surrounding that, but Tesla up anyways. I want to mention this, BBIG, a lot of people talking about Vinco Ventures out of the gate, not really doing much right now. Rumble on here, still positive though, Rumble on here as well on the positive side, but interesting kind of mixed board right now as the market comes back to the downside, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. I took a piece out here on the downside on APE. Looks like we took it out at that $33.86 level. We got in at $3.94, so nice little winner there. That's the first piece. We got still 75% of our position. Let's look for that break of the one that we identified earlier, that 380. So let's go ahead and take out a piece now. We'll cover some, at that $3.81 level. Let's put that in. There we go. So now it's in and ready to trigger should it come down to that level. So APE starting to pull back a little bit off that $4. I think, where did it top out at here? What was the high? $4.03 it looks like on APE. $4.03, yeah. So pulling back a little bit, no biggie, not much movement. The trade I'm more worried about is win. It looks like I misjudged this one. The bounce off VWAP kind of distracted me from the fact that it is making lower highs and, lower highs and lower lows. I mean, you don't have to be a genius to draw a trend line and see that. So this one's a bit tricky. I don't want to pull the trigger and get out of it just quite yet. I do want to give it to VWAP and even the break of VWAP. The problem is I got in such a high point here at that 67.92 that, the VWAP is quite a ways down at that 67. That's been the problem with this trade all along. I'm going to try to exercise patience with this one. Geez, if I had the same type of patience with letting my losers run as I did with letting my winners run, I'd be in a whole different ballgame right now. But hey, it doesn't work like that, does it?
Yeah, still looking at the same two positions, honestly. Not really looking for anything that's happening in the market. Market's pretty muted today, but it's heading to the south side now a little bit more extremely than previously. So S&P 500 looking to really stay below the 3,700 marker and VWAP at the moment. So that would continue the negative move in the market today. I'm not sure if we're going to go back to that Friday's low of 36.66 or so, and really even maybe push all the way back to 36.63 marker, or 36.39 marker, sorry, which is the real June low that everyone's waiting for. It could be possible today. No real moves for the market above 11,500, and now the Nasdaq's not holding 11,400 either, getting ready to really maybe nosedive past the 100-period EMA. If we break this consolidation low after breaking the 100-period EMA, then I really might have to start believing in a possible move all the way to that number of the Friday's number or the June low. So be ready for it. Honestly, anything can happen over here. This market is just getting ready at any second for a negative catalyst to just completely destroy itself. and hence if you are trying to go for longs, maybe you want to be very careful. And that's coming from me, who's been trading long for the most part today. I guess I should have just looked for short trades instead, and had not have been so worried about my positions. 11,500 rejection coming out real strong on the market. However, though, the casino stocks, the LBSs, the M&M Resorts, I guess, MGM Resorts, right, there we go. MGM Resorts and Las Vegas Sands, all of them with the great catalyst that mainland China tourism might open up very soon, and they are pretty strong on the day. So congratulations for anyone who was able to look for a long in these positions and able to smash them. I didn't believe that these stocks were gonna, really move the way they did today, so I didn't take the longs in it. I was gonna expect them to pop up and then reject it and nosedive back to the south side, because we've seen that China catalyst come out way too many times. They're like, oh, we're gonna open, they close back. Oh, we're gonna open, they close back. Right. And I was just tired of that whole constant move back and forth. So I wasn't ready to get trapped in that move today. I guess today was the move day, or today was the day where they didn't trap anybody on that.
Yeah, interesting. HPDS, I'll ask you this in the chat, asks, at Trader Pratt and at Sharif, do you prefer the EDQ, NDX, or the triple Qs to rely on for NASDAQ direction?
I just watched the futures.
Right? That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
So I told him I watched the MNQ. If he's got access to the futures, that's what I watch. But the Qs are a good representation, but the problem is, they're more directed at a share price and the actual levels. And I believe also the NDX itself as an index doesn't actually reflect exactly the MNQ or the NQ, because those are futures contracts. Like, for example, I was looking at the SPS index, and that had a different bottom as a June bottom than the MES did at the time. So they don't exactly correspond. So do your homework on that one. See where the points of convergence and divergence are on those particular products. Just wanted to mention that. But for me and Prad, I use MNQ, and so does Prad, looks like here. Renata Haddad says, can you check AMC? Yeah, so the one I'm trading right now, APE, is an AMC, it's an AMC stock. Obviously, it's not AMC itself, but let's have a look at AMC. I'll switch to it for 1 second here to have a look. What do we got? Well, we have a really big declining, it's almost the inverse exactly of how the other one is moving. I mean, the other one is up 10% on the day, and this one's down 5 3/4%. So it's not the one to take long. Obviously, if you want to short this one, by all means. It looks like we opened up at that around, that $8 level, that $8.05 level. Now we're making lower lows. We're continuing to push for the low of day here. The low of day currently is at that $7.51 area. We're trading at $7.53, so we're like a couple of pennies off that. So tread carefully if you're going long on that. It's not corresponding directly with APE, but APE is also starting to pull back, and hence why we're in the short. Looks like we're starting to consolidate sideways here on the low of this particular pullback, which is at $3.85 area. We have a profit taker here at $3.81. It's not moving past that area, so I wonder if there is a hidden seller, because I don't see too much size on the level 2 at 385, nor do I see it at 384. So whether or not the buyers are showing up here or whatever, what some people are covering, we're not breaking that 85 level, and it's been, let's see how many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 10 minutes at that price. So super interesting. Let's keep an eye on both those, Brad.
Yeah, it's market pulling back a little bit more than you would expect right now. NASDAQ pretty close to turning negative on the day, so brace for impact if you are long on anything. And if you're short any of the tech stocks, you're getting ready to maybe print a little bit of cash over here, so get ready for that move also. Google rejecting $100 once again. We got up to 99.88 and not really breaking 100, not even getting close to 100, but rejecting 100 area and pushing back into negative territory for Google. Sad move for anyone who bought Google after the split, expecting it to not break the 100. I mean, I for sure expected to not break 100 ever, and here we are breaking 100. Amazon, however, coming in with the weird news catalyst. You know, they come out and they said that they're gonna have another Prime Day to be involved in the holiday sales period. I think they're actually having this other Prime Day just so they could get rid of some of the inventory and bring in some cash to deal with maybe the Rivian losses or whatever losses that they're dealing with. Maybe it's the Twitch ad revenue losses and so on. So tons of problems for Amazon that I think with the current inflation too, that they have to come out with the second Prime Day nonsense catalyst that obviously helped them today be up 1.27%. But I like the way that they spun it around, right? They spun it around in a beautiful way where the whole world just ate it up and bought the stock price up today. As a UFC fighter once said, they're selling you wolf tickets, people, and you're buying it. If you know who that is, shout out to you. If you don't know who that is, you know, we'll just leave it at that. They're selling you wolf tickets, people, and you're buying it. And that's what it is, man. Like one catalyst like that just launched up to the north side. But good job for Amazon today for being positive, where the NASDAQ might turn negative over here and the SPYs are negative.
Bradley, did you know that Amazon has like this try before you buy service for clothes? So like you pick a piece of clothes that you want. Say you don't know if it's a medium or a large, you get both. You don't actually pay for it unless you choose one of them. And my brother-in-law has been using it all the time. He had a trip to Greece and he wanted like all this like, you know, loungewear and stuff like that, but he didn't want to charge up his credit card. So he got a whole bunch of different sizes and he only had to actually pay for what he kept. Nice. And he just returns the other one. I kind of really like that. I mean, Amazon is always innovating, trying to outmaneuver the competition, giving you what they think that you want, you know. I mean, they can do it because they got so much money, right? Money has a lot to do. Why are people saying mic? Okay, well, my mic is on, so unless Brad's mic was off. No, all our mics are on. I think we're good. Anyway, so I just wanted to share a little bit about Amazon, because I thought that might be interesting for some people. Sharif, your mic is low when you look at Prad. Okay, sorry guys, I apologize about that. We'll keep that mic up closer to my face, and maybe I shouldn't look to the left anymore because that always causes problems when I talk to Prad. Anyway, win here, starting to push back closer to my entry point. A little bit of a double bottom here above VWAP, so this kind of gives me a bit more courage to say that, you know, this might break this resistance level right here at that 68.50 area. Let's give it some time. You know, it currently is below the 50-period moving average, which makes me a little bit nervous, but above VWAP. Let's see with this one. It hasn't given me a reason to punch out yet, even though it pulled back to a low here of 67.30, and you know my entry is at 67.92, so you know that is a ways away. But it looks like we made a recent high at 67.85. So if we can start coming close to that 68 level, I'll definitely like it, and I may add to it. It's a baby long here so far, so you know I definitely need to add to this bad boy in order to make any serious money. But the one that's really bewildering me more than win is Ape. Look at this move at that 385, excuse me. It is not going below there by a penny. So there is definitely an iceberg at that $3.85 here at on Ape. I mean, I wonder, should I take out another piece here at that 385 just to lessen my risk? I think I'm going to. So we're going to cover some at 385. It's not going to be by much. Let's go ahead and punch. Are we going to get that fill if we comes down? The bid is currently at 385, the ask at 386, so I got to get to the back of the line in order to fill. That's why you see the blue line there. But otherwise, we're in good shape. Not really much of a problem. And let's see, the chat is up to anything here. Yeah, he says, hey, Sharif, my man, your muscles were squeezing the mic out. That's hilarious, dude. Fatiga negus, whatever that is. Anyway.
TCOM popping up once more on the scanners. Now we're actually at $28 almost over here. We did get a break of 28 today, only by 14 pennies, but trying to push back up. I don't think we're going to get back above VWAP over here, but let's see if TCOM can actually get back above VWAP and stay above VWAP. Already up 6% on the day, so that's a pretty good move on this bad boy. Another day, another green move for TCOM, which I believe is a China stock. Is that a Hong Kong flag or a China flag? Let me just quickly hover over there. It says China flag. All right, sweet. Yeah, it's another Chinese stock that has been popping up on the boards for quite a bit now. Pinduoduo also popping up on the north side boards today because it's green, above $61 and slightly below 62. Looks like we got rejected off of the 62 level on Pinduoduo. I want to quickly head over to see what BABA is looking at like today also. BABA, up 0.75%, not bad at all, but pulled back quite a bit with the overall market, I believe. Coming back to the double bottom areas over here. If you know what, I like the long here. I'm going to take this long. Not much risk for that move. 10 cents of risk to the downside for a quick possible reward to the north side above this double bottom. So let's see if we can put some damage on a BABA long here. In that meantime, let's send it over to Brendo for the Euro update.
Quick update, guys. We're waiting on a few closing prints here to come in for the European markets, but I'll give you a look at how things ended the day. A bit of a choppy day so far, or as we end the session. For European markets here, you can see the stocks, which is the big one, down just 0.3 on the day. Germany's DAX down 0.4, Britain as well, about flat on the day. But a few final prints set to come in here, and I'll give you a look at the overall board. Italy standing out as strong on the day, 1% to the upside. There was some data out over the weekend in Italy that was a little better than expected. 0.23 for Germany downside. England flat on the day. Red otherwise for Spain, Sweden, Swiss, and the Turkey market, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, just chatting with Azam here in the chat. He was asking me to look at LVTX. It was making a move up, and I, very politely said I'm not really interested in it until it reclaims view up. Let's have a look at LVTX right here. This was the mover from this morning, and technically, it's up 93.75% on the day, but look at what it's done since the open. It's done diddly, right? It's been selling off, decidedly below view up. Although it is holding that 200 period quite nicely, it's definitely respecting that 200 period a lot more than it respected view up, at least on the way down. Look how many touches it's got off the 200 period here. 1, 2, 3. You could call this entire thing here 3, and then we got 4 we're currently in at the moment, and sort of consolidating sideways in a range in between the 200 and VWAP on that. So I told him if it reclaims VWAP, I'm definitely a little bit more interested in it. It'll be on more people's radars, and the volume may support another move to test high of days here. Currently at that $6.11. That is a pre-market high, by the way. That 610, 611. The actual official high of the day is at $5.67 area. So that gives you an idea of what kind of a mover this was. It was a pre-market mover, and then did like almost next to nothing after the bell. Guys, APE is still trending at that 385. I'm looking at the size on 385, does not justify it staying at these levels. That definitely tells me that there is an iceberg in and around that area. Iceberg, for those who don't know, is a hidden seller who hides the majority of their share order. It'll show a piece. The thing about icebergs is that, when you hide your order, you go to the back of the line in terms of execution. So that has pros and cons. In case you were interested in using iceberg orders, you should know that your order will be put to last. And there we go through win. Now we're talking. Let's take a piece out here. Boom. So this is a good little trade on win. There we go. We're out a little piece there. We've got a little bit left on it, but we broke the 67.92. So I'm happy with my patience on win. I'm happy that I didn't get cold feet and punch out early, especially because it was showing me that it still had strength to the upside. It wasn't decidedly going down, despite the fact that the more localized trend was lower highs and lower lows, but it held that VWAP quite nicely, and it's continuing to make new highs now. In terms of taking the next piece out, where are we looking? I'm looking at that 68.50. Obviously, I'm not going to put my order at 50 if you know how I trade. I'm going to put it at that 48. So let's go ahead, 68.48, and we're going to take a little bit more out there. We'll see if we can get filled on that one. We still got a bit away, but the volume coming in a little bit more. Look at this volume decline in this area right here, and then we have a little bit of an incline. Clearly not nothing like we were before. Like, look how high these volume bars are. We're not even close to that at the moment, but it's increasing, and in order for a stock to go up, there has to be a volume surge. Stocks can't go up with low volume, with decreasing volume. They can go down with decreasing volume, but not up. So Looking at those two, I'm not gonna, I don't want to keep singing the same tune here, but those are the two that I'm into at the moment. We're profitable on both, very profitable on both. So pumped about that. Now let's see what this person's saying. Trishan Moorhan says, why no rapping today at Prad Not Truth? I don't rap. That's more of like Neil's thing. I really haven't heard Prad rap. Have you rapped on the show? No, Prad shook his head. He says he hasn't rapped either. So you'll have to wait for the 2 p.m. show for any rapping to come from Mr. Neil Roberts, Pradley.
Yes, sir. Where's
someone
where'd
wants
my
you to
chart
rap?
go? My
Someone
chart
wants us to
just
rap in the chat. I'm
closed
like, that's not our thing.
That's my. There we go. So
can't
Baba
rap,
trying
man.
to move to the north side for us with the help of the market, trying to move back up too. NASDAQ trying to stay positive on the day, successfully still positive though. Well, let's say if it can stay positive going forward, as the S&P 500 maybe trying to push up north side over here too. So as long as Baba can push up over here, we can take advantage of the Baba move over here. But Dish Network moved along with it to the north side. So Dish, which was 10 cents in the money, now only 4 pennies in the money, so not looking as good as it did earlier. Let's see what the chat is looking at. Can you, AMC, please? Yeah, let's go look at AMC. Why not? When I did trade Ape today, but I had no intention to trade AMC because when I pulled up the AMC charts, AMC had no move in it, or at least volume coming in the way Ape did. So not sure what that was all about, but Ape was absolutely taking off to the north side today and not helping AMC take off. There was a little catalyst that I did see earlier, I believe, which was, I'm drawing a blank right now, that it was some sort of a depository secondary offering or something. So not sure what Adam Aaron of AMC is thinking. You read it? Yeah, so not sure what Adam Aaron's trying to do over there, but Ape obviously took off of that catalyst not too long ago, and now we can go take a look at what Ape is currently doing. Ape.ny, look at that, still holding up at the same area that I last punched out at, and looks like it wants to not go to the negative side today, even though it started off in the negative basket for APE. We can also go even take a look at GME, since we were talking about that basket. GME did try to take out the high at one point. It held up at the 2560 area for a little while. I thought about punching into a long, and then I said no. There's no real reason to go trading these positions today. There was no real volume coming into them either. The relative volume a little bit on the lower end, so I just stayed hands off on it. Didn't bother too much.
Ape just flushed hardcore. It definitely broke that $3.85 we talked about. We just got our dip order or profit taker, or whatever you want to call it, that 380 filled, but it went really aggressively. I didn't have time to punch out more, to all the way down to 373 here on Ape. So nice trade there. We've got exactly 25% of our position left. We have 3 outs. Recall our entry is 394, now currently trading at 378. And it dipped down quite aggressively. So let's see what this one does. It, most notably to me, broke the support area right here. That was important for me to break that $3.80 level. I guess the more important level, to be honest with you, was the iceberg, definitely at that 385. But that's been broken. Now we have to look past that. Now it's not a significant level. Now, something inside of me is telling me, go for VWAP, go for VWAP. VWAP's currently around 362, or even the 200 EMA, which is at 365. That's currently 10 cents away, but we are 10 cents lower than we were at that 385 level now. So that's not such a big ask. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put that. So we're gonna cover at $3.67, which is a couple of pennies above the 200 period. There we go. So now we have our profit taker in. If we get filled, great. If we don't, we don't. Now it looks like we are back below our entry on win. 67.92 is our entry on win. Kind of, we're pulling back into that 67.75 area again. So we didn't get our profit taker filled at that 68.48 area, sadly, but we did get a piece out. So it's important, especially for mitigating risk in the chat, saying bless you to Prad. That's funny. Yeah, anyway, those are the two I'm looking at. I'm not seeing anything else pop up on my scanner here. Let me have a look quick. Let me bring it down so you guys can follow along. Here is my scanner, the one that I use daily. TRCT is currently the highest change since open. So I can organize it 2 different ways. Basically, I can organize it more than 2 ways, but the one that I really like is the change percentage, and that's for change since the market open at 4 a.m. And then there's change since market open, percentage based. And that's the one I use after 9:30 to see what's moving after the bell. TRCT up 21 3/4 after the bell, but followed by HKD. MSC has got no volume. HLGN, that's number 4. Let's see how that one is. The chart will pop on the bottom. Doing absolutely nothing. Looks like there's a level here that needs to break at $1. I want to say $1.60 or so. Not much in the way of there. MLCO, I had that one up earlier. Yeah, that one looks good. It's holding VWAP and bouncing out VWAP decisively, so it's maintaining its interest, at least in my book. Let's put MLCO up on a chart here so we can follow along. And yeah, that's basically it. Oh wow, Win is pulling back quite aggressively here. That's not good. MLCO, is that a NASDAQ stock? Yes, it is. So we'll flip between that one and APE. But let's flip back to APE at the moment as it's starting to bounce a little bit back up. I'm thinking maybe if it breaks that $3.86 area to the high side, I don't want to put my stop at my entry for the remaining 25% on APE. I feel like that if it breaks above where we had that reserve order, then it may be a change in trend. So what I'll do is I'll put a stop for the remaining at that $3.86 area. Maybe I'll put 87, give it one more penny. And that will be to cover the remaining portion, 387, and I won't give it any room because it is a really slow stock to move. Now, the problem is here with Win. What do I do with this Win? I'm still going to give it to VWAP here, to be honest with you, because I don't know about this one. This one's a bit tricky one. What are you looking at, Brad?
I'm just trying to still help someone in the chat over here with a couple of things, but not able to figure it out. Might just be out of luck, buddy. I'm sorry I tried, but you might be out of luck there. Let's see what the market's doing. Yeah, NASDAQ now turning red, S&P 500, which has been red, so get ready for a most likely extension to the downside today as Ford just now gets under $12 too, so time to get into maybe a Ford short over here. See if we can give it 10 cents of risk to the north side and follow the stock right back to the downside, which has been having weakness behind it after one catalyst after another. So we had Ford consolidate at 16s, and then we saw it push down. So currently waiting to see if this $12 break on Ford can continue or have a little bit more oomph behind it, or is this going to be a failed break of 12, and are we going to push right back to the north side like that? So now it's going to try and hold 12. Like I said, though, I'm going to give it my 12 cents, 13 cents of risk above 12 over here. Let the stock move around. If we're wrong, we'll be wrong on that break. PayPal, please. Yeah, we can go to PayPal. Let's go check out PayPal. PayPal, what? $86? Wasn't it at 90 a couple of days ago? Man. And now it's back to 86. So PayPal.
Remember when this touched low 70s though?
Sorry?
Remember when this touched low 70s?
Yeah.
That was a good buy.
Yeah, PayPal did touch low 70s not too long ago, but yeah, did run up to 90s after one upgrade after another. But now, man, pushing that 1% to the south side today. Here comes NASDAQ with a nice move back to 11,400. So NASDAQ trying to stay positive once again, and it is now positive by 0.08%, but not by much, right? Let's see if NASDAQ can reject 11,400 again, or is it going to bust through 11,400 and actually get to a crazy highs of 11,500, maybe even of 11,550. Was that the high today? And you don't need to. Here, let me just help you with that. Hide user on channel. Goodbye.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to mention ADTX because I want to follow up because I was just speaking about it not that long ago. Look at this. And this is why I say, it's got to reclaim VWAP to show me that the trend has changed. Look at this, guys. It did respect the 200 EMA, and that's what we were talking about. And it made a move right close to VWAP here. The high at this peak was $3.34. But VWAP was at $3.37. And then what happened? It flushed right after, making a new recent low, not day low, obviously, recent low at that 301. So and that's why I say it's got to be above VWAP. You got to have rules, right? I mean, what's the point of having rules if you're not going to follow them? So that ADTX definitely not primed in terms of small cap rules here to start going to the upside. If you can take that to the south side, if you have available shorts, good on you. But definitely not for me. Now, back to APE here. Finally, we got a little bit of a pull up. And now we're starting to get the pull back down into the more recent lows. We're at that $3.76 level. And we got our profit taker at that $3.67 level. So we're like 10 pennies away. Now it looks like we're it's at 3.75 now. So 8 pennies away from that one. Looking for the last 25% on our APE position. Now let's manage our win position. Win. Still giving me the reason to stay in the position. It's not creating newer lows. It's kind of triple bottoming here. I adjusted by the way, for those following, I adjusted my stop on win from, I believe, the break of 67, so that 66.90 area, and I changed it to 67.15. I gave it to, and then I'm giving it all the way to 67.08 because the spread on this one does tend to open up at times. So my stop out will be at this particular low right here. At this candle here with the 11.09 candle. It'll be the break of this 11.09 candle, which just happens to correspond to 1 penny above VWAP currently. That may change. So I've adjusted my stop out on win. I'm keeping my profit taker the same, but win is not giving me a reason to exit the trade. APE still doing the same thing. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on the S&P 500 as we start to drift back to the downside, back in negative territory on the day overall, about 0.5%. Outside of these two right now, there's not much in the way of positive. That's WIN, that's LVS. Everything else downside in a big way now. Real estate stocks, little REITs leading the way as far as actual move is concerned. The banks implying a little bit more of an impression on the overall market, however, to the downside. Industrials are here, tech is here, utilities, healthcare, everything else, including energy, has gone completely red, even as oil is trying at least to hold on to some levels from the pre-market, all about WIN and LVS. Worth mentioning, Fed's Bostic coming up at 12, right at 12. We'll get comments possibly on the economy once again, guys, from Bostic. Back to you.
Go ahead.
Still looking at PayPal to see if it's going to have a bounce in it, maybe move back to the 100-period EMA off of yesterday's, which is Friday's low. Friday's low around 85.60s. We're only 20 points away from there, so I'm just waiting to see if the tape can change as we're pushing towards that number to the south side. Also taking a long on XPEV off the 100-period EMA bounce and looking for new positions to maybe get into as the market now enters that dead zone period where stocks should be either at their low days or either at their high days, getting ready for the reversal, especially on a day like today where there is no volume or follow through behind any real breakout. So this market could break out to the south side, but is there follow through behind it? This market could break out to the north side, but is there follow through behind it? That's the main question that we're all patiently sitting here waiting for. And it could be like this for until the end of the year, until Christmas rally comes in, right? So you got to be ready to change according to the market environments. Be ready to change the methodologies that you're trading. It's adapt or die, right? So you don't want to die. You need to adapt with the game over here and do so quickly, fast, and change with the environments that are changing quickly ever so around you. With volatility, man, going higher might be time to take less size and give stocks more wiggle room to play with. We're at now 31 on the VIX, which is insane. We're not too far away from being at the ridiculous highs of March, and even the ones from well, maybe not the May ones, which are the COVID elevated levels of 80s and so on. But still, the VIX is pretty high into the 30s at the moment. We're used to trading at the 20s and the 24s. If you're a new trader, you might not be really used to trading at the 30s and the low mid 30 ranges of the VIX and the volatility. So start to really hone in and understand on where your losses are coming from. How can you change them? Where's your easy money? How can you scale up on your easy money? And how to cut down on your easy losses.
Yep. Just want to touch on WIN quickly here before I go and look at the indexes in general. Looks like we got that touch off VWAP on WIN and an immediate bounce back up, but it is definitely creating newer lows now. So I'm a little bit concerned that I maybe stopped out. Thankfully, I got out more than about half my position at that top right here. The other half we're holding for a loss. So if it breaks through that, I think I said 67.15 into 67.09, we'll be out. Currently trading in the mid-30s, so we've got a little bit of room. Now, I wanted to talk what Prad just said here about the futures, and there's definitely something that I picked up in the last 2 years, that we've definitely had a decline into the second half of September and the early half of October. It's definitely been negative the past 2 years, albeit with different economic situations at the time. Let's go back here and have a look. So if I can just, yeah, hold on. Let me just move this here so that I can have a better view of it. There we go. Okay. So this is the NDX, which is obviously the NASDAQ futures, but I just can't see. Oh, crap. You know what? I'm just going to bring this up and I'll switch it back after. I'll use it on a different one. Let's bring this one here and put NDX. Excuse me for a moment, guys, while I set up. I apologize. There we go. NDX is the index, NASDAQ index. Which one is it? Options, futures, index. There we go. Okay, so here's the NDX. Now let's have a look at the daily chart on this one, because that's what we want to look at. We want to look at the last October and last June. Last October. Okay, so here it is. This is October 2021. This is September. We make the highs here, the more recent highs, right in that mid-September. Then at mid-September, we pull back all the way from the high of 1571. We pull back all the way down to 1438 before mid-June or early, I see, I keep saying June. Early October, we start making the move back up to higher highs. Now look at October and September 2020, same thing. Let's move back here. There we go. Here's a September high. We make at 12,403. Then we have a pullback. In September, we stay low till about mid or early October. And then boom, early October, we start moving up again. And then you get another dip here late October again before starting to move back up. So this has been 2 years in a row where we've made this move. So I'm keeping my eye on a dip towards the end of this month and to the earlier part of next month. If we can, maybe we'll break the June lows. I don't know, but definitely the last 2 years have given us an indication that this time of the year is definitely one of the slower times, to be honest with you. Now let's go back to the ES futures on this one. And we want the December contract, and we want to switch back to the 1 minute. That's the 3 minute. One moment here. Yeah, so now we're starting to make a move back up, but still near low of days. Now back to WIN. Sorry to jump around. WIN holding VWAP quite nicely, giving me the indication that it may hold. Recall our entry price on this one is 67.92. So we'll continue to watch that. Ape not doing much either. Consolidating sideways. We have a stop out here at that $3.87 level. We won't let it get back to our entry at $3.94. We'll take it out if it starts breaking more recent highs here, Brad.
I'm looking at our watch list. So if you ever run out of positions to look at as to what to focus on, or at least what to focus on to begin your day with, our watch list at Trader TV Live will help you with the catalyst behind it, what to look out for in the market environments, and the stocks that we most likely are keeping an eye out for. One of those is going to be GSUN, but most importantly, I forgot how to exactly find the watch list. So if you do exclamation mark watch list in the chat, or link on the click on the link that Bears vs. Bull just posted, you will be able to go sign up to our daily morning watch list that's usually sent out before 8:30 a.m. every single day. GSUN over here, the catalyst behind it, I just want to read it verbatim. Down sharply after Friday's wild ride that we saw the stock go from $27 to $95, closing at $56, and today trading at $36 and starting from $48. No, not even $48. Where did we start from? somewhere around here, 44, right up to 48, came down. The spread itself is almost $1 or more sometimes. So it's a little bit of a wild ride on GSUN, obviously. Let's go see what the relative volume on GSUN today is. There we go. Thank you. 11 times relative volume coming in, or almost 12 times relative volume. 800,000 shares traded on the day today for GSUN. Look at that bottom, though. Looks like a perfect 30. No, not perfect 30. It bounced off of 30, 37 today. Maybe we break 30 today. If it breaks 30 today, then I think we have a nasty drop coming in to $25, $26 to the downside. Obviously, like I mentioned earlier, though, the market doesn't really have that much oomph behind it for breakouts. And look at it, the S&P 500 now marching itself back to the 3,700 area. NASDAQ launching itself above the 11,400, back above VWAP slightly. That takes the NASDAQ back to the positive side slightly again.
Yeah, we just got long SHPH here with a baby long because, you know, it is quite spready and the volume is not in there quite yet. There we go. Now we're bouncing up, big boy. Let's go. Let's print some more. If we can break through that $6.80 level, we may add to this one actually because it is such a small. Let me just have a look here. Where are we? SHPH. Okay. So yeah, it's very small. So we can add to it if it breaks 675. So let's go ahead and put that order in. $6.76, and we'll add 677. And there we go. It should be up there. There we go. Now, if we cross that 75, enter that 76, we'll add to it. How come it's not adding? Not sure. There. Well, now it shows up when it dips. Come on, give me a break. All right, so we added there at that level, and then it pulls right back down. We're still positive on our original entry. So our original entry is here at $6.61, and then we added at $6.76. So our ACB on this one is $6.73. How's that even possible? Okay, that's weird. I don't really understand how that's possible. Oh, because I added more shares up here. That's a boo-boo on me. Okay. Well, I just I made a mistake, so that's pulling back now. And I may actually have to pay the price of this one, but we'll see. I'll give it to the break of VWAP here. If it breaks at $6.40 level and decides to continue below, I'll definitely punch out of this one, Brad.
Right on. Let's see what the chat's looking at today. What are you guys trading? Let's do a run, try to pretend that we're maybe. Yeah, we'll see, man. Just can't see what's going on the unbanned side over here. I'm just leaving it in the 5.5-ish. See what happens. What stock are you talking about there, Govin? Would love to take a look at it. Cost is my jam today, says Matt. Oh. So we can go take a look at Costco. Costco, not too long ago, I believe last week, came out with a little bit of a negative catalyst. The earnings report coming out negative. They are also expressing the same problems that FedEx was expressing, which is, you know, higher prices across the board, causing them issues overall. But we do expect Walmart and Costco and all other stocks in that realm to be as a good inflation hedge. You know, market comes off. You expect Costco and Walmart to still make money because if you want food, if you want water, if you want eat and drink, where else are you going besides Costco and Walmart? That's where the cheaper prices would be instead of your mom and pop store. So Costco today up 3% on the day. It's time for, though, however, to send you back to Brendo for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunchtime we go. Let's have a look at how the markets are faring. It's just the NASDAQ left here in the green. Everything else already back in negative territory. The NASDAQ Composite and 100 still trying to hold on to positive territory. About 0.5% here for the S&P and the Dow. Meanwhile, downside. Small caps very weak today. They've been that way right out of the gate. Continue to be. The Russell 2000 faring a little bit better, but outside of the NASDAQ, everything back in the red. A few things we were discussing if you joined us pre-market this morning. Wynn and all of the other casino names to the upside today. On this note, Macau aiming to reintroduce mainland Chinese tours for the first time in 3 years, coming up in November. So positive, obviously, for all of the casinos. Apple just confirming what everyone knew already, that they're going to move more and more of the iPhone 14 production to India and out of China. Micron, downside on a price target cut from Susquehanna today, 60 from 68 ahead of Q4 results. Coming up on Thursday, there's win 12.8 off the highs. LVS looking pretty similar, though. Decent day, to say the least. On huge volume as well, worth noting. For the casinos, guys, back over to you.
Thank you for that, Brendo. Just want to report on SHPH here. This has turned into a big boy trade, but it's also turned into a trade where we left money on the table, sadly, as is just generally the case with my type of trading. First entry at 661, second entry at 675, and then we popped out a little bit here. This wasn't a good exit. It was 673, and then we got out some 688. Another piece out at 695, and then what I thought would be top wick at 705, but now it actually made a top wick here at 738. So this one's got some legs all of a sudden, and that's the reclaim of VWAP, puts it on a lot of people's radars, and it shows up on a lot of people's scanners, depending on how they filter their scanners. I know my scanner I can filter it for to show stocks only trading above VWAP with certain parameters. So if I can do that, other people can definitely do it. Look at that move, guys. Moved all the way down here from the consolidation at $6, and now we just topped up $7 and almost 40 cents in a matter of like 5-6 minutes on a stock that basically doesn't have any catalyst on the day other than the fact that it's a slow floater, recent IPO, or what is this, a SPAC or IPO? I always forget. SHPH. It's a company, okay, so it's an IPO. All right, so yeah, SHPH doing SHPH things, love it, pumped about that. That's a positive trade. Switching back to APE here, continuing to show me consolidations, and I'm looking for that flat top, a flat bottom breakdown to take a piece out at, we said, $6.76. The one I'm worried about the most, though, is WIN. It's continuing to pull back, albeit still holding VWAP, but definitely not showing me any signs of its intention to move upward. I mean, I don't see lower lows because, you know, it's kind of forming a flat bottom. And there we go. I think we're going to get stopped out here. If it breaks below that, let's see. My stop is coming really close. There we go. And now I'm out. So a profitable move up and then a negative move down. So, you know, kind of flat on this one. Very small loss on it. So, that's just the way it is. WIN. I'm positive on APE, positive on SHPH, but WIN, I had to give back half those profits. Too bad for me.
Right on. I'm looking at Best Buy, because if you think about it, if Amazon's thinking about getting back into the whole Prime Day nonsense well, not nonsense. The reason I'm saying nonsense is because the way they spun the catalyst is nonsense, right? If they announced the catalyst the way that it needed to be announced, then it would not have been, at least in my mind, nonsense. Anyways, thinking about how that whole realm of them opening up discounts for the holiday season, if you think about what companies might get affected by it, it's going to be your Best Buys, it's going to be your brick and mortar stores where people don't need to go into stores anymore. You know, a lot of people much rather stay at home and just have those products shipped to them. Couple weeks ago, I was actually sitting in a Twitter space call, and this guy who's very heavily invested in GME, so delusional about the whole realm of how electronics work. His point of argument was, I can get my products from GME in 2 hours, whereas Amazon takes me 2 days. And I'm like, wait, so what are you ordering from? And he goes, DoorDash.
Huh? Oh, okay. So DoorDash delivers GME games?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, he's got a point.
But his whole argument point was, okay, but you're paying $10 for delivery then on DoorDash?
Okay, but hold on. Is there no like Uber, like what, you know, it's that premium Uber service that you don't have to pay for? It's all deliveries included. There's nothing like that on DoorDash?
Probably, but the point is like you're still ordering stuff from DoorDash for GME, and you're claiming that to be a GME's delivery time. It's not the same way.
No.
It doesn't work that way. No. Another point that this person was claiming that GME will price match. Kids are lazy these days. If they see that Amazon has a price that's cheaper, they're not going to go to GME and tell you to price match for it and then buy it from GME. They're just going to just directly buy it from the cheaper website.
Yeah.
Why would they go do that whole nonsense? And I know Best Buy does that too, so that's why I'm coming back to Best Buy over here. People are not going to go to Best Buy once they already see that they could go online, click, have it shipped to their house in 2 days, Instead, people are delusional and they think that you're going to go to Best Buy. I'm going to price match. I'm going to physically walk into a store and haggle for price with the person when I don't have to do that and sit at home and just click 3 buttons to deliver my stuff. So based on that mentality, I'm going to punch into a Best Buy short over here, which has already been weak on the day, and the markets are struggling to stay positive. And with Amazon trying to come and disrupt the holiday business over there, I'm going to go back into trying to add more problems.
So I see they have got something called Dash Pass, but I think that might only be for restaurants, though.
Pretty sure they all do, but so that's not the point I was getting to.
I know, but if he's got it for food, then and he can use it for a thing, then it makes sense for him. It may not make sense for other people, though. But I definitely hear your point. Dash Pass is a subscription service that provides free deliveries, no delivery fee on orders from eligible restaurants. So that doesn't count. So this is
it could be an eligible restaurant.
I don't know.
You never know.
Unless they're gonna send you like some like cheesies or something like that with the game. Anyway, so yeah, interesting concept. I'm definitely still for the Amazon play, and I think a lot of people are. They like the security that comes with Amazon, the fact that they can return products with no questions asked. You know, the returns are free. They send you print off the label from your printer, drop it off at a post office. There's a lot of stuff that Amazon, you know. It's not the fact that they're more convenient than anybody else, but people just tend to be more comfortable, and I gotta agree with that, Brad, to be honest with you. So, looking at APE here, still in the APE trade, still holding for that $3.67 out. It hasn't materialized. Looks like we made a bottom wick though at that $3.70 area. So it is continuing to make lower lows and lower highs. So I'm in the right direction on this one. You just have to exercise some patience. Let's see, SHPH kind of made a bit of a bull flag. If this is a 5-minute pullback, that would be interesting to take a new long on this one. The volume is definitely there. Look at the bottom, guys. Look at this volume, these volume candles, and then compare them to the entire morning. This looks like the 9:30 a.m. open on this, but it's not. This is recent volume. So SHPH showing up on a lot of people's scanners. Definitely a lot of people are interested in whether people or bots, whatever. It doesn't matter. Buying's coming in, and it's moving to the upside. I definitely like this one going forward. Win we're out of completely, and Win is actually at 67.04, so definitely decidedly broke VWAP. Here's the Win chart. Let's just bring that in quick so you guys can see this one over here. That's the Win chart. This is VWAP. Broke below it. Now it's trying to reclaim it, but it's reclaiming it from the bottom. That's not the angle that I want to come at this trade from. So I'm all out. What I want to talk about though is Meta. Meta is decidedly weak relative to the other 5 big cappers. Look at this, guys. I mean, it's not the strongest day for big cappers, but Meta is like super, super weak. And Prad just saw something on GSUN, so I'll just send it to him.
Yeah, someone in chat just mentioned, Vertigo just mentioned GSUN halt. I thought you would be saying that GSUN halted to the downside, which would bring in the story that I was talking about earlier. Maybe 30 breaks. 30 breaking it would make it halt to the downside, going to $29, $19. Instead, it's actually on the other side of the direction right now, halting to the upside at $44.07. Looks like the stock might just open up above the day's range high, around 48 or so. We'll just have to wait and see. My tab doesn't work at the moment, so if it does work, I'll be able to tell you, but I don't have the numbers. 47 or higher, maybe even 46 or higher. I could put it on my imbalance locator, but then I would have to create a bunch of new screens. I'm just gonna wait for the stock to open up over here.
43.36.
So it actually wants to open up lower than we're halted. Yikes! So
no, we were halted at what? We halt 42.35.
44.07.
Oh no, I got a different level here. Maybe this is wrong. I got 42.35.
Maybe that's where we're halted then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I got 42.35 on here too. Why do you have that, Bradley?
Weird.
Bizarre. Yeah, no, 42.35 is where I'm getting both the confirmation on both platforms here. So the tap is literally $1 and a penny higher than where it stops. So if you guys are in GSUN, get ready to take that profit, baby, because all you got to do is hit a button around there. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Bill.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
I basically, that's all I was looking at. I was just looking at the halt. You can.
Yeah, not much more to continue to talk about here in terms of my trades. They're working. I'm leaving them. I'm letting them work. That's Ape trade, by the way, guys. Not into anything else. But this GSUN, all of a sudden, is making things interesting again. But you know what's weird about that is that it popped up huge here, It jumped all the way from that 36, I want to say 70, all the way to 42.35 on like relatively no volume. So I need to see how this one's going to, you know, how it's going to act after it opens. Obviously, by halting, it's going to come on a lot of people's scanners. Another scanner type that I have here is called a halt scanner. So this one will just only show me stocks that are halted, whether to the upside or the downside. And that's, you know, to me, it's important. I don't have it as my main scanner, but I always keep it on the back there to see for any new trade ideas, Brad.
Yeah, I'm still watching Best Bet or the Bet Buy right now. Best Bet and Beyond. Yeah, that's what's going on in my head right now. No, I'm still looking at Best Buy over here, which is trying to push back into the ranges, which I'll gladly allow it to, and take more size in that range, because I still believe in the bearish side of that trade. XPEV longs are working, but looks like we are getting a little bit of a rejection around the 50-period EMA. The 100-period EMA bounce on XPEV coming in clutch at the moment for us. And the forward short did move down a little bit. It went up to 11.95, or sorry, went down to 11.95, but now moving back up north along with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market. NASDAQ market green at the most part. It is up 0.15, but the S&P 500 market apparently down 0.5, man. Just getting beat up for the S&P 500 today, and not looking good for the most part. My green side scanners are not showing me anything. What did I just see? Did I just see like a Hershey's Kisses logo for a company? That's never seen that logo before. But yeah, the green scanners are not really as active as you would like it to be when the NASDAQ is, I guess, barely green. So for the most part, time to look for shorts, I guess. People in the chat did say look at WDC, I believe. Maybe WBD. Was it WBD or WDC that you want me to take a look at? I think WBD is Warner Brothers Discovery. Yep, Warner Brothers Discovery, WBD today with only one relative volume, 9.8 million shares traded today, down 2.5%. Trying to push back to VWAP. I think a short around VWAP would be something to look for, or even the 50-period EMA. Gonna let the stock move around a little bit before I look for an entry in this position. But yeah, Warner Brothers Digital's failing to really stay positive on a day where the markets are, I'd say, flat. I'd say the markets are flat.
Sava now making a big boy move off this consolidation area here from that $43.60, making it all the way up to $44.20. A nice little move here on Sava after doing, you know, like basically nothing on the day. But it did hold VWAP quite nicely, and it held it for the majority of the morning. So this is an interesting one. I feel like I'm a little bit late to the party on this one, so I don't want to punch, but the volume also coming in to support the move. And I just want to digress for 1 second. It looks like we're going to have a 10-minute halt here on GSUN, and the tap now has updated up to 45.01. So if you're in that halt, know that it's going to be another, I think, 4 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less, and the tap is now at 45.01. Back to Sava here. It's you know, moving a little bit at that 44.20 level. I don't want to take this long, to be honest with you, because I feel like it is a little bit extended. Let's zoom out and see what we can glean from this chart. It looks like we're definitely at high of day currently and pre-market highs both. So, you know, this one's had a tendency to kind of go against the selling off of the high of day problem that we've been having lately with these small cappers, maybe because it is not really a small capper. Let's, you know, oh, geez, I don't know. I wanted to punch into this one, but I think I might be a little bit too late on this, Bradley. I'm going to take a super baby long on this because I don't want to get back any money. And the spread is like, okay, there we go. Now it's tightening up a little bit. So there, are we going to get filled? Where do we get our, where do we punch long at here? Where's our order? Okay. Well, we should be filled right now. I'm not sure why we're not. There we go. We're filled. We'll give this one to this level here. So that 43.70 level, if we break through that, this is the support area. This is the breakout area. So this was resistance, acts as support on the way down. If it comes to this area, I'm going to be out. Otherwise, you know, yeah, I don't have much more of a plan. Thankfully, I've got small shares, so if it goes against me, it's no biggie. But I'm looking into, let's look at the daily maybe, give us an idea of where we can get levels, and it's going to crash on me. Yeah, I already get that feeling right away when it crashes on me now. Let's load that chart back up. One moment here so we can analyze the daily chart on Sava. Switch to Sava. There we go. Oh, look at that. It broke through our highs. Should we take out some profits here or should we add to it? Geez, that's the question. Before I flip to the daily chart, I've got to manage this trade. Sorry, guys. So we're in at Sava at 44.20. It's currently trading at 44.25. I'm not going to add to this unless it breaks 44.50. This one can get to 44.50 in a hurry. So let's put that order in now, 44.51. And that will be a long at 44.55. We'll add another baby long on there. Now it breaks back down into that 44 area. Anyway, we'll give this one time. In the meantime, let's have a look at the daily chart. Hopefully it doesn't crash again. It looks like it's going to crash, and it does. Great. Okay, so sorry, Pratt, can you take over for a sec while I deal with the second crash here?
Yeah, I'm looking at XLE at the moment. XLE down on the day 1.19%, but apparently Pinduoduo on the other side is trying to take out the highs. So let's go take a look at Pinduoduo. Where are you at the moment? Where is the high a day? You're not that far away from high a day, trying to go reclaim the $62 level for Pinduoduo. I would also take a look at the FXI ETF on a day like today. If Pinduoduo is trying to play with the high day ranges, and we know BABA recently broke down the low a day slightly, not too far though, but broke the low a day a little bit and pushed south side and forming a nice little base around the low a day area. But what is FXI doing? FXI is your Chinese large cap ETF on the Chinese American ADRs, at least. That means the Chinese stocks that operate in China but are also listed in the American Stock Exchange. FXI up almost 1%, so hence Pinduoduo, BABA, XPEV, Li Auto, you name it, all of them are looking to stay green on the day. We actually have a long on board, as you guys can see, which is XPEV. We're long XPEV, we're also long Li, and both of those positions are in the money. Currently, Li Auto 16 cents, XPEV 7 cents, and both of our shorts are out of the money, which is pretty surprising because, you know, the S&P 500 is negative on the day, and rejecting 3,700. We're under VWAP, we're under 50 period EMA, we're under the 100 period EMA, we're under the nice even dollar number of 3,700. And for the NASDAQ, we're also looking pretty similar on the NASDAQ side over here, where we're pretty much between the 100 period EMA and the VWAP area. And you know, slightly next to 11,400 also, only up by 0.1% on the day for NASDAQ, not too far away from turning red on the day for this market too. This is your tech stock, so you got to be very careful. You know, when there's no volume, when there's no real direction in the market yet to decide for us what to do on, we have to really be precise on where we're trying to enter into our trades over here. I think waiting for that 3,639 number to break on the NASDAQ, sorry, not NASDAQ, S&P 500 will be one of the clean moves that we will be presented either to the long side or to the upside. Either we bounce off of that level or we break below that level. Until then, I'm just not ready to really believe in any of these market moves, man. Now S&P 500 going back to the downside, NASDAQ now once again to the red.
Yes, sir. Big boy trade on Sava. We didn't add to it like we wanted to. I fumbled the ad order or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, got in, you'll recall, at 44.20 or so, 44.19, and then we got out completely here at that $44.68 level. So a nice winner on Sava there, albeit with not too much big size. Hey, I wanted to add to it above that 44.50, and I may have had an opportunity since it top wicked here at 44.88. But that was super fast. I wouldn't have had the dexterity to get all of the 44.50 ad out at that level. So anyway, good winner on Sava. It was a really aggressive mover. I've got it up my side screen. That's how I knew it was moving. And I hope you guys participated in that trade as well. It gave you an opportunity here with this 1 minute pullback, and then boom, it just kept adding to that position. So Sava, definitely on watch for the rest of the day here. I looked at the daily chart on Sava. Looks like we almost got to 50. Wow, and we adding more now, going into that 44, 45, 40 is now current. I believe that's the high of day. Yeah, it's the high of day by far. 44.40. Now we're up 8% plus on the day. This one's making really aggressive moves. I wish I had added at that 44.50 and then held, but hey, whatever. I punched out, made some good money on that one. I'm positive on the day. Looks like SHPH is pulling back aggressively after making that initial move to the high side. No, that's APE. Let's move back. Oh, jeez. Okay, there we go. That's G-Sun. I forgot to talk about G-Sun after it opened. It looks like it's pulling back here, but whatever. SHPH, this is the trade that we had to the upside. Looks like it topped out here at that $7.38 level, and then it kind of did almost a double top, about a penny apart or a penny or two apart here from these two double tops. And after that, it pulled back aggressively, going into near that VWAP area at $6.70, all the way from that $7.40 area. So an aggressive pullback here on SHPH. I hope if you were in it, you took profits already and aren't bag holding this one. Now moving back to G-Sun here, we want to analyze that one quickly before we go back to APE. This was the halt price. It looked like it got up all the way to a couple of pennies below 50, 49, 60 or so before, plummeting back down. But that's on low volume, guys. Look at these volume candles down here. There is not that much liquidity right now. And look at the spread, 41.50 and 42.34 on G-Sun. That's literally almost $1. So, you could get in at 42.34 and then panic sell and lose $1 a share. So that gives you an idea of how careful you have to be on this stock. It reminds me a little bit of HKD and the absurd spreads that it has. Anyway, APE, we'll update you on the APE trade here because we were in that one. Remember I told you that if it broke through that $3.86 area, I'd be out, despite the fact that my entry was at $3.94. And that's because it didn't give me this profit taker here at $3.67, so we can cancel that one. Very profitable trade on APE. I like the way that I managed this one. I definitely was patient with it. I could have had more, especially with these two bottom wicks here. It looks like we bottom wicked at that $3.70 area, but the buyer showed up at that area and pumped it all the way back to $3.94, so I didn't want to be involved in this one if it was going to move back beyond my break-even, Prad.
Yeah, this market's now getting pushed down to the south side. So if you have shorts on the boards, might be time to start holding on to it. Maybe add to your shorts. Best Buy elevated, not elevated, but that Best Buy is actually showing you a big volume candle to the south side. So it looks like it wants to start dying off over here. And we have a pretty good short to hold on to our position on Best Buy. Look at that volume candle on the chart. Look at the position itself getting ready to show us some profits. We're 31 cents in the money on Best Buy at the moment. Ford only 1 penny out of the money, and Lee Auto, which was a big in the money position for the north side, and the green for the longs, that is at least what I'm trying to say, is also pulling back. So got time to start maybe managing those positions across the board. People in the chat want us to take a look at MLCO, which is Melco Resorts and Entertainment Limited. It's in Hong Kong, so most likely another one of those same basket of stocks such as LVS and Win and MGM and so on. MLCO launching to the north side off of that catalyst, up 24% on the day, even with the pullback that we're seeing coming in currently. NASDAQ now negative 0.3%, and S&P 500 down 0.85%. Brad, BBBY short not showing up. I don't know why it's not, but I can't help it. We're short 66 cents and 77. Sorry, $66.77 is the average price, and we're 18 cents in the money. It's up to Lucas over there to figure out why it's not working. I don't know why it's not showing up over there, but maybe he's gonna refresh it and I can punch into a position or something and then update again. Casino stocks for MLCO, casino stocks in the major basket of craziness today, right? You saw how, at least if you live in America or in Canada, you know how many advertisements are really shoved into your face from the sports booking side today. MGM, Las Vegas. There's so many just trying to push their sports booking onto you. Try to get that viewer base. Even DraftKings. I personally own like 3 sports books myself that I bet with. Speaking of talking about sportsbook and betting. Week 3 did not work out so well. We had some good bets, and we thought we were going to come out winner on those bets on week 3 of NFL. But it's this random last-second upsets killed my parlays and killed my bets. Otherwise, we would have had a banger of a week 3. But it was a good time nevertheless. Yeah, looks like Lucas actually updated the thing over there. Now, if I do take a fill, it will show up whenever I'm ready to take a fill. You guys will see the boards popping up. Actually, now I'll just take a fill over here on XPEV, take some profits. Why not? And the board should pop up. There we go. Bang. Best Buy is now on the board that you can see me being short. 24 cents in the money. Bonds are apparently getting destroyed. Yeah, bonds. TOTs, your treasury yields, always something to take a look at, which is now at a crazy all-time high for bonds, right? Levels that we have not seen in a while for these positions, so it's pretty insane. Pratt took the Chiefs for sure. I had all the favorites. I had Bills. What else did I have? I had Bills. I had Chiefs. I had Rams. Ravens. I had like 7 favorite parlay. And the last-minute upsets just came in and kind of ruined my day for me. It is what it is. Can't be crying too much about it, right? They were pretty close to winning though. They were all pretty close to winning, but eventually they all did blow it, and they took my money with it.
Oh no! What are you talking about yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yesterday was a hell of a day in NFL world, man. Wow. If Neil was here, I'd give him my condolences for the L that Buffalo took yesterday. Definitely like one of those super tight L's.
They're just really good at losing in the last second, eh?
Yeah. Did you have money on him? I missed that whole part. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Bradley. But yeah, it was a bit of. It's not really the players' fault so much as it is the coaching staff there. They tried to take. I mean, if you guys watched it, you guys know. But they tried to take another shot to make the field goal a little bit closer. Maybe because their kicker had missed a 38-yarder earlier in the game. So they wanted to give him like the best advantage that they could. Anyway, they ran out of time. They couldn't spike the ball in time. They didn't have any timeouts. I think they misused the timeouts earlier in the game too. So it was a whole concoction of mistakes on the Bills' part there. But they're still. Josh Allen is a beast. That's all I can say. He's an absolute beast. He is football at the moment. That's the way I see it. He can run. He can pass. He can you can probably tackle. The dude's huge, and it's just fantastic to watch them. My boys are playing tonight. Shout out to the playmaker if he's in the chat. Our boys are playing tonight. Dallas, New York. They're in New York. Jerry Jones was on CNBC, obviously, because he's in New York, following the team like he always is. And so he popped into the studio at CNBC there and talked about the most valuable sports franchise in the world, a.k.a. the Dallas Cowboys. I just wanted to let everyone know that, remind everybody about that. We're more profitable, not more profitable, but I think we're worth more than Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, you name it. They can't hold a candle to us, whether or not we're playing the same sport or not. Okay, enough about that. Guys, markets are at days low. Look at this. And I mean like days low going back to 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. So we talked about this level early on the show. We had a double bottom here at 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. on the MES futures. And we just touched that. That level is 36.71. So markets, after making an initial move up and kind of giving us the impression that we were going to have a little bit of an update maybe after last week's losses, not so much. Looks like we're pulling back into those lows. So be careful, tread carefully if you've got any longs here on any of the big cappers or you're trading the futures, whatever. Be careful with that trade. I think I just expanded this and I don't know why. 1 second here. Let's have a look at, we don't have any open trades at the moment. We're all out of everything, but Sava continuing to make a consolidation move sideways. The volume still there supporting the thesis that we may trend upward and break that 45.80, maybe through that 46. On the daily chart on Sava, we have a high of day of almost 50, so we've got some more room in terms of hitting those resistance levels. And let's see what Win doing nothing. Sava is doing everything. SHPH kind of pulled back a little bit to that VWAP area. Where do we have SHPH? No, not on this one. There we go. This is VWAP here, $6.70. Kind of pulling back, consolidating sideways, but holding that VWAP level. I wonder if this is going to be a flat bottom breakdown or what have you. I'm going to watch it. It's still interesting me because it is above that VWAP level, and we made a $7.38 high. So, you know, I'm looking for this one. I'm looking for more, Brad.
Yeah, currently Best Buy is 50 cents in the money and continue to push to the south side. So that short play that I was talking about, the whole idea as to why would someone punch into, or not punch into, go to a brick and mortar store and ask for a price match when they can get that same price with 2 clicks away at their computer, clicks away, right? So trust me on this, ladies and gentlemen. And you would know this too if you have a son or a daughter who's very computer oriented. They're not buying from Best Buy. They're not buying from you know, other companies out there. They're going directly to the websites and they're buying online. Even video games, right? If you have a kid who's a gamer, you know that gamer is buying their video games from Steam, from Epic Games, from EA's own launcher, from Battle.net, which is not EA, Activision's own launcher, Origin. So these video games are no longer really coming in CD forms, and if they are, they're coming for consoles, which has been going down in sale history for God knows how long. Look up the stats. They've been dying off. Even the new Modern Warfare 2. Look at how many Modern Warfare 2 open beta downloads went through for Activision over the weekend because they were having that. So trust me on this process. Maybe not, you know, do your own due diligence. Don't trust me on the process. Don't trust anybody on anything. Do your own due diligence at the end of the day. My belief is these brick and mortar stores are all going to end up like Blockbuster. They're all going to get clapped one day to the downside. And I do not want to be involved in them. So here's my short on Best Buy today, 57 cents in the money. I'm not ready to take any profits just yet because I think the stock is going to go crumble even more to the downside today. Even though there is no real momentum, or any volume in the market, I think Best Buy has a lot more downside room for just today to begin with. I'm only 50 cents in the money. That's a lot already to take profits, but this is Best Buy we're talking about. So yeah. I'm gonna keep riding it to the downside.
That's a big boy short Pratt's got on there. I see where that entry is. It looks really good. Geez, man, look at these big cappers. They are making all aggressive moves to the downside. Let's bring in that chart here so you guys can follow along. I would still posit that Meta is by far the weakest of the bunch, and it's just based on how far away it is from VWAP. Relative to the other ones. I mean, they're all starting to get farther away from VWAP. Like, look at this move by Microsoft. Consolidated at VWAP for quite a while at that 239 area, then boom, the toilets came in and it flushed down all the way down to 238, barely holding 238 at this point. Same deal with Apple. Apple's high of day, guys, is 153.77. We're at 150.70, so we're down $3 already from the high of day, and that was like a couple hours ago, not even, you know what I mean? So tough day for these big cappers, but great if you're bear-minded and shorting these stocks, to be honest with you. Let's flip back into the scanner here to have a look at what's popping off. Not much. IMPX making a bit of a move. Let's bring down this chart, the scanner, so you guys can follow along here. 1 second. Oh, let's move down, baby. There we go. So now here we are. So IMPX, yeah, you know, but the volume is not quite there. Only done 77,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That's not enough to get my attention. And you can just tell by the chart that it's spready and lacks volume. You don't even need to look at the corresponding volume to tell that. That's just a lot of experience looking at charts and knowing whether they've got good volume or not. MLCO doing nothing, trending to the downside. ADTX also doing basically nothing, well below VWAP here. TRCT. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, holding view up, but the volume is not there for me on that one. HLGN. Let's see, just reclaim view up here, but almost looking like it's trading like a buyout, especially in the characteristics of its chart. SHPH, we already know about that one. That's holding view up nicely. So SHPH is still in play for me if we can hold view up going into the afternoon. Let's see what else is below that. No, that has no volume. Then we go to BEAT here, BEAT. That's not for me either. ILAG, let's see this one, ILAG, yeah, that's not for me either. So WIN is definitely, we're really low here on the chart. WIN below view up again at the moment, so I'm not interested in WIN. That one looks like it's stair-stepping down. I might even consider a short on WIN at this point. Let's look at the chart properly on WIN here. Load it up on the other platform and see if this one is primed for a short or not. Go WYNN, here we go. So have a look at this one, guys. I mean, let's maximize the chart here. if we can draw some trend lines on this guy, we can definitely see that there is a slope. It's a decreasing slope here. Why does it do that? Let me adjust this one. There we go. Decreasing slope on win, higher highs, higher lows. Lower highs, lower lows on win. Let's draw another parallel one to the bottom, and we can probably touch 2 or 3 troughs here, and that's all we really need. You only need two troughs to touch in order for it to be a trend, technically speaking, obviously. I would like to short it near the higher of the range here, so towards this this upper trend line. If I can get in a short around there, 67.40, 67.30 area. Currently trading at 66.70, 66.69. So this is the lower end of the range. Perhaps if it doesn't get to this trend line here, perhaps I can take a short off the 50 period, which are around $67. So if you're looking here on win, I'm looking to short this one, especially because it has broken below VWAP. It's technically still above the 200 period, but I like this one a little bit more with the break of VWAP heading south, Brad.
XPEV now flat on the day, and for me at least on my position, not on the day, sorry. And Li Auto also flat on my position from where we entered, and same with Ford, but we don't care about the rest of them because Best Buy is our #1 trade at the moment, 70 cents in the money. So I took some profits over there to the south side near $66. Nice and even dollar, an area that the stock could bounce at and move back to the north side slightly. So just taking some profits in front of that, making sure we're protecting our capital in areas that looks like we should be taking some profits in as the NASDAQ pulls back to 11,300. Putting itself down 0.5% on the day. S&P 500 pulls back to the exact same low, I believe, at least from Friday's low. Let's go check out what the S&P 500 low right now is for Friday. It is 3,661, and we are only 8 points away from that. So let's say 9 points away from 3,660 as the S&P 500 pulls all the way back to those numbers. Maybe an opportunity to build into a long around those areas. We're also near, apparently looks like an overnight low. Let's go confirm that real quick. Yeah, here's the, that's the Friday low. That's the Friday low. Here's the overnight low, 3,670. Trying to hold up as a bottom on the market over here. Might just take a long on the futures here. From the overnight low, if the overnight low doesn't bounce, then we'll try again at the Friday's low. If both of them fail, then clearly the market wants to die, and you should be very careful.
Guys, by the way, we can't speak to each other in derogatory manners in the chat, even though we may have different ideas and theses about how things should be moving. Let's stay cordial and stay respectful. That way, nobody's feelings get hurt, and we all stay as one productive community rather than destructive. Okay, so now that I've got that out of the way, looking at win, I'm kind of concentrating and focusing on win here. I'm looking for a short. I want to play this range. It's been in a very clear range to the downside here ever since it's made its high of day. I believe the high of day on win is 68.89, but that was some time ago. Ever since then, it's been moving to the downside. Now, this is obviously on the news of Macau opening up for the first time in 3 years to mainland China residents who can come in and gamble. And we know how big of a gambling city Macau is. I think it beats out Vegas now, doesn't it?
Sorry?
Macau? It's bigger than Vegas?
I have no clue.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I heard Macau is like bigger than Vegas in terms of institutions and whatever, like the pizzazz, I guess, so to speak. So this one is on, I don't want to say sketchy news, but, a lot of China is still shut down. And you don't even need to look at the Chinese news to know that. Just look at the price of WTI or Brent. The fact that it's so depressed is a direct correlation to the fact that the Chinese economy is still not firing in all cylinders. If the Chinese economy is not firing in all cylinders, not only will you not have as many Chinese mainlanders going to Macau because, they're not making as much money or as profitable in their investments or whatever the problem is. I know they have a real estate issue too there. So you got to look at this with a bit of suspicion here that win may start pulling back once the novelty of the news starts fading off. So that's the way I look at win. Ben Milburn, trader now for 2 months. He says, we just hit below June's lows, and then March we hit about where we are now. Could be the same scenario now. I mean, yeah, it's possible. I'm not going to confirm that we hit those lows. I'm not going to bother looking, but yeah, no, I think that the June lows are definitely in play. I definitely thought they were in play last week too, but I just didn't think they'd get here so quickly. The market has this tendency to move pretty expeditiously lately. That's the way I see it anyway. And so, what we make of that information, let's see going forward. But I've got my my SPX index and NDX index lows marked. So when they get hit, I'll definitely be on the lookout for that and communicate to you guys. We are continuing to make lower lows now on the futures, guys. 36.60 is now and a half is currently the low of day, Prad, on the futures. I'm looking for a short on win.
Yeah, market. Sorry, I just had to yawn there. Market is indeed bouncing off the bottoms that I was talking about, but let's see if it can have a proper bounce and take it all the way back into at least 86.80s ranges and give me a nice 10 point long on the market. But then again, it could easily not bounce off of these overnight bottoms and go crush itself all the way to that that Friday low that we were talking about at 36.60, at which point I'll have another order trying to take on one more long, maybe my only other long that I'll take on the future side, close to the Friday's low. Friday's low, if it doesn't bounce off of that, like I mentioned earlier, we could have a bigger extension to the downside on the market and turn what looked like somewhat of a relief rally day into a sour day once again. Not really helping any of the longs just yet. The FOMC kind of hurting the market 2-3 days past that. I know the Feds were talking today. Yeah. I believe the last Fed to talk today at one point or 45 minutes ago was the Atlanta Fed Chair Bostic. Was speaking then, but I didn't get any updates ever since Brenda was actually gone to the work meeting that they have. Neil, Sean, and Brenda and our producer, they have a work meeting during this time. So usually he's here to update us on what's going on on the macro realm. So I'm missing out on that info. If anyone of you in the chat know exactly what Fed is up there, or are they all done talking? Maybe part of this down move that's bringing into the market is because of what they have to say coming in. People in the chat also saying, I see no bounce, stop sign. Yeah, I appreciate you looking out for my money, but I got stop signs for that. They look out for my money, and I'm gonna let them do it for me instead.
It says here we may have session lows as a result of the slumping British pounds as that weighs on the markets. Now, anybody who's been following the Forex market, and lately definitely Forex has been a lot more interesting because of the strength of the US dollar relative to other currencies. It's been definitely making a move. And I mean, I see that reflected in my personal account daily because I'm 100% in US dollars on my personal account, and every day, like, I'm not going to brag about this, but I open up and I haven't done anything, and all of a sudden I'm up. So it's like, woo, yippee, good for me. But yeah, I believe that this is having a major effect on the markets as a result of that. And I was listening to some, commentary with respect to why the British pound is not doing as well as it's doing, and it's because we don't talk politics here, but obviously this reflects a little bit on the market. I believe the new Prime Minister there, Liz Truss, has kind of instituted a double whammy. The first whammy is she's initiating tax cuts. So that's adding liquidity back into the market because that's going to put more money in people's pockets. Secondly, she's capping energy prices. So she's having like an overly, more of a regulatory hand than typically conservatives do on the market. And she's doing that obviously because she foresees problems with her country's affordability of energy going into the winter. What if it's an unusually cold winter? I mean, that's very possible. So she's doing two things that usually counteract. And I think that's having the effect of depressing the pound sterling down to the levels that we're seeing now. And that's obviously having an effect on the markets. I mean, that's not something that we can control here. That's not monetary policy that we can control, nor is it fiscal policy that we can control. That's on the other side of the ocean. But the fact of the matter is it's having that effect. So Interesting play there with the GBP and where that heads next. Now, guys, we just got into that win position. We took that. We took it right at the 50 period. So I entered my short higher than where it was. The market's moving up now, so I'm going to have to be really careful for this one not to get out of control. Now I'm going to be careful by extending this trend line. Now I decided to take it below this trend line here. Okay, this is the trend line that I was using to the upside, and this is the trend line I'm using to the downside, obviously. But I did see that it had respected the 50 period moving average on a couple of occasions, notably here, here, and here.
Bless you.
Bless you, jeez.
Guy's a machine gun.
I know, my goodness. Aaron there sneezing up a storm. So I'm looking for the break of this trend line to let me know that I'm wrong on this one. Currently, I'm out of the money. I'm out of the money well. My entry on this bad boy is 66.95, currently trading at 67.20. So it's going against me as the market continues to curl back up. Is there anything being set up back there? No,
it's
I don't
bouncing
see any
off
Fed speaker.
a level. I already mentioned that level to you, and we're long right now off that level where we're in the points, like 5 points in the money. So we're just bouncing off an overnight
666 level?
Yeah, we're not that far away. 10 points away from that 666 level. Like it's just
we're at the overnight level was 36.71. We broke that, but we didn't break it by much. You're right.
Yeah.
We're bouncing back off it. You know, you could say it was a bounce on that level. Anyway, I didn't really feel that win was moving as much with the market, especially earlier on. But now it looks like there is some correspondence between the two. So my trade, I'll have to keep an eye on the market, I guess, going forward. But this trend line here is letting me know that I'm out. Shout out to William there for the $20 super chat. He says, you are amazing. Well, thank you for both. Brad and I always appreciate that. Not much of a note. I don't think they're asking anything there. Let me just check below to see if he added anything. No, so I appreciate that, William. Send it back to Brad.
Yeah, the question is, why would the market go up if there's nothing positive happening? It's because it needs to. That's just a natural thing to happen. People are covering. Whoever had the short over here are either covering at VWAP or covering over here or covering at the new area. And once more covers start to come in, then eventually some buyers pile in, such as myself. Even if it's by one contract or two contracts or 10 contracts, the idea is people have the more people that are thinking that same way, that trade is going to end up pulling out. You have an overnight level of 36.70, sorry. You have the Friday low of 36.66. You have the June low of 36.36, which are all very close to each other. The market's already down 38 points on the day without any volume behind it. How much more can you really expect out of it, right? It always comes down to expectations and then reality. So the reality is, even if we do go down to 36.40, 36.37, I think the bounce will come in there. So I'm okay trying this 10-point range from where we are to the Friday's low. If that 10-point range fails for me, fine. Whoops, who cares? I'll come back in at June's low. If that June's low fails for me, then I'm not even care about my long. On the day today. I'm more worried about my long-term account, which is going to zero. I got bigger things to worry about. If the June lows break, then my intraday account to worry about. So trust me, this is just a quick little easy long bounce that we were able to get out of. This is not a crazy trade that I just popped out of. You guys can do this too. Anybody can do this. That's what makes it work, because there's so many people thinking that we can pull off a trade over here with a quick little scalp, and that's what's helping us go with this profit over here. MES now giving us a good 7-point win to the north side, but thankfully Best Buy shorts that we're involved in not really moving too much to the north side. Still 50 cents in the money on Best Buy, even though the market's popping up. So let's go. If those June lows come into play, I'm not worried about how much money I'm losing on intraday. I'm worried about how I can't afford bread tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I definitely hear that. I'm not sure about the bread thing, but Sava, looking at Sava here, back, still holding nicely here. I mean, it pulled back a little bit to that 50 period, now bouncing back up. Not too much in the way of volume support. Volume definitely declining after this move up here. So I'm not going to let Sava off the hook here. Oh, geez, SHPH. Sorry to kind of digress all of a sudden, but SHPH making the more important move, and how I missed that, I don't know. Here we go. Let's pull up SHPH. Bouncing beautifully off that VWAP level. Geez, look at that jump all in like a few 1-minute candles here. So bounced off that 670 level that we had on VWAP. Then it made, you know, tested day's high here at 735. I believe technically the day's high is 738, but 735 is a few pennies away, so that'll do for now. Geez, I missed that long. I would have really liked to have that long, especially it held VWAP like a glove here, breaking below it only by a few pennies and not even closing below it. That's just a wick. So looking forward to see whether we can break that $7.38 level and start creating newer highs. Currently up 25% on the day, so definitely getting up there in terms of movement with no catalyst. So 25% is a big move. Anyway, so SHPH back on watch. So Sava, the problem that we're having now though is that win trade has really gone against us, and it's gone against us because it is corresponding with the market move. Like look at this. You don't have to be a genius to see this consolidation period here and this consolidation period there. This decline, and this move up with this move up. So whereas previously the win had not been trading with or not moving with the market, now it is. There we go, covered. So I took a loss there, fairly sizable loss too, to be honest with you, because I did go in full position on this short. Maybe looking back next time, if I was to do this again at this level here at that 67.40 level, I probably would have taken out 50%, and I would have taken out the other 50% through the break of this trend line. So yeah, and that's just, risk management. Obviously, by lessening the position, I'm obviously taking a loss here, but I'm not taking as big of a loss if I take 100% of the position out here. So yeah, bad move, bad trade for me there on win, but that's just the name of the game. It's my only loser on the day, to be honest with you. SHPH, Sava, and Ape are all positive, but that's the way she goes, Prad. Big L on win.
Currently, I did jump out of my futures long for 10 points in the money. I'm not trying to make magic over here. I'm just trying to make a scalp. So I did get my scalp of 10 points. If anyone else is holding that, congratulations on your position. Maybe you get more out of it. Maybe it does pull back to VWAP. Maybe it does pull back to 100 period EMA. But notice how many maybes I'm throwing out there. I don't know what it's going to do, nor do I want to be involved in that trade to figure out what it's going to do. I'm going to take my money. I'm going to run away with it. Exit stage left. I don't have enough size in it to work with this trade either. Something that Greg has always taught us is you guys always need to scale. And something I didn't do on this trade is scale. I did not scale into my entry, hence I cannot scale out of my entry. So I'm just going to be done with this position. And by scaling, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, is never take your platform default. So our platform default for futures is one contract. I took one contract. Now it only allows me to get out of that one contract or hold that one contract for a bigger move. If I played it the way that my teacher and my mentors have taught me, which is to scale in properly, I should have gotten in with 2 lots. I should have gotten out 1 lot where I previously did, and I should have held 1 lot for a bigger move possible in case it did come into play. But this is all hindsight Henry conversation sometimes. Something to have with myself later on, not to have we can just leave it over there basically. But Henry Z, talking about hindsight Henry, our boy Henry in the chat talking about Palantir. I did notice Palantir in the morning was up already about 3% or so. Let's go check out what Palantir is at. 1.3% at the moment. We did pull back quite a bit on Palantir towards the 100 period EMA, but getting ready to bounce off that 100 period EMA with the help of the market that bounced not too long ago. Let's see if Palantir can move back to VWAP at least close to 7.6, 7.65. I don't think it will have the move back to the true high a day of $7.85 because you can see the resistance that Palantir has near $8.
Yep. All right. We got into a trade here on SHPH. A dip trade got in at that $7.08 area. A couple of pennies in the money. Currently looking for that move back up into the 730s. We'll see what this one does. If it breaks 7, I'm probably out of this one. I'll give it to a little bit below 7. So let's go 698 or so, and then go 694. Give it a few pennies there. There we go. So now we've got our stop settled in on this one. Let's see if we can break into the 20s. If we can break into the 20s, I'll scalp a little bit on this one. But yeah, it's currently consolidating sideways a little bit. Volume dropping off a little bit. I mean, not too much. You see this volume drop off here, but that makes sense because it's consolidating. But this is what we're comparing it to, this volume area here. It's a little bit below that. We're in the money, so we'll give this one room. And thankfully, we're close to a whole dollar level. So we got in at 7.08, so for breaks at 7, we're not too far away from it, so we don't have to give back as much. Yeah, kind of playing a little bit to the side here. We'll watch this one. Let me actually put some profit takers out there. So let's cover a little bit at that $7.21 area. We'll take a little bit out there. Let's take out that much. There we go. Okay, so we've got a profit taker set out there, so if it touches that level, we'll be in. Let's see what Sava's up to. Sava making the move, making the real move. Look at this move up by Sava. Because I was in that trade, you know, geez, I'm going to blame myself, obviously, for not being in this trade. But, you know, I was concentrating on SHPH, and I got distracted a little bit. And it looks like moving back to SHPH here, we just got a profit taker triggered at 721. So very happy with that. Very profitable trade there. Can we break through high of days? This one's shown its propensity to flush up or to move up then flush right back down. So be careful with this one. Let's put another profit taker out in case it moves quickly without us here. So we'll go ahead and put one at 731 and we'll take some more out there. Can it get to 731? We'll see. Moving back to Sava here, I looked at the daily chart earlier. I told you that the resistance was close to 50 on Sava, so we've got, you know, at least $3 more here nearing that 47 area for us to hit previous day resistance. So we still have a good potential move up for Sava on this one. I just don't want to buy it at these areas here because it is kind of extended. We're at high of day. Well, we were at high of day. 46.69 is high of day. Currently trading at 46 after that pullback. So I'll watch this one. I'll watch it as closely as I'm watching SHPH, but these both are making really nice moves to the upside, Brad.
Yeah, how are you going to send me a picture of your wife's curry and not even bring some, bro?
There's some left over.
Yeah, like next time? Come on, man. That's proper etiquette.
Jeez. I know. Jeez.
You can't show us pictures. You can't show us pictures of such bomb food and not let us try some, man. Come on. It does look good. What kind of curry was it?
Wow, so she had chickpeas.
I saw the
those were chickpeas on top there.
Ooh. It's like green curry or something?
I don't know, it was like a reddish curry.
Reddish curry? That looks pretty bomb,
It's
bro.
all from scratch.
Was chicken in there?
No, it's vegetarian.
Vegetarian? Okay. Oh yeah, you told me your kid went vegan. Yeah, for anyone wondering what I'm talking about, where's that picture? Sean's wife made some amazing, let me fix the vocabulary over there. That's how you end up on a no-fly zone. Aren't you flying in a few days, buddy?
Yeah,
I'm flying in a few months too, so that's
You need to wear a tin hat 90% of the time, bro. Jeez.
Hey, man, I'm not joking. That's how you end up on a no-fly zone. But I want to head over to real quick to Super Chats. From the morning that we might have missed out. Wow, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla was a little weak to begin the day with. Thank you for the $2 super chat. We can look at Tesla in a second. The Haste records coming in with $1.99. Funny how the Fed's speaking all week, holding down the market. I did think about that too. You're not wrong. They are talking all day about it, and it's scary, right? Whenever the Fed's talking, you're always wondering as to what can they randomly say to ruin the market. So you're always scared about that. $2 super chat from Girma saying Ruby, I'm averaging in at 55 cents. We'll pull back to Ruby and Tesla in a second, but that looks to be the end of the super chats today. Thank you for everyone who did send us super chats, and let's go to Brando over here for the energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, wild day for oil markets. Once again, we went from down 1% to up 1%. Now we're back down 1.7%. In fact, I'll show you the chart here in a sec, but a couple of headlines here to get a better understanding. 9-month low on this strong U.S. dollar that continues to rally even as we speak today. Gas from Russia's Nord Stream 2 leaking into the Baltic Sea as well, with a new leak reported today. Here's Brent crude over in Europe, 2% to the downside. NYMEX light sweet crude now 1.9, back to 77.2. Gold down today as well. well compared to some of the other indices. But here we go. Here's 1.8% on our chart for the futures. Bounced off 77, bit of a retracement. But yeah, we go up 1%. Now we're back down almost 2% here now for oil on volatility, guys.
Talking to Sean here about that big win his pack had yesterday.
Your boys are tonight. What are you thinking?
You know what, man? New York looks better this year than they have in previous year. Yeah, Saquon and his monster legs are gonna run rampant, I feel. But you know, the Cowboys' defense is definitely the strongest asset they've got this year. It's definitely stronger than the offense. But hey, whatever. I'm always gonna cheer for my Cowboys no matter what. Just like I'm cheering for Sava. Go to the north side. Go to the north side. I'm long Sava guys at that 45.93. Currently trading 46.25. We want more, but the spread is opening up on this one, so be really careful. So let's go ahead and put that out at 45.24. Let's see if we get filled. No, we won't get filled, obviously, because the spread is super wide. Anyway, moving back to our SHPH trade, we took out a couple of pieces while Pratt and Brendan were talking. Our long on SHPH is $7.08. We took out a first piece here, $7.21. Second piece at $7.26, and we're looking for this break here of the 7.35 in order to take out the other piece. Can we get it? There we go, and we got it. There we go, babe. That was a nice trade on SHPH. Very good trade. Up 27.5% on the day, so we're all out of SHPH on that one. Thankfully, let's see how our... Oh, and we got out. Nice. We got out on our Sava trade. So we're all out of our Sava trade. We're all out of our SHPH trade. Profitable trades on both, as they're both continuing to make moves to the high of day. Pumped about these two stocks, Brad.
Yeah, so coming back to the super chats that we were talking about, so Tesla, I see why you said the wow Tesla, because Tesla, which was negative to start off the day, had a nasty move to the north side to begin the day with, and now stayed positive off of that move, even though the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 turned negative and are now staying negative on the day. So pretty surprised that Tesla has continued to stay positive. Maybe even a short around this area for Tesla to follow the move down back on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ might be something to be keeping in your back of your head. I want to go back to Best Buy, as Best Buy is now right back to the low a day once again, but it's creating somewhat of a higher low in front of $66. Keep in mind, I did say, this stock could have a good potential move to $64, but that would obviously require the S&P 500 market to break that low where we went long off of. If the market's not breaking that low, I can't see Best Buy going much further than it already is. We have a pretty good winner over here, 70-cent winner on the board on Best Buy, especially on a position that we punched in at 12 o'clock. It's pretty rare that you see positions giving you that big of a move when you punch in at 12, because most likely you're punching in at the low a day and the stock is having that reversal move back to the north side. So when the stock is giving you this type of move, it's showing you that there is clear weakness in it. That big volume candle that came in later on helped us out to the south side. And now we're just waiting to see if there's an even bit better move for us to capitalize on while we're taking profits on the move down. Ford not really moving too far to the north side off of our entry, which is good, but it's also not flushing to the downside past the 12, so it's a little annoying on that one. LI is back in the money for us by only 13 pennies, and XPEV also in the money by 5 pennies.
What's this guy's name? The Hayes Records. I'm going to ban you, dude. Stop calling my Cowboys the Cowgirls. That's pretty sexist, too. I'm just joking, obviously. But, yeah, the Hayes Records trying to haze me right now, calling my Cowboys the Cowgirls. So what if they're girls? Girls can play sports, too. Anyway, now, looking at SHPH. This is the one that, it's consolidating a little bit, but it is creating higher highs and higher lows on this one. So it's not out of the woods yet, even though it looks like it's super wicky and, it's making like these really abrupt style moves. I still really like it. And, and the fact that it made high of day here, it didn't flush immediately down, makes me like it even more. Current high of day on SHPH is $7.40. The one prior to that we broke through was $7.38. So only a 2 penny break, but the fact of the matter is still didn't flush. And we've seen what's happened with these small cappers is that they flush immediately upon making a new high.
Whoa.
Now, Bradley, what's up?
No, you're good. I just have to...
Okay, so now let's talk about the market, because Brad was talking about that bounce, and it made absolute sense that we would bounce off that 36.71 level, even though we got down to that ominous number of 3666. But now we made a high, a more recent high at that 3687, but we're pulling right back down through that 3671 level, which was the early morning low. Now the new low obviously is at 3666. So if we can break that 3666 level to the downside, it's obviously being supported by the big caps. You don't have to be a genius to kind of compare the ES's chart with these big cappers here that I've got up on my top screen. Let's bring it down so you can have a look. Here we go. Look how weak Meta is, guys. Meta is down to 136.79. Bradley, do you remember when Meta was like $300 like 3 or 4 months ago? Like, that's just bizarre to me. Let's put the daily chart, see what we can glean off the daily for Meta. I hope nobody's holding Meta in their accounts. Yeah, look at this. When we get that dip, we got it. Oh, that was back in February. My bad. Okay, so we got that aggressive dip back in February, and that was an earnings dip when they said that they had lost worldwide users or the daily active users or some sort of user initiated dip there. We moved down from that 329 to say 330. And the next day, we were at that 242. And ever since then, it's been a decline.
I mean, man, when's the last time you logged into Facebook?
Every day. I'm older than you, though.
Shut up. You don't log into Facebook every day.
I do, because I have a lot of family on Facebook. And the only way to find out what they're doing is to see them on Facebook, right? They're in America, in Egypt, all over the place.
I said Facebook. That's different.
Isn't that instant?
No. Facebook? I said Facebook. Instagram is different. How much time did you actually log into Facebook to use it compared to how much we've been using it?
Can I tell you, my favorite thing on Facebook, though, is not the social media. It's the marketplace. Facebook Marketplace, I don't know how the chat feels about this, is absolutely addictive because it has an algorithm, just like TikTok. It knows what you like. So if you're looking for a TV, all of a sudden you start seeing all these TVs. You're looking for Air Maxes, you're looking for Shocks, you're looking for Vapor Maxes. All of a sudden you're seeing Shocks, Vapor Maxes, and Air Maxes. So I like that a little bit about it. Do you shop on there? Or do you
My
use
Instagram
Kijiji?
does that for me.
Hold on.
My Instagram listens to all the things I'm saying, and it puts everything in my face every day. So the algorithm is the same algorithm at the end of the day, right?
No, but there's no marketplace on Instagram that you can buy and sell. It's like people sell.
Yeah, like no like Craigslist kind of marketplace. Yeah, obviously.
You don't like the Facebook marketplace?
Dude, I haven't logged into
love it,
Facebook for years now.
You're missing out, man. That
I haven't
marketplace
logged
is
into-
tough.
I also don't want to get stabbed in a back alleyway trying to buy a bicycle. Like, I don't want to do that. I'll go to a store and I'll buy a bicycle.
Yeah, see,
I
the
want to
thing
buy a
is-
phone, I'll buy from people I know, such as Sean. I don't want to get stabbed in the back alleyway.
I don't know why all of your like theories are so fatalistic. One way or the
It's
other,
always
but
extremes. It's
I
always
know.
extremes. Okay, it's either you get a free phone or you're getting stabbed, and I don't want to deal with either of those. I don't want to deal with either of that.
No, being that I'm in a condo, I always meet them in the concierge, the area. So it's videotaped, and there's always people there and stuff like that. But anyway, guys, if you're buying anything expensive, I don't have to tell you, meet at a public location. I know the police in the GTA, they have safe exchange centers.
Really? I didn't know that. They have exchange centers?
Yeah, in the parking lots of police stations, it's like, it
that's
tells
pretty
you,
smart.
this is a surveilled area, and then you go there and you do the exchange, and you gotta really have a couple of nuts loose in the head if you're gonna rob somebody there. But hey, I wouldn't put it past anybody, to be honest with you. Guys, Sava is a savage. Look at this move by Sava upwards. We're talking like high of days, 40. We're about to break that 47. We feel a little silly getting out here at that 46.25, 46.26. Now we're pushing into that 47, and it looks like we're going to get more now, up almost 12% on the day. Let's zoom out here and see what we can glean on this move. Ever since, I would say, about that 12 o'clock time slot when we stopped consolidating sideways and we started making higher highs and higher lows, it's been one beast. Sava is upward, and I think I mentioned that 49 level. I'm not going to pull it up on here because it crashes a lot. Let me pull it up on my side chart here and tell you what the daily levels are. So the 23rd, which was the last trading day, we had a high of 50.75 on Sava. The close was obviously low, 41.75. The open on Sava was 48.30 or so. Previous to that day, the 22nd, we had a high on Sava of 51.59. So you've got levels. We still got more room to the upside here, and we're looking at daily levels, guys. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just taking profits on some stocks over here, such as Lee Auto. Lee Auto, 20 cents in the money. Scalping some profits over there. Scalping some profits also on Ford, which is 5 cents in the money. And my best trade right now is going to be Best Buy. Best Buy dropping with the rest of the market. The NASDAQ market did manage to push all the way back to that 3666 number, so 3666. Let's see if we're going to bounce one more time off that 3666 area on the market, or do we actually have a chance right now to push to that real Friday low of 3660? I mean, only 6 points away from that Friday low, right? 3660 on Friday, the June low of 3640. Yeah, 3640 on the June low right here. June 17th low exactly 3639. And then we got 3660 from Friday. So multiple reasons to why Best Buy is now giving us more profits. $1.80, sorry, $1.08, not 80. $1.08 in the money on Best Buy shorts. So absolute slam dunk on that side. Congratulations to anyone who followed me on this trade. I more importantly would like for you to understand the reasoning behind the trade than just blindly jump in with the trade, and then understand where my stop was, how I sized into my trade based on my stop, and so on. It's better to understand how to fish than just taking my fish that I fish, right? So for anyone who did do that, good job.
Couldn't agree more, Bradley. Just want to mention here before I talk about SHPH and Sava again that ADTX is starting to make a move back up. We had talked about this one as a fake out earlier. Somebody in the chat mentioned ADTX was starting to make a move, and I'm like, well, you know, it's got to reclaim VWAP for us to get interested in it, and it didn't quite reclaim VWAP on that occasion. That was around 11:30, 11:35 or so. Now it has reclaimed VWAP, albeit, you know, barely. It's still consolidating sideways at VWAP, but yeah, so basically, sorry, I was listening to somebody else's conversation here on the side. Looks like we may need to break that $3.55 area in order to really kind of show that we've reclaimed VWAP and we're going to trade above it. I was looking at this one for a possible afternoon candidate, VWAP hold high of daybreak kind of trade, but you know, it's really having trouble holding the higher levels. It just flushed there off that $3.38 level all the way down to $3.23 in like a matter of seconds or so. So careful with ADTX. Wait for confirmation that we are going to hold above VWAP and start trending up. I wouldn't enter it just quite yet, especially when you have other trades like Sava, which is continuing to make new highs at high of days now. It's an absolute beast. SHPH is also looking super interesting too. If you're looking at where to enter this one, my opinion would be get that VWAP dip should it come down there. And here, you've got ample examples between that 1220 to 1250 time slot where it kind of consolidated at VWAP. Volume dropped off significantly, but it didn't break below VWAP. It just wicked below, but didn't close below VWAP there. And then you had that huge surge up from that $6.70 area all the way up to $7.34. It was a big move up. Now we're consolidating sideways again, holding that 50 period. But if I had to choose, I definitely would take that dip trade, 685 to 690. If you want to be really aggressive and you don't want to risk it not getting to VWAP, that 695 is also super interesting to take on SHPH. And then also identify your plan out here, and the plan out would be, you know, a decided move and a close below VWAP. I wouldn't take it if it wicked. So you may not have the opportunity here to actually set in a hard stop. You may have to watch this and make sure it closes below VWAP before punching out. SHPH, Sava, those are my two, Brad.
I'm just trolling Luca over here. Luca, I'm having fun trolling Luca. But what are you guys taking a look at? You guys still taking a look at your SHPH, such as your boy Sharif over here, so I'll leave that one for him. Once you see this responsive action around 11,333 on NASDAQ, you can't unsee it. 11,333 apparently holding the bids like a glove, or just, you know, like super glue, gorilla glue, and just not letting it move too much further to the downside. I'm guessing that's what Dan Imons is trying to say right now. S&P 500 down 1.19%, and the NASDAQ down 0.5%. So big move on the S&P
Would you have
500
tried to
today,
take the kick
and the
from there,
tech
even
basket
though you-
actually looking a little bit stronger, a little bit healthier, which is good.
Yes, to get
But
down,
Best
right?
Buy, man, I can only talk about Best Buy right now because this stop doesn't stop paying me dividends. We're $1.19 in the money, continuing to push this outside, and we're enjoying the moves that we're getting on this position. But I want to be into new stocks. Let's see any other stocks that we can jump into. Maybe Snowflake, which is with relative volume of 0.85 only, with 4 million shares traded today, a little bit lighter on the relative volume end. Obviously, the lunch hour has come to an end. It is now 1:18 Eastern Standard Time. You guys still have about 40 minutes or so left on the show with Sharif and myself. In that meantime, we would appreciate it for all of you guys who haven't yet hit the like button to go ahead and do that for us. Every time you hit the like button, it helps us, send, or it helps the YouTube algorithm send the channel to more and more people who are, doing the simple searches such as how to go long, how to go short, what is VWAP, and so on. So please help us out by hitting that like button. If you want to know what being a member means on the YouTube side, click on the little join button right here, and you'll be able to listen to what Brendo has to say. For the 32% of you who are not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. If you feel like you want to rock some of our merchandise that some of us on the floor might be wearing currently, go to the YouTube homepage directly and click on the store and check out some of our merch over here that you can purchase. And baby, look at that. Now we're at 347,000 subscribers. Jeez. We're one step closer to that 1 million that we can't wait to hit. And in that meantime, while we wait for 1 million to come into play, let's send it to Brando just for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, back to the downside we go. Here's a look at the S&P 500, currently leading, in fact, as far as decliners are concerned. These two up here, the only two really notable names in positive territory at this point, still at 12% kind of day for both WIN and LVS, coming off that Macau note. This morning, everything else basically right across the entire board downside. Banks are leading right now as far as decliners are concerned. A little real estate group here as well, still in negative territory as it's been most of the day. Utility stocks, big moves in this group as well. AES leading right now, 5.5%. There's Boeing in the industrial sector, down about 3% on the afternoon. GNRC, the only one here in positive territory. FedEx extending declines that we saw last week as well. Another nearly 4% to the downside today for FDX. Healthcare stocks then, tech over here, trying to get back to basically flat on the day. The strength in tech is mostly in the software group here. Some of the semiconductors trying to get back to break even down here as well, but just barely. STX, WDC, and the software names as well, or hardware names, I should say, both 3.5% to 3% in negative territory. Widespread declines, though, unfortunately, once again, outside of, as we said, consumer discretionary names, guys. It's a 1% kind of day right now for the S&P 500.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yep. Sorry to the chat there when I had a side conversation with Neil. Neil and I were talking about the last play of the Buffalo-Miami game yesterday.
He should be used to it by now, though.
I don't think he's used to losing.
He should be used to it by now. Last year, this year, both times losing last seconds. Yikes, bro. Yikes.
Chat is chirping up Neil. I don't know if
I'm
that's a good idea.
only upset because I had them and they lost. That's it.
That's so unnecessary.
Yeah, anybody in the chat watching the Miami and Buffalo game yesterday, that was a hell of a game. I'm not sure about the play calling there towards the end. That's what
Miami
Neil and I were
2-0
talking
now?
about. They're
3-0?
3-0. Yeah, man. Yeah.
T-Hill, baby, let's go.
Yeah, you know who else is 3-0? The ragged, disgusting Philadelphia Eagles. That's who. And I, as a Cowboys fan, I just can't. I hate the Eagles as much as I hate the Commanders and the Giants.
That's such a weird name, the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, I guess it's
don't
like Washington related because like the military, the Pentagon is in Washington.
Hey, they could have
right?
just gone the hockey route, Washington Capitals. That would have been a cool way to do it.
Yeah, but
know.
then you would have two capital teams. That's kind of silly, no?
So?
Washington Capitals and the Washington. Who's playing tonight? The Washington Capitals and the Washington Capitals. No, I don't know about that, Bradley.
Yeah,
That's not your best work. But we're talking about the decision making there, whether or not you go for the field goal. With in mind that the kicker had missed a 38-yarder earlier in the game, and he missed it.
Shout out to Tua though for falling down, getting that concussion. When he got back up and he was wobbling, I was like, all right, there go my 300 yards that I need from this guy. I'm not getting my 300 yards, but he actually came back and still got some points on the board after.
Oh God, yeah.
I don't know how to say his last name. That's the hardest thing.
Turlagovoa or something like that. It's really hard.
Tugavailoa or something. Tugavailoa, yeah.
Apparently it wasn't a cerebral injury, so there was no concussion.
The way this man got
They were saying it was spinal. It was spinal. Yeah.
Ooh,
so that's why. The protocol is entirely around the brain and like a cerebral injury,
so
right?
They just dosed him up on medication, just put him right back out there?
No, but they have an independent neurologist in the back who's not affiliated with any of the teams, and he made an assessment, or she, I'm not sure, and they said, no, go ahead. You're not banned from playing, so. Not buying it, Neil says. He believes the neurologist has been paid off, right?
Yeah, dude was concussed, bro. He was stumbling.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Who knows? Anyway, what's the chat up to here? Yeah, so the Bills fan chiming in there. Yeah, Bills fam. Yeah, well, tough game for you guys yesterday, but you guys got a hell of a team going forward. And it's going to be, Sean and I were talking about this, it's going to be super important for Buffalo to get home field advantage because it's going to be a lot harder for Miami to come and play in Buffalo in December or January than it will be for Buffalo to go play in Miami. So Miami's got a lot of work to do. They got to make sure they secure a home field advantage, to be honest with you, if they want to get out. I think Buffalo's got it. I think Josh Allen is football right now. He is the man. He can run. He can throw. He can do everything, this man. And he's that kind of guy. And apparently he's a joker, too. His teammates really, really like him. All right, now back to trading. Sava tanking, breaking below that 20-period moving average. Are we going to get to 46? 46 also happens to be that 50 period that we really like trading off of. So let's see if it pulls into that 46. Maybe it's a deserved long if it comes in around that level. I'm eyeing it. And if we can break anywhere near that 47.68 high that we've made today, and it just blew right through that 50 period. Geez, a lot of sellings coming in on Sava there. Now trading at 45 and 3/4, excuse me, breaking below the 50 period. I'm going to have to keep my eye on this one, Prad.
Best Buy now $1.35 in the money. The gift that just won't stop giving. I didn't think 66 would break. 66 did manage to break. Now we're at 66.50 and pushing down to $65. Looks like that idea of getting 64 might just come true. I just threw out a random number 64 based off of the July lows over here. I mean, if we're breaking every single support area that the stock has, the only other explanation I can give is we're pushing down to those $64 bottoms as the year to date low, the 52-week low. Let's actually go verify that is the exact same number that I'm thinking about. What is the 52-week low for Best Buy? How do I go look at this? Go look over here. Type in BBY, 52-week low. Control F, 52. There we go. 52-week low. I don't want percentages. I want a number. What? All right, maybe I can go to this website instead real quick. Go over here, type in Best Buy. What is the 52-week low? There we go, $64.29. So $64.29, the 52-week low on Best Buy. That's basically the whole year's low. I'm expecting it to go back to that number anytime soon now. The stop just won't stop. I don't see proper green candles coming in. Look at this, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. For the last 35 minutes, each candle has been a 5-minute candle, and not a single one of them has been a red candle. So no real reason for me to jump out of my trade yet. I jumped out a little. A green candle.
Yeah, you said red. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no green candle in the last 35 minutes. I think I said red. That's my fault. No green candles in the last 35 minutes. So technically, I have no reason to jump out of this trade. But I did jump out 3 times already just to protect my money. But I still have some size left over here. Let's see if we can actually get that move to 64.20s.
That's a big boy short there. Prad's got on Best Buy. Very nice looking short there off the 5-minute chart. Looking here at Sava, looks like we've slowed down in our tanking a little bit here, making a bottom at that 45.30 or so. I'm not sure if I'm ready to pull back on to pull back on the trigger here and punch a long in, but definitely looks good around this level. Obviously, I'm not looking towards VWAP or the 200 EMA. They are kind of a ways away from the current price. VWAP is at that 43.90 or so, and the 200 EMA is around 44.10 or 12 or something like that, around there. So Sava slowing down a little bit in terms of upward momentum, but I still do like the volume that's coming in on Sava. It's definitely a lot higher than it was midday here in early day. Like look at this. Even at the bell, we didn't have this much volume coming into as much as we do now on Sava. So volume's still there. If volume's there, it means eyes are on it. If eyes are on it, that means it has the potential to move up. So I'm definitely interested in this one still. I'm also interested in SHPH now, consolidating sideways a little bit at that 50 period. Geez. You know, I'm not ready to punch long on this one either. It hasn't shown me what I want, to be honest with you. And there is really not much going on in small cap world. I know obviously Win is not a small cap, but it held and bounced off VWAP here a little bit. Let me show you guys Win so that you guys can follow along. Here we go. This is the Win chart. Here, look at this. Okay, so we broke through VWAP. We kind of held that 200 period a little bit, moved back up, and now we've held it again. This is what I like here, this recent price action, especially going into that 1:30, 2 o'clock time slot. Definitely gives me some encouragement that this may be a long candidate going into the afternoon. But this one, we got to remember, this one kind of started trading a little bit like the market. So if the market's going down, I don't really want to be in Win. There was a period of divergence, and then there's been a period of convergence with the overall market in Win. Earlier on in the day, it was kind of trading to the beat of its own drum. Then it started adopting the market movements a bit. I think it's kind of getting away from it again here. So let's see this one. Let's not throw in the towel on this one yet, and watch it into the afternoon, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a couple. Why did this come up? Oh yeah, this is why it came up. Brendan in our work chat talking about DWAC and how their blank check company now plans to or has moved their listed address to a mailbox of a UPS store.
Sorry, say that again.
DWAC moved their official address to a mailbox at a UPS store.
What? Why?
What do you mean why?
What's Trumpy doing over there?
What do you mean why? It's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Is it?
It's pretty obvious to me. It's pretty obvious to me, right?
It's a scam? Well, you don't want to libel, you don't want to...
I don't want to say that word out loud,
libel
but
yourself.
like, what do
Yeah.
you think about, man?
It's not libel if you're asking a question.
But like, look, if you watch the Netflix documentary Wirecard, you know in that documentary how this German company defrauded like millions and millions of people and ran like a absolute scam of a business. And in that, like the person who was doing the due diligence, you know, the short seller doing the due diligence behind the company, they found out that the HQ back in the day, or maybe I'm thinking of a different documentary, but anyways, when that short seller does his research, they find that the HQ was basically a house somewhere in like New York or some crazy little house that processed millions and millions and trillions of transactions. It's a house.
Yeah.
Right? This is the office that was transacting billions of dollars of transactions. So things like that pop up. It's where you're like, okay, question mark, what's going on over here really, right? So when DWAC, which is, the #1 social media company in the world, if your office is now a UPS store, you're gonna have short sellers asking questions.
No question.
You're gonna have me, who I'm not even a short seller.
Where did you read that?
I've not opened a single short selling position on my own long-term account, even though I short the crap out of the market with my day trading account over here. Like I would not be considered a short seller because I don't have a single position short on my own account. But even people like me will now start to ask the questions as what's going on with DWAC.
I think that's a legitimate question. I mean, if you're putting your mailing address as a on a UPS store, that's definitely a legitimate question. But I mean, don't they have users in America? I know we can't download them in Canada, so I haven't been able to sample them. I haven't been able to see how their operate or their app works or anything like that. We can't download it here in Canada, by the way, guys. So any questions directed to us about the operability of it and stuff, we're not going to have answers for you. At least I won't. But aren't those all people that are using it? Like, doesn't that make them kind of legitimate in a little way? You know what I mean? Like, but That's an illegitimate move. What's funny about what Pratt is just saying is that when I
mean,
started...
Amazon was legit too when he was working out of his mom's basement.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. But Pratt brought up a really good point here. I remember when I first started trading daily, there was a guy that I was following. I'm not going to say his name, but he would always go and look at the headquarters of these small cappers that
do that all the time.
Yeah,
I do
right.
that I love doing that.
Yeah, exactly. So he'd go in and like, I have a fundamentals explorer.
You know how many times I just see an open parking lot?
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, what is this? Where's your office?
Yeah, exactly.
Where is this office?
Yeah. So I mean, that's not the first time people are going to do that. They want to know what they're putting their money into, and they have all the right to do that, to be honest with you. So. Super interesting how they changed their address to UPS store. I wonder if that'll make the news. Anyway, back to what's going on here. Let's see. Let me just. Someone told me LVTX just reclaimed VWAP, and it did. So let's have a look at that one. That is a NASDAQ stock, I believe. Yes, it is. Okay, so let's put LVTX in here in the Sava area. Block LVTX. Yes, NASDAQ. Okay, so I don't like this one, to be honest with you, because it's been one of those ones where it had a really aggressive move earlier on, then it's just been pulling back for the majority of the morning. Like, look at this here. This is the move, high of day, 611, I believe, or so, 612, whatever. And then it made it all the way back to that $4.40. Now, just recently, we reclaimed VWAP, but now we're kind of below it. Are we going to stay above it? Let's see if we can stay any, discernible length of time here above this $5 level, which also happens to be VWAP. If we can get that kind of momentum going in the afternoon, then it's definitely one of those candidates for a VWAP hold high of daybreak going into that more liquid time period. ADTX has done kind of the same thing. Have a look here. Oh, geez, I minimized it instead of maximizing it. Have a look here. ADTX below VWAP as well. We were talking about this one earlier around the 200 period. It's also reclaimed VWAP, but it's trading below it. And there's no spiking moves above VWAP and then retracing down to VWAP. That makes me a little bit suspicious of it going into the afternoon. This particular stock here has got to get above, make moves to that, $3.55 area and then retrace back down and bounce off VWAP. That's the way I'm looking for it. I'm not interested if it's just like flirting below it from the downside. That looks like a possible short candidate, to be honest with you. Not a long candidate for a VWAP hold high of daybreak. That's just my opinion on that. Let's move that back here and adjust this so I can address this super chat here from MM. Not sure of the individual's name. Sends a $2 super chat. Says, I know who you are talking about. LOL.
Talking about you.
About what?
You said about some viewer or some guy you used to
watch. Oh,
okay,
yeah. Well, you can write that in the body of the chat. As long as I don't say it, I guess that's the only thing that counts. But yeah, anyway, that person that I think MM is referring to that person that checks on the small cappers, the headquarters, is what I was talking about not too long ago. So thanks for that $2 super chat. I appreciate that, MM. And yeah, basically that's it. I don't really have much to report. SHPH kind of moving sideways, holding above VWAP, which is good. And Sava doing that as well, holding at that 50-period moving average. So we were thinking maybe a long on this one, but it's going to have to show me some more upward momentum. Otherwise, maybe we can take this short below the 50-period all the way down to that 200-period or VWAP. This one might be coming in for a short. I see a bit of a head and shoulders pattern starting to develop a little bit on the 1-minute chart on Sava, to be honest with you. If we can break this neckline here at that 45, 50, 45, 35 level, that's a definite short in my books, Brad.
Yeah, I'm long futures again over here after giving it some time to wiggle around at the bottoms. Finally decided to get back into the position, as I do believe this will move right back to at least the previous levels where we got out of on the longs on the futures over here. So let's see if we can give it till the low of this 36.60 or so, or at least till 36.57 to the downside for a possible big swing to the north side on the S&P 500 futures. I see Playmaker 88 in the chat, so I want to quickly give a shout out to my boy Playmaker 88 yes. On his soon to come retirement, my friend. Sorry.
You all right, Bradley?
Soon to come retirement for Playmaker 88. Thank you for your service. I know you worked your butt off for that. You've got to see some nice fancy cars. You've got to see some fancy people. I know I've seen a picture with you, Lil Wayne, and with Floyd Mayweather and whatnot. So I know you lived a fun life working where you work, my friend. And congratulations on your soon to come retirement at the end of the year. Now I don't have that friend in law enforcement anymore that I need. Now what if I get in trouble in Miami? Do I still have your back to come bail me out and bust me out?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Playmaker.
Okay, yeah. What, is he leaving Miami?
No, he's soon to retire off being a cop, and he's a cop in Miami.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Okay, well, shout out to the Playmaker. Obviously, he is a fellow Dallas Cowboys fan, so he's aces in my book. Obviously, goes without saying. I know Brendo talks about this, but the U.S. dollar is flying. The U.S. dollar just won't stop. I mean, I'm looking at my account daily, and it's just anyway. The U.S. dollar is making moves, people. That's all I can say. And I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the pound sterling, because this morning that I heard that the U.S. dollar was like almost parity with the pound sterling. I'm not sure, but maybe Brenda can update us on that one later. But anyway, and someone's saying in the chat there's a dollar shortage. Now, I actually don't know if that's accurate on the world stage, but I know that it's accurate in Egypt. Like, so I follow some of the economic situations in Egypt, and basically there's a black market for the U.S. dollar there now. So technically, I believe it's like 20 Egyptian pounds to one U.S. dollar, but like on the black market, it's being sold for 24 now because they just don't have any U.S. dollars to give you. Anyway, we're gonna send you back up to Brendo at the big desk. Ugh, I can't even talk today, guys. The big desk for money talks.
Yeah, right on cue. Let's show you a chart of the pound right now, because wow, what a move that we're seeing on not only the Great Britain pound, but also on the US dollar, as you guys said. Here's a monthly chart. That's not going to work because of the bottom. Can you guys take that off just for a second? I just want to highlight this level down here. This is 1985. This is a monthly chart of the pound, guys. So the last time we were down here was it was actually 83 or 84, it looks like. And we actually breached that today. So it did get below and then back above right now. 106.5 currently for the pound versus the dollar. An unbelievable move to the downside. This thing was 210 just going back to 2010. Let's go to the US dollar. We'll show you another one with a huge move so far today and the past couple of weeks. We're basically back to highs, 114.5. There was an update from the Bank of England talking about the weakness in the pound and what they could possibly do to maybe support that a little bit, and the fact that they're probably not going to be able to avoid another increase or rate increase coming up is all that came across that headline. Here we go, though. 114.5 for the U.S. dollar, an absolute monster. Once again today, from 113 up to 114.5. That has the euro at 96 even. So not only are we below parity, here's parity now on the U.S. dollar is way up here. Versus where we're at, 96 even for the US dollar. The Canadian dollar broke 73 cents and then fell another half of a cent. So we're at 72.6 right now for the Canadian dollar, another fresh multi-month low. So yeah, it's all about the US dollar strength, guys. Up another 0.8% here this afternoon. Unreal.
I don't understand like how this dollar just keeps going up when like the world is in debt to each other. Like it's
when money's scared, it runs to what it knows best. And I think that people are looking at the U.S. dollar as a very secure investment to have your money in.
Yeah, but then look at this.
What is that?
Go to my screen.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think people are looking at it from that way. You know, they're looking at it more from military strength. That if S hits the fan, you know, who's gonna force the U.S. to pay its debts if push comes to shove? I'm not talking about like following the rules, right?
Yo, Fahad, go to the screen, bro. Yeah. So like the U.S. debt clock, big debt clock, right? And then you can go see the debt clock for every other country out there too. Like every single country is in debt to who? To Martians? Like who are we in debt to?
Oh, to each other.
To each other, and then the dollar does that, and then the pound does that. So like it's all just fugazi.
I get what
It's
you're
just,
saying.
It's just from that movie where Matthew McConaughey goes, it's all fugazi. It's just numbers. That's all it is, baby. So at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, just don't worry about it, okay? Just don't worry about it. Just find your trades. Put in your trades where you see best profitable for you, and everything else that's happening, just control the controllables and ignore the uncontrollables, right? Right now, what I need to control is how this market's trying to take away some of my profits from where I'm long at. So that I can control. What I cannot control, sadly, is the US debt clock and how some of the other variables, such as oil is moving around drastically, or how APE is moving out drastically. What I can do is control my position in APE, and if I don't have that, then I don't worry about it.
Gotcha. Keep going for a second. I just have to set up a trade here. Yeah.
Currently, the markets are trying to see what they want to do around these bottoms. Do they want to break the bottoms? Do they want to break the bottoms and go lower, which they did for a quick little second, right? We're exactly at Friday's low, 36.66. The 666 number is the devil's number, holding up on the lower end of the market range currently. We'll see if the power is there off of that bottom off the Friday to elevate ourselves back to the north side. We're actually long, as you can see over here. We're out of the money by 1.2 points. It just keeps on fluctuating. Best Buy still in the money at $1.18, so we're still enjoying that position. But all three other positions that we have on the board are absolutely flat, not moving in the profits and not going against us either, so it doesn't really matter too much. This is why Bitcoin will be the play 10 years out. I mean, everyone would love to say that Bitcoin, hence this is why Bitcoin will be in play, and hence that, and hence this. But right now, the reality, what we have to face is Bitcoin is at a pretty bad number at 19,000, 18,000, keeps on fluctuating around these numbers. Maybe one day it goes to 100K. Maybe it gets appropriated by culture widely across every single country, where every single store accepts your currencies over here. Did the platform freeze? No, we're good. So, that's the future talk. Obviously, I'm invested in it for that future, but that future may not come. So what happens then, right? So you guys always gotta be ready for the next step and the next step and the next step, and just pray that you're on the right answer. If you're not on the right answer, then it's a wrap, right? It's a wrap. As of May 2022, Japan held the largest single amounts for a foreign entity of U.S. debt, with 1.7 trillion in U.S. Treasury securities, followed by China and U.K.
Yeah, I definitely knew China was up there. I'm really surprised to find out Japan is like the biggest holder of that. Super interesting on that one, guys. Got into short here on Sava, and I fat-fingered this. This was my entry. This red triangle here was my entry, and this was supposed to be an out, but I ended up adding to my position accidentally. This is my profit taker here at 45.18. It's going against me a little bit now. That's just my mistake. I have an out here, a little bit above 46. I found this to be a good short. I saw a bit of a head and shoulders pattern forming, and the break of the neckline is where I went short on this one, but it's moving back up. But we'll see with this one. I'm going to give it room. It came back down, and I almost had an out here at that 45.18. Not quite, though. Anyway, I've given myself a tight stop on this one because I'm up on it, and I don't want to give back any money, to be honest with you. SHPH now tanking off that break of the 50 period there. It held the 50 period quite nicely the entire time. Actually just broke VWAP too and closed below VWAP, and also opened below VWAP. So it's an interesting move. Not far below that, though, is a 200 period moving average. It really hasn't played much off the 200 period, except for this area right here between that 11 o'clock time slot till about 12. So yeah, it did play with the 200 for a little bit, but then it's been more VWAP centric lately. At least for the last few hours or so. So watching for any key dip trades here on SHPH that I can take long. But my focus right now is going to be on Sava because that's the position I'm in. I'm looking for that break below this neckline here, that continued break move down into that 45 level. I've already got a profit taker out in case I'm not watching this one. So reporting on ADTX. We talked about this one, the fact that it reclaimed VWAP and that how it might be a VWAP hold high of daybreak candidate. Well, look at that move. And this is what I was telling you guys. It had to break this level right here and then bounce back down to VWAP. It's not a VWAP hold high of daybreak candidate if it comes from the bottom and rejects to the downside off it. That's kind of the opposite of what we're looking for. We're looking for something that holds above it or on it and then moves up and then bounces down off it and then goes right back up. That's what we're looking for, not something that comes from the downside, bounces up, and then goes back down again. That's not what we're looking for. So yeah, ADTX definitely off my watch list here in terms of afternoon plays. Not much time left anyway for us, about 13, 15 minutes or so before we send you to the Big Kahunas and their afternoon show. Let's have a look at the other one here. Yeah, SHPH now holding below VWAP decidedly here, and maybe can consolidate off that 200-period moving average and we can have a long, but our focus right now is for Sava to continue south, breaking that neckline, Brad.
The NASDAQ still continuing to hold at 13,300, or sorry, 11,300 area, not 13,000, 11,300 area. And now the S&P 500 moving to the north side. So we're 2 points in the money on the futures long over here. Let's see if the market can push back to 3680, giving us a good 10-point, 12-point winner on the futures. We previously took one contract. Now we're taking the, like we said earlier, scaling up properly, always making sure that we can scale in and out of our trades in order to work it, finesse that possession a little bit, right? And now Best Bet and Beyond is still $1.20 in the money, so we're taking profits on Best Bet and Best Buy, sorry, Best Bet and Beyond. Best Buy is what I'm trying to say. Best Buy, $1.25 in the money currently, taking out more profits on that one because it's not really moving too far to the downside, and also the market seems to have held up at the lows over here. Talking way too fast, yeah, exactly. That's giving me a little bit of a brain fog when it comes to Best Buy and then Bed Bath and Beyond. The tickers are way too similar sometimes, so it confuses my head up all the time, honestly. Only missing one B. Haha, Mondays. Yeah, exactly, Mondays. What can you do? Buy Best Bath and Beyond. That's hilarious. Where are we heading to? What stock are you guys looking at currently to trade today? Hopefully you guys had a pretty good day. I'm having a good day over here with the futures and Best Buy. And Best Buy, I'm hoping to see if we can get that move to $64. Only 50 cents away from 64. So in my opinion, it is possible to get that. But, you know, it just got to wait and see if it does show up. Bloodbath and Beyond. Yeah, that was the name that people were coining it after Ryan Cohen and the CFO, who rest in peace to him, obviously. After they both pulled out, the coin term was Bloodbath and Beyond. Yeah.
Rest in peace in the fact that he's no longer with Bed Bath & Beyond.
No, he's dead. The CFO?
Jumped out of a building
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Ryan Cohen?
No.
Oh
the
my
CFO.
God. Yeah. That I
Ryan
heard
Cohen.
about. God bless his
Yeah.
soul, obviously. But I thought you guys were talking about Ryan
No,
Cohen.
no,
I'm like,
no,
I would
no.
have heard about that. No, I know about the Bed Bath & Beyond thing. Yeah, it's always tragic to hear stuff like that. No matter, whether you agreed with his policies or not, it's never a good thing to see a human life go like that. But anyway, I'm not going to dwell on that too much. I don't really have anything for you guys. I'm in the Sava trade. I'm waiting for that one to make its move down. If it does, great. If it doesn't, I've got my stop on that. So there's really nothing to deliberate over here. I'm currently out of the money on Sava. I'm not pleased about it, but I still feel like this one may be a move down candidate for the rest of the afternoon. Let me just double check, make sure there is no catalyst on this one, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing on this one. It's just the fact that it's a popular stock, and sometimes it'll move, sometimes it won't. It's got a $1.83 billion cap, so I can't even call this one a small cap. It's not small cap. This is like medium cap. What would you call a $2 billion company? A small cap or a mid
Like a market cap?
Yeah, a $2 billion market cap, and I'm out. I just got punched out of Sava there, so that's a loser for me. That sucks. That means I gave back the majority of the money that I made on Sava earlier. That's the way she works, And
It's a small flow company, man.
Small float, eh? What's the float on this guy here?
The 37 million float.
Yeah, it's like a medium float. That's not small.
That's not even a medium. That's a small float.
That's a small float? What do you call like a couple of milli then? How come I'm not seeing this?
Either you have 100 million shares or you don't exist on my radar. Like you either have 100 million shares up on your listing over there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm all out of Sava, guys. Really frustrated with this one. I mean, this one I thought I had set up properly.
You know what Palantir's float is?
Hey.
Like $1 billion. Yeah, 1.7 billion float Palantir.
Yeah, but we don't call Palantir
Yeah, gunshot, bullet. Exactly.
The two Palantir bulls here are I remember Sean, before I even got to the firm here, Sean had been trading Palantir like a lot. I was one of his favorite stocks, to be honest with you, and I'll remember that.
Yeah.
TJ says in the chat here, Sharif, sorry if I spelled the name wrong. Seems like such a kind okay, thank you, bro. I appreciate you. To be honest with that, I'm always here to give you my best advice, and sorry that I had that L on Sava. Now, as it makes its way down, this is super frustrating. Super frustrating. I get stopped out by like all of a penny and then makes all the way back down near my entry point. That's just trading for you guys. You gotta be willing to take that on the chin, and there's really no way around it, Brad. No way around it.
Yeah, Palantir was a beautiful trade when we were at the $20 and so on. The levels would be so fun to trade around them. I can't wait for those days to come back. Maybe one day, maybe 10 years down the road, who knows? But the game is to make sure that you are able to even see that day come forward. So, A, stay healthy, and B, make sure you can take the next trade. And by that, I mean the market will always stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. Just make sure that you can stay in the game until the game gets better. In these market environments where the volatility is ridiculous, where even people who used to make 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures have yet to make a single dollar on this year. So when people like that are struggling, you guys got to realize where you are in the journey. How can you fix yourself in that journey to not draw down as big as the experienced people might be, or not draw down as you don't want, as much as you don't want to, right? So gotta really understand the market environment, the market variables. Start cutting down your losses earlier. Maybe take less size and give stocks more wiggle room. I mean, look at where the VIX is. I don't remember trading the VIX in the 30s, if I remember correctly. Where was, actually no, I do remember, because like the COVID VIX, this was the COVID VIX, right? So I do remember trading in that a little bit, but like that was insane. Like the markets would open into a halt, and the next day the VIX would immediately dive back under 40. So this was like a little bit of a different environment, but still you gotta understand what you're trading in and adapt accordingly, or you're just asking for pain. Currently the market's moving north side for me. Once again, we're 2 points in the money on the futures long, but I am seeing somewhat of a barrier / a struggle coming in around 36.70. Every time we get above 36.70, the market gets stuffed right back to the downside like that. So that's not a good thing when I see blues and reds on my level 2, so on my time of sales. It's good when I see yellows and greens come in, because that's the direction I'm trying to go for.
Yeah, guys, I'm just kind of, seething here at the Sava trade. Look at the move. I mean, I literally got stopped out top wick, and it's made its move all the way back down into my entry. And something tells me that in about 10, 15 seconds or so, we're going to make newer recent lows here into that 45 area. I could punch in again, nothing's stopping me, but I just don't want to add to this loser in case it actually pops right back up again. But frustrating. That's you get stop hunted. I don't really know if you get stop hunted per se, or it's just it's always such a subjective area to put the stop. My thinking was here that break of 46. I saw a clear level of resistance at this area here, that 46. So I gave it a little bit above, that 46.05, 46.06, and it still broke through that area. I mean, the higher up I put my stop.
Can I say something about that?
Go for it.
Usually when I'm trying to stop something around those levels like that, I look at the spread And what I noticed that the spread was 10 cents, or 5 cents, opened up to 10 cents, and now we're a little bit around 10 cents.
Yeah.
So if I'm throwing up a stop like that, I would throw it 10 cents above that level.
Above where I would normally have it?
About where you normally have it.
Okay.
So you need to counter in your, calculate in your spread to see, because then if that wick happens, that's just a spread opening up, wicking up, and popping back down. But if that level really broke and went above the normal average wide spread and opens, then it pulls up, doesn't tick you out, and pulls back down. But if it pulls up, does tick you out, and continues to pull up, then that's because you didn't get ticked out off the spread.
Yeah, and
that
the
looks
fact
like
that
a spread tick out.
It is, and look how far away it closed below the higher tick here. So yeah, I think what Prat's saying makes absolute sense. You're always learning on the job here, guys. You know, if you're not learning, you're not progressing. That's just the way I look at it. And to sit beside somebody like Prat, who's been on here for a long time, killing it, I'll take these suggestions if I can get them. To be honest,
I'll use the word killing it loosely. Trust me on that one. Very, very loosely is how I would use that terminology. Right. But we are having fun nevertheless. Look, I'm learning. I'm growing every single day in front of you. Hopefully our P&L does eventually too. But, you know, I'm learning. I'm growing every single day. I'm learning from Sean, from Brendan, from Neil, from Greg, from even the trainees behind me. Some of these trainees are coming out with banger traders. And I'm just going, wow, these kids are killing it, man. Congratulations to you kids. And I can't wait to learn. And you know, I'm sorry for using this word, but leech. That's what, as a trader, you got to be ready to leech off of people who know more than you. It doesn't matter if they're older than you. Doesn't matter if they're younger than you. You got to be ready to learn, constantly get into that cycle of understanding what they know that you don't know, and apply it to your own methodology. Speaking of learning, here's something that our boy, the People's Trader himself, just sent it to me. Let's go check out his Google position. Google short off of the green one, I believe is the 100 period SMA, 200 SMA, SMA. 200 SMA right here on Google, GOOGL. And look at that short, just short in the range, calculating his exits, bang, 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 bang to the south side, 50 cents in the money, and probably more now as the market can't actually figure out how to take off to the upside. So I am now 5 points out of the money on the futures long.
All right, guys, we got a minute left on the show before we send you up to Brendo at the big desk and the big kahunas take over. I'm going to complain. I want to complain a little bit more about the Sava trade. Now we're breaking below through my entry zero, pushing closer at 45. So if you're still in that Sava short, good on you. If you got in higher than I did, also good on you, because now you're like well in the money. You're almost $1 in the money here. So that Sava trade south looks good. Now, in terms of exit potentials, I'm looking at that 200 period around that 44.50. And there's also, if you're more, more negative-minded.
Sure. Yes. I'd watch Apple 150, guys, right now. 150 coming into play very soon. Okay. Apple might break 150. If this breaks, your market might actually be done for, and I might have to jump out of my long, sorry. So everyone, go watch 150. I'm sure Neil, Sean, Brendo will be talking about that for you. It is, as Sharif said, end of the time for us. I want to throw it before Apple breaks 150. So, guys, see you guys tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Peace. Have fun with Apple.
Take care, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in. Yeah, busy afternoon as we continue to slide to the downside. Pretty red afternoon developing. Day lows coming actually. Right now, 0.6, 0.13 for the S&P. It is the S&P, which is a bit of a change from last week, if you remember, leading us back to the downside right now. A couple of things to note right now. I want to show you a few charts here to start things off this afternoon. On the left is the 10-year Treasury right now. This is